May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the English Zoom discussion today. We all invite you to come and join the Zoom discussion as we normally do, just to bring out this nothingness or this truth in. We bring out that in singular language all the time, throughout the day, every day, and we're just trying our best to bring in that in a foreign language, just so that everyone else can benefit from this. So it's we talk about this truth which Lord Buddha has given to us, which we couldn't understand for a long time, but now we're actually kind of understanding. At least we may not understand the full thing, but at least part of it, where this is all about, and about the nothingness. So these days Sri Lanka is having a very bad time with natural disaster, and this natural disaster has brought the whole country together as well. So beautiful to see how everyone is trying to help each other and trying to bring out the best out of the humanity. And we understand that it can be just a like some kind of kindness, to give some food, to give some shelter, like give a shelter, give clothes, and if nothing, give a kind word, give a smile, give a hug, give you some reassurance that they all feel you. And you know that the Buddothpado is trying his hard to help everyone, and but the real value, he has tried to do this for the last 5 years to help the whole humanity, to everyone in the world who has the ability to hear this Dhamma, to change, to understand what Lord Buddha's message is, and to change, and to become the non-vibration. So that's the most precious thing that Lord Buddha said that we can do. He went on saying about, giving various kinds of classes, like animals, and he went on to say, also he went on to say what is the best way to get people out of suffering. So temporarily also we can get out people out of suffering, but we can also help them to see suffering forever and not have this vibration, so that there will be no birth at all. Not in a can be told in different ways, but anyway, I invite you, all of you, to join us and start the discussion. I can see Surangika has joined in now. Surangika, could you actually start the discussion by so we can build up on this discussion. You can also, I mean, you can we can have a discussion. Is there anything you can add, Saramika? Yes.
Thirwan Sanai, Dr. Kokila, we pay a homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa. Thirwan Sanai, Dhamma friends. I think yes, just echoing what you said earlier about the crisis in Sri Lanka, but it is a crisis that brings people together. I mean, Sri Lankans are generally known for their great hospitality as well as kindness and compassion generally as a nation. But whenever trouble hits us or there is a crisis of this proportion, people go over and beyond. And I think, as R.M. Mahansa mentioned in the morning Zoom, it is in our innate, I think it's in our DNA that we have this, urge to just reach out and do as much as we can to people in need, and that is what we are seeing today and in the last few days, the various initiatives led by R.N. Mahansa that are currently in progress, including the humanitarian effort, the relief efforts that are being made right through the country, but being initiated from down south, taking all those relief supplies and various things to the people in need, particularly in the central province and various other affected areas. And that just goes to show how through this true Dhamma itself, even, people generally as a nation, we are united in helping people in time of need, but particularly through the true Dhamma as well. Just the fact that, everybody else's needs are the paramount need, because why the whole non-self aspect comes to the fore. When one understands the Dhamma, there is never the I or the self that becomes important, because one understands fundamentally that there is no such self, no such ego, and no such concept of a self or an I in the first place. So naturally, the need of the others, the want of the others, comes first and it is paramount in all sense of the word. So just turning back to the Dhamma, Dr. Kokila, something that did occur to me that maybe we can perhaps have a conversation. I hope Dr. Sakuntala also joins. Might be a good discussion. Just on the defilements, I thought I heard, I couldn't finish listening to your morning Zoom or the midnight Zoom, but I thought I heard, maybe it was today or yesterday, a mother asking you a question about the defilements. And isn't this path, when one has got a fair understanding of the true Dhamma philosophy, what is actually the path, and how does one know one is on the path, or it was that, but the defilements, because I think you talked about a catch-22 situation about how you can't think. I think I might have asked you the same question some time ago as well. How, there is these different stages of thoughts. One is the active thinking, and one is the almost auto-reflection kind of thinking when there is only something that you are feeling, a burning sensation, and feel as if you have got attached through either craving or aversion to a sense object, and then you can reflect at that point and feel the sense of that whole binding effect, the power and the vibration of self-perception dissipating. But then gradually even that auto-reflection is also not required. And there is the sense of the defilements of aversion, ill will, etc., gradually dissipating. So in that stage of gradual dissipation, now we talk about the jnana meaning wisdom. I'm not sure that's a direct translation, but that's the only word we've got, I think, the wisdom. So the fading of the defilements is something that is sensed rather than that is sensed. What I mean is felt or sensed without actually being thought. So that I think I've heard Aaron once saying ඥානයට දැනෙනවා. ඥානයට අසු වෙනවා, sorry. So meaning that it is sensed through the wisdom of the defilements fading. And that if that is the jnana, then that is not the thought, isn't it? So the catch-22, could you explain that in the light of the fading of the defilements being sensed by wisdom?
Yeah, the beginning of the catch-22 is the initial stages, of course, where we try to keep thinking about Dhamma, and it actually helps a lot because each time we get a burning, we think, oh wow, like this is where I'm actually having issues, then and you keep thinking about that, what has happened here, why it is becoming a real thing to me. Is that actually happening because it has been the fashion like that for a long time, and there's so much, we can go on thinking like that, and because we kind of we feel and we think, I think the best way to put that is that we feel this in there, what we feel is actually the burning. So we feel the burning and then we think about the burning, and then anyway, because of this, burning goes down, but still burning can happen here and there. And as soon as it happens, you might still you still kind of go back to that and see, well, what happened there, and it will just automatically come. You don't have to sit down and think about it later. Like, you remember, we used to think like, 2-3 days later, what happened? Oh my God, what happened there? Why did I act like that? What was the reason for that? And that would be like 2-3 days later. But now it will automatically, the reflection will happen. But the reflection again is kind of a thought. We then come to the stage of one moment. We talk about for this one moment because initially, if someone has never heard Dhamma and has not felt the no-self Dhamma, the non-self perception, they will momentarily feel it, if with in one stimulus, that if it is not a thing, the feel of self is not there. In that, there is no thinking. In that particular moment, there is no thinking. So then comes the next stage where now that system is fully aware that yes, there's no self. The continuity of self that we felt is actually not there when things are, not real. In a sense, when things are not felt as real, I would say. At the same time, you still feel them as real, but underneath, there's a massive change because the view that we have that there is self, like that strong view there is self is broken. That is the most important thing that happens. But the defilements are still the same. Nothing has happened, but there is no way. Whatever the defilements you had until such time is similar, like still there, same way. But because the self view has broken or the right view has come, the defilements are not going to go worse hereafter. Not going to get worse. There's a lot to cease, kind of reduce, or yeah, the cessation. There's a lot to change still, because there is vibration here. We know that it is not going to get worse because the right view is there. There is no way that fuel is going to fuel that self view was the main power that gave so much additional power to keep thinking, this happened to me, I should kill him because he did something to me, I should destroy the whole thing because they are not listening to me, or something like that. There's no way that a person or a system would go into that direction, because they have felt definitely with Dhamma, though, with the with with after listening to Dhamma only this would happen, and you feel Dhamma in that particular moment, you definitely, it is going to affect you for the whole. It's an example how one experience can affect the whole system. So now the defilements, whatever we had, or what it means is whatever the vibration you have up to now, even as a human, because as a human also we have so much vibration, what we were born with, we end up being worse than that because of the self-view. But actually, because our self-view is broken, that doesn't happen. But still we have a kind of a vibration to slowly cease and should go back to zero. You have felt it once, doesn't matter, but it has to slowly, gradually go to zero again. Because it just happened once doesn't mean that it has gone to zero. It just momentarily went to zero. So this is the area that we get into this situation where we keep, we feel that it is. So we kind of have like a meditative state, because the self view is broken. So any thought, the power is not there, but like the massive power that was there is not there, but still it is, even though that level is not there, still some kind of power is there. Once you start this kind of this stage, I mean, there's no stage, but this like a continuous process, but we can say stage, it's just an imagination again. When we talk about like this, we are turning into thought to say. So when we when we talk about that stage, there is dwindling of the reduction of defilements. That's actually the beginning of a reduction, where you can understand the whole thing about that these things that we have taken for granted, the lands, money, gold, family, the how much value we get, that value starts to slowly go down because we keep on understanding that it's just a, just a thought. But then we also keep understanding something else, that thoughts, this dream, the dream is also ongoing. Still, the dream has the power because the dream is ongoing. But we keep understanding that dream actually is not true. The main problem there is because of that, we feel gradual reduction of your power. We feel it, but the catch is there. We try to think about it because that's what we all know. That is where the catch is, I think, because we are humans. Our main ability is to think. That's the most powerful tool we have. It's okay, and still it is, even for an for a person who has no, like, zero power of this self vibration, still has the ability to think, and it is the biggest tool or the biggest change from other species. So this thinking, we have the habit of thinking everything, and the reduction of this power, we try to think about it initially. We try to put that into a measuring cup and say, try to measure it, because that happens because we are so eager to understand how much is gone, how much is there. We try to think about it. That's kind of catch we get into. Still, it goes on until a noble friend will actually try to tell you, well, you know that there is no self, then why are you know that the thoughts are not true, then why are you actually thinking in this way? Why are you trying to think and get rid of uh, your defilements? Or otherwise, in another way, why are you thinking about the reduction of the defilements? So there is the catch, I think, there are so many catches, I think, but this is one of them, where we feel, we also think. Definitely we feel, everyone feels, it's just thoughts are covering that. And this is the struggle is initially, because we keep thinking about the change, we keep thinking about the feel. As soon as we feel that, uh, someone says, yeah, I didn't feel anything, if someone says it as it had no effect, even now it is nothing, we usually, we won't even remember it, do we? If we pass about 1,000 cars while we are driving, we won't remember. So what happens is, even though we keep doing this mistake, you can't really even call it a mistake. That's our habit. We like to think about these things. What is happening to me? What is happening to, in the sense, even though we don't have the idea, we like to think about what we feel. Feel and then think. We'll feel, we think, we feel, we think, we feel, we think. That's how it is. But with time, we understand we come into several stages. We come into the stage where we keep understanding, feel these thoughts, this dream is not true. I think the noble friend is the main factor here. I think if you are keen enough, you will hear this message. If you are not keen, you will not hear this message. If you remember, I don't know whether this is a matching example. The person who helped Lord Buddha most, I mean, the rich person who made the Jetvanarama and all that, he felt this initially, and he went on telling, doing the stuff. But then there's nothing documented about that person changing. But then later he talked to Venerable Saryu, asking, why didn't you tell me these things before? And then Anepindu Sittama, he asked, why didn't you tell me these things before? And the best answer I could think of is, he didn't hear it before. And no way you go to Jetavanaram every day and you just associate with them. You don't hear this beautiful Dhamma. You hear it, you don't actually hear it.
It's true.
Yeah, and Vishaka, same thing. She went. She was there all throughout, but she didn't hear that. And then Anaprasudma asked, why didn't you tell me this before? And then, but anyway, nothing happened. And nothing happens here because they are not ready at that particular moment. That's why they can't hear. Or either they don't hear because they are so preoccupied. So someone has to actually pay attention also, but that paying attention part will never happen just by forcefully. You can't really make a horse to drink water. You can show the water, you can try to push the body and touch the mouth to the water. Horse might decide, no, he might even kick you, can you leave me alone, like that. And so horse may not drink water. Horse may drink or may not drink. So it's according to feel again, because whatever explained may not be felt. Someone, in the other hand, may feel it immediately. Just imagine Venerable Saryu, before becoming Venerable Saryu, he just heard one line and he just understood in a different way. That means he has been thinking about this for a long time. And imagine Bahir, who came a long way to ask Lord Buddha something. He didn't even ask a question. He said, tell me something. He didn't even know what to ask. And Lord Buddha, because he's Lord Buddha, of course, he said the exact thing that he would hear. And he heard the whole Dhamma in 4 sentences. And there you go. He felt it then and there. He's the most, like the fastest, the story we have, like to understand this Dhamma and to feel it fully into the level of an Arahant immediately. So, see, this is quite difficult for us to understand, but in a way, it is very easy to understand how people feel differently and how people feel, you know, how people would not feel in that sense. Because just if you know, like Aranhasi says this all the time, how Lord Buddha felt so many different stuff even before becoming Lord Buddha. He felt the life has so much more deeper meanings than having a baby, having a wife, and having a whole world at his feet. He didn't feel that, but he felt that there's something more, and to help the whole uh, world, in the sense not only humans, whole world, to see suffering, because he saw some kind of suffering, and it is a feel too. So this this problem, not the problem actually, the fight between the feel and the thoughts is there all the time, because the feel is masked, or kind of masked, by the thoughts. Because as soon as you try to think about it, get thinking, actually you can think in different ways. You know, you feel something, you think something. So just this is just like a rough example. You know, sometimes you feel that this is not the right thing. Just an example. This is nothing to do with Dhamma. I'm just telling. You feel that this is not the right thing to do, but still, then you think about it and then rationalize it in such a way that you do it. And later you understand, yes, it is not the thing to do. It is still not the thing to do. But then you still keep doing these things because mind says otherwise, because mind has so many reasonings, so many rationalizations, so many plans, so many things, so many values, so many stuff that actual feel um, might be different. But this is just a different example, because there the intuition is actually described in a different way. It is not the Dhamma way, because only in Dhamma that we talk about this prajna or wisdom, and only in Dhamma we talk about super awareness of kind of being aware about no self. So it is a bit tricky to discuss these things with the words we have, because I don't know what to say about wisdom, because wisdom is already taken, so it's very difficult to tell anything. But anyway, whatever said and done, what you feel is that there's no self, in the sense, no, this power, dwindling of this power, after knowing that there's no, after feeling that there's no self, this keep happening, and you might feel it again, that there's no self, but then in that particular moment the vibration you had before is much less. And so it is I don't know, did I try bit, Suranika? Did you I don't know.
Yes, Dr. Koka, I think that was a really good explanation. And you're right about so many things on so many counts. One is the fact that you said we feel, then we think, we feel, then we think, we feel, then we think, because that is so purely out of habit, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
the default position is we think, right, from the point, apart from the infancy days, right, from the, if you think about nursery, is the key point of learning, the milestone, and think about a person who is 30, 40, 50 years of age. That means like 99% of that person's life, that person has been thinking, right? So that is why obviously it is that default position. And there is no room unless, as you say, the point of moment of that non-self moment has arisen at least once, to even have the realization, just like the fish doesn't have a realization that there is a world outside the water, to get the realization that there is something actually without being in the mind, isn't it? And one won't get that aha moment unless that experience, even in a fraction of a second, has actually happened. But even so, I mean, however rare that is, and it is so rare, even after that, there is still
Habit is the same, yeah.
it is. It's just incredible, isn't it? How warped and contorted, and the ignorance is at such a massive. It has, almost taken over this whole psyche, the entire process. I mean, it is a process, but it is still dominated by this sense of, from that zygote and self vibration level, almost programmed to the point of being in the default mind status, isn't it? So,
Yes, 100%. That's well said.
which is why you said that it is so important for the spiritual, the noble teacher's guidance right through along the way for that follower.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, that's well said. That is the thing. That is the thing. Because someone might think, what happened to Vishaka? What happened to Nepinusututuma? What happened to them? And Lord Buddha didn't actually give them as an example. He gave, no, I think Nanda, Matawa, and I can't remember. There was another person. But Lord Buddha actually, for people who actually was trying to understand while in not coming to the actual all this under him, like under Lord Buddha, everyone came to him, but even without coming to him, there were instances where people understood into the level of the non-returner. So that's what he said. But even that, I mean, even that, he used to tell Venerable Sariut, when he was talking once, why did you stop there? Why did you stop there? You could have taken that person directly to the end. But this can happen anywhere, in the sense, that's where, I mean, this is again catches everywhere, like if someone keep understanding Dhamma and has no experience, again, that's another catch, because the you know Dhamma very well, you know it by heart sometimes, but still there's no room for you to feel it, even for that momentary thing. That that's a catch too. I mean, there's such a thing, because in that way also you keep thinking to the strong level that even one stimulus, you won't feel that vibration and the non-vibration, because you have to feel the vibration and the non-vibration both. And then yeah, it's a bit of a catch, because this is all the thickness of your mind, or in the sense thickness of your the thought, in the sense the power of your thought should be very low, even to for someone to momentarily pierce it. And even that doesn't happen if it is very strong. So that's where some people have the problem when the self view is very strong. Aranwansi says this in different formats. You never know. He says in different ways, different tones, different angles, different people hear it from different ways. For someone he might shout, someone he might say very lovingly, he might say, Amma, you can understand this now, calm down, go and make some tea and just calm down, that's fine, you have understood this enough. He might say that. someone else, he might shout, like he might say, when are you going to do this? Something like that. And he might even shout to the level that that other person might be momentarily depressed, like kind of, oh my God. And none of these Dhamma facts are actually worthful for me because I can't even understand this. Even though I understand everything, still I don't understand this. So he or she might give up momentarily so that the thickness of that, Dhamma mind will be less. So it's so, can't even describe in one pattern. You know what? That's why there's 84,000 ways of Lord Buddha saying this,
Yeah.
because it's so different. Everyone is caught up somewhere, and after Lord Buddha feels that, oh yeah, they have become the non-vibration. He doesn't go to explain it further. And we know that, but actually Venerable Sariyut went on telling things to people who have already become non-vibration, because the feeling is not as strong as Lord Buddha. But I mean, these things can't be that much explained because the field has so much uh, unlimited extensions. Non-vibration has unlimited extension, and the feel in that can be unlimited in Lord Buddha. Actually, it is said that it is unlimited. But all the other venerables had different levels of feelings. Even though they are all non-vibration state is same. So yeah, that's the thing. So we can't compare one state to another because the feel can be different too. So if we say what Aran feels is similar to the thing we feel, and it can be a joke actually. Sometimes it can be a joke because no way that someone can feel the same thing as another. No way. But the non-vibration, that is same. There's no difference in the non-vibration status, because non-vibration status is just Buddha status, or just non-vibration. There's no one, like, different non-vibrations to everyone. Non-vibration status is the same. So isn't this so beautiful? I mean, I don't know. The more you dive through it, it becomes so vast. And but the problem is, if you start thinking about it, you might actually drown. That's the other catch. Oh my goodness, yeah, that's the other catch, isn't it?
Actually that wisdom part, I remember Aran Mahansa was explaining recently, and I think I kind of get it, but then I didn't want to, as you quite rightly said, didn't want to overthink it, because it's not something that should be thought. It needs to be felt at a point that it can be felt, because it's not something, there is no doing here. So as I think he was explaining to Asanti, the prajna, or the wisdom, as you also said, Dr. Kokila, the non-vibration is the same. There is no difference between one and the other, even the arahats. But the level of prajna, the wisdom, is the thing that Aran Mahansa was saying leads to the abhiññāñāna, the profound experiential knowledge, and that differs relative to the level of wisdom, isn't it?
It's not even level of wisdom, because wisdom was very Prajna was
Is
very
wisdom
high.
prajna? I don't know whether prajna is
Yeah,
wisdom, but I was referring to, sorry, prajna. Yeah.
yeah. The Prajna was kind of highest in Venerable Saryu, but the feel was high in
Oh, yeah, the
Venerable
feel was
Moggallana.
different, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So it's
So it's
really,
not the prajna, it's the feel, isn't it, that makes it, yeah. Okay.
yeah. So the feel can be different, but and even the wisdom can be different. So that's what I'm saying. So the extent you talk has that's not the main point. What Aranwansi is trying to say is the more you get to feel things, you will get more understanding about everything. But still, you have to remember, main factor here is not to feel everyone, not to feel everything, but to master the non-self vibration, in the sense to surface it, because it is there already. Self vibration
Yeah.
is the one we vibrate all the time, like we synchronize to that all the time, but at least to surface the non-vibration is the thing, because we don't talk about all the because recently Aranwansi was talking about Venerable was it Hardship? I can't remember.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. තෙරුවන් සරණයි all Dhamma friends.
Theruvan Saranai.
There is this whole Dhamma discussion going on. So I can show it opening
Yes,
the
please.
video.
Yes, please. Yes,
Is
please.
it okay?
Yes, please.
Or are you in the discussion already?
No. It's okay. You can. Are you going to start the program?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
You can start it.
Okay.
එයාට දැනෙනවා එයාට මොනක්වත් කරන්න නැහැ. හැබැයි බලනකොට එයා හයියෙන් කතා කරනවා කියනවා. එයා වේගෙන් වැඩ කරනවා. කනගුණ වලට දැවිලක් දැනෙනවා. හැබැයි එයාට ඒනකොට එයා දන්නවා මම ඉඳුනේ නැහැ. ඔක ටිකක් සිම්පල්. මම විඳින්නවද නැද්ද? අපි දැවිල්ලක් නැහැ. මම විඳවද නැද්ද කියන එක වෙන කතාවක්. අර දැවිල්ල මම විඳවද කියන එක තමන්මයි දන්නේ. තමන්ටම ඒක සාධිත. මම විඳවන්නේ නැතුව මිනිස් කරන්නේ. මම විඳවන්නේ නැතුව දරුවට මොනකම් බලන්නේ. මම විඳවන්නේ නැතුව ගෙදර කරන්නේ. මම විඳවන්නේ නැතුව මේ කටයුතු වෙනවා. ඒක තමයි ප්‍රතිපදාව අදින හතරක් තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට දැන් සිලපත පරාමර්ශ කියන්නේ මම කැමතිස්ස පරාමර්ශනය කරනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ පරාමර්ශනය කරනවා මාන්නය. අවර කියන මම යන 500ක් දුන්නා. මම දාන දෙනවා. අන්න එයා යාට වැඩි ලොකු වෙනවා. අන්න එයාගේ අඳුම විචාරය වලදම දිනවා. එයා නොදැනුම එයා වෙනවා මාන්නය. ඉස්සර. අවර කියනවා කවුද මම ඉතින් ඔය කෙනෙක්. එයා වගේද මට තියෙනවා. අර නොපෙනෙන සැඟවුණු මම ඉන්නවා. එතකොට එයා සිතුවිල්ලෙන් අර සෝතාපන්න තැනේදී මේක දකින්නවා. අරහතටපත් වෙලා නැහැ. ඒ නිසා එයා ඒක පරාමර්ශනේ එනකොට මෙයා ඒක කරන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ එයා සෝතාපන්නයි. එයා පරාමර්ශනේ කරන්නේ. හැබැයි තාම වෙනවා රාත් වෙලා නැහැ. ඒ නිසා එයාට පේනවා යාව වෙනවා. එහෙම වෙනකොට. ඒ පේනවා කියන තැන පේනවා පරාමර්ශය නොකරන. පේනකොට ඇති. එතකොට අරහත්ත්වයේ කියන සම්පූර්ණ පරාමර්ශනේ සම්පූර්ණ ඊට පස්සේ ඒක දැනෙනවා. දැන් එකම දේ තමයි වෙන්නේ. සකදාගාමී කියන්නේ මේ අපි කියන්නේ ආස්වාක්ෂේ ඥානය කියන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ සම්මාගේ මමයා ටික ටික අඩු වෙනවා. දැන් මේක බුද්ධ වන්දනා කියන්නේ. ඒක සෝවාන් තැනේ ඉඳලා සම්මා දිට්ඨියේ ඉඳලා මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටිකාර මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටිකාර බුද්ධ වන්දනා නැහැ. මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටිකාර බුද්ධ වන්දනා නැහැ. ඒකයි සෝතාපන්න ආරහණන්සේ ඒක සුත්තවත් ආර්ශාකය තමයි බෞද්ධ කෙනෙක්. අසුතත් පුතඥ කෙනෙක් බෞද්ධ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක අපිට කරන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. තරක නැහැ. මේ බුදු බෞද්ධ නෙමෙයි බව භවය අත්විඳින බෞද්ධ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. එයා මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටිකයි කිසි. සුතවත් පුතඥයි සුත්තවත් ආර්ශාවක අතර වෙනස කරගන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට දැන් සුත්තවත් ආර්ශාවක මේ එයාගේ මමියා දවස ගන්න මොකද සුත්තවත් බව තියෙනවානේ. තියෙන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ එයාට මේ අසචාර තියෙනවා. නැත්තම් සුත්තවත් ආර්ශාවක නෙමෙයි. ඒ කියන්නේ මේකේ විචිකිච්ඡා නැහැ කියන්නේ එයා දන්නවා හොඳටම මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැති බව. එහෙමනම් එයාගේ මම ඒකට යාට ඇතුලෙන් වැඩ කරන සිස්ටම් එකකින් අර ඉන්ද්‍රිය ධර්ම වැඩෙනවා. ඉන්ද්‍රිය ධර්ම වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ මම නැතිනම් ටික ටික මම දිනන ඕක ආසක්ෂ ඥානෙ. ආශ්‍ර කෙලෙස් වෙනවා දැනෙන ඥානෙ ගන්න. ඒක වෙන්නේ. ඒ මොන ගැනද ගොඩක් කතා කරලා තියෙනවා. කියනවා ඉන්නේ. ඒතර දෙයක් තියනවා නම් ඒකට තියෙන සීල. අය වෙන දෙයක් නැති බව නුවණට අසු වෙනවා. අන්නේ. මොනින් දක්වන. ඥාන හොති ඥාන සමන්නා. එතකොට එතකොටම දැන් තේරෙනවා සකදාගාමී වෙනවා කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා. එතකොට සකදාගාමී වෙනවා කියන්නේ අර මමයා ටික ටික දිනන තැන. අන්න සකදාගාමී. දැන් සකදාගාමී කොහොමද ගන්නේ? සකදාගාමී මාර්ගයේ මෙහිමයි සකදාගාමී වෙන්නේ කියලා එයා දැනගන්න. අලසිත එයාට දැනෙනවා. දැන් හරි වැඩි ඒක. ඊගස් සකදාගාමී කියන පොණවත් විහෙර සම්පෝති පරයන් සෝතාපන්න කෙනාට. තේරෙනවනේ සෝවාන් සකදාගාමී කියනකොට. ඒක ආයෙක කතන්දර නැහැ. සැක නැහැ. විචිකිච්ඡා නැහැ. කොහොමද එයා ඔබතුමා දැනගන්නවා මම සකදාගාමී. එයා කාගේවත් අහන්නේ කරන්නේ. අහනවා කියන්නේම නැහැ කියන එකයි. ඒක සැකයි. ඒකම සෝවන්නත් නැහැ. ඒකත් සැකයි. විසිකිච්ඡාව තියාගෙන මොන පක්පක් කරන්න බෑ කියලා තමයි එක වචනේ කිව්වා. කොහොම එතන ඉවරයි කතාව. එතකොට යාට ආයු සිද්ධ වෙනවා දර්ශනයම. ඇයි? යාට දැනගත්ත සුත්තමේ ඥානික ගැටමක්. එහෙම ඉතින් සැක තියෙනවනේ. විචිකිච්ඡා ඒ කියන්නේ කිව්වොත් දිට්ඨිංච අනුපග සම්මා දිට්ඨියට එනවා විචිකිච්ඡා සැක තියෙන්න බෑ. දිට්ඨිංච අනුපගම්ම සීල ඒ අනුගිය අර සීලෙන් තමයි මෙතන එයාට කෙනෙක් නැති බව ඒක දැනෙනකොට අමුතුවෙන්නේ රකින්න සීලයක් නෙමෙයි තියෙන්නේ. රකින්න සීල. ඒක කොහේ යාක දෙයක් කරනකොට මට දැනෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ අතුලෙන් වැඩ කරන්නේ යුද්ධයක්. ඒක හැමතැනම වැඩ කරන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ ඔයාට පේනවා එයා. දැන් කලින් එක්කෙනා නෙමෙයි. දැන් හොඳටම එයාට බුද්ධ භාවයක් තියෙන හේතුව තමයි බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එකක් පිටිපස්සේ තියාගෙන ඉන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ එයා ඒකට තමයි වන්දනා කරන්නේ. බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එක. මොකද එයා දැන් මේ රයිට් ලියපු ටික මකා ගන්නකතු තමයි ඉන්නේ. ප්‍රකාශවලදී පුංචි දරුවගේ නේ කියලා නෑ. හැබැයි ඊට පස්සේ ලියාගත්ත ටික නෙමෙයි මකා ගන්න වල දුක් විඳින්නේ. දැන් හැමතිස්සෙම බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එක පිටිපස්සේ තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ රහතන් වහන්සේ. බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එක රහතන් වහන්සේ. ඔව් ඒ ප්‍රකාශවලදී දැන් අපිට නැති වෙලා තියෙනවා. මේක තිබුණා පුංචි දරුවා. මේක නැති වුණා. දැන් අපි අවබෝධය ඔක්කොම මේ දැනුම සේරම තියෙද්දි පුංචි දරුවට තිබුණේ නැහැ. කොහොමද? අපි ආයි බ්ලැන්ක් ෂීට් එකට යන්න හදන්නේ. එයා තියෙන ඔක්කොම ඩිලීට් කරන්න හදනවා. මේ පොඩ මකන්න අර ඇත්ත හොයන. ඇත්තෙන් විතරයි ඔක මකන්න පුළුවන්. යථා භූතම් පජාන. ඇත්තෙන් විතරයි ඇත්තටම මේක මකන්න බෑ කිසිවකම. මේ දාන්නේ රහස තියෙන truth එකයි. ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් කියනකොට මේක අපේ කවුද සුධර්මම ට්‍රාන්ස්ලේට් කරනකොට බන්තිට වර්ධන කොහොම මම දන්නවා. ඒක ඔයාලට කියන්නේ නැතුව හදන්න. බන්ති අහනවා body is not me, mind is not me. නමුත් බන්ති ආව තිරණ තන් ටිකක් වෙනවා. ඔය illusion කියනවා. The Buddha's word is everything here but knowledge. Especially one is this. No any other කිසිම ආගමක නැහැ. No any other religion is like this. Yes, that's why especially the Buddha's words, because Buddha's Dhamma is not a religion. Because who's telling this Dhamma? Buddha is telling other religions. Jatida, Nikanta, Brahmana is the Buddha's time. They are other religions. They are in outside this existent field. They are talking about everything is real. But Buddha is telling nothing in things there. Non-existence. Impermanent. That's it. Now, what am I? Then no need. අතරම බවද්දු අන්තය ආරම්භ සාර්ථකයි. බන්තට එක දැනෙනවා. බන්තය අපි කවදා කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ. මම වෙනයි බන්තේරයි කියලා කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ. We are same together. We are going back to that way. We are spiritual. We understand what is here. It's okay. That's different experience we have. Yeah, it's okay, no problem. But because we are in the position is same. Nobody. No. That's all. එන් තමයි මගේ අරකට අපිට තේරුණා ගන්න. එක එක්කෙනාගේ අත්දැකීම් අනුව වෙනස්. පැහැදිලි කරන විදිය වෙනස්. ඒ වගේට එකම දේනා මේකේ අදහස් කරා. එච්චර. ඒකට තරක කරන අවශ්‍යයි කරන්නේ. දැන් මෙතනදී අර යථාභූතම් පජානාති කියන්නේ. ඒකයි සත්‍ය ඥාන. බුදුදහම සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම නිවන් මාර්ගය තියෙන එක. දිට්ඨිච අනුපගම සීලවා දස්සනෙන සම්පන්න. දස්සන සමන්නාගත වෙනවා. කවුරු හරි කෙනෙක් භාවනා කරනවා කොහොමද මොනවද කරනවා කොහොමද වැඩක් නැහැ. එකම තැනයි තියෙන්නේ දර්ශනය. දස්සන සමන්නාගත. අපි කතා කරලා තියෙන එකට එහෙමනම් ඔක්කොම එනවාද? මේ ලෝකයක් හදන්නේ කියලා. එහෙනම් ඔබතුමාට එනවාද? මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැතිකම. එහෙනම් ඔබතුමා එක දැන් අත්දකිනවා. කොයි තරම් දුරට ඔබතුමාට දැක්සලා තියෙනවා. සාදු. නිහතමානීව හරි කවුරු හරි කියනවා නම් ඔව් මට ඒක දැනෙනවා. මම දකිනවා මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැති බව, ලෝකයක්වත් නොවන බව, මේ අපේ සිතුවිලි බව, ඒකක්වත් නෙමෙයි කියලා. නමුත් මං තාම ඒ මගේ ඉන්නේ. මට තාම තියෙනවා මට ඒක දැනෙනවා. ඒක නියතයි. එයා හරි. ඒත් එක තරකයන් යන්න එපා. අවලාවට ඇතේ තරකයන් යන්න එපා. එතන තියෙනවා බුද්ධ ගෞරවය. ඒ කියන්නේ එයා ඉන්න කෙරවල හරි කියන එකයි. කෙනෙක් දෙයක් නෑ. ඔය ධම්ම ගෞරවය කියන්නේ එයා මේ ධර්මයේ ඒ කියන්නේ එයා මෙනෙහි කරන ඒ කියන්නේ ආකාරය. එයාට ඒ ධර්මයේ එයාට දැනෙන ඒවා, එයා ඒක ගලපන ආකාරය, එදිනෙදා අත්දැකීම් එක්ක එයා එක්කලා මට මෙහෙම දෙයක් කරනවා. බලන්න ඇත්තටම මට දැනෙන පරාජිතව මම වැඩ කරා කියලා තියෙනවා. ඇත්තට තියෙන ධර්ම ගෞරවය. ඒ කියන්නේ ධර්මයේ මතුවලා තියෙනවා. එයා ධම්මාංශය. එයා ඥානෙ නිවන් දකිනවා. මොකද එයා සම්මාදිට්ඨිය ඉන්නේ. නැත්නම් ඕක ගලපන්න බෑ. එයා ඥානෙ නිවන් දකිනවා. දැන් අපිට තර්කනේ අපි සෝවාන්ද නැද්ද අනාගාමීද ඒවා අපි ගාව නෑ. ඒක හේතු මේකයි. අවසානයේ මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැහැ නේද? දෙයක් නැහැ නේද? දෙයක් කියලා ගත්ත ගින්න නේද ආත්මය කියන්නේ. ඒ ගින්න නේද මේක නැති වෙන්නේ. සාමාන්‍ය ඉදිරිය හැමදේම එහෙමමයි නේද? අර ඇතුලේ තියෙන ගින්න නේද නැති වෙන්නේ. අපිට දැනෙන මොනවා දෙයකට පිච්චෙන ස්වභාවයක් තිබුණා නම් ඒක නේද නැති වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. හිතපු විදිහම නේද ඉන්නේ. එහෙනම් ඇත්තටම ගින්න නැති වෙනවා. ඔක්කොම එකයි. අලස්සනේ. ඒතර අවසානයේ කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. කෙනා ඉන්නවනම් ගන්නවා ගින්න තියෙනවා. ඒකකට පල නැහැ කියලා කියනවා. පල ලබන කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. ආරි දුන්නු කෙනෙක් නෑ. මුගලන් හාමුදුරන්ට මුගලන් හාමුදුරුවෝ නෑ කියලා මිනිස්සු. ඒ පුතක් නෙවෙයි කියන මුගලන් හාමුදුරුවෝ ගහනවා. ගහනකොට අපිට වෙන ඒ නැති අර ජීවිතය අර නිවන් පාට ශරීරය. එහෙමද? ඒත් අපි දැනගන්න ඕනේ මොනවද දුන්නේ. මේ දුරින් අසු කරන්නේ. සේවනාච බාලානම් පණ්ඩිතානම් පොසේ. හොඳට ධම්මපදේ ගාතක් දාන්න. ඒක නිසා හරිස්සමින් ඇසුරු නොගැටි නොඇලී වාසය කරන්න. ඉතින් කවුරු හරි එහෙම කිව්වා ඔයාට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ අපේ ආරයන් වහන්සේ කියන්නේ නීමනේ. ඒක වගේ ගොඩෙක් මම දැකලා නැහැ. ඊට පස්සේ මං ගාවට ඒකනේ ඔයා කියන එක හරිනේ මෙයා දැන් මට අගිර කරන එක්කලා නම් මං කියනවා. මෙයා මේ කතාවනේ කියන්නේ. මේ මනුස්සය කියන්නේ මට අහගෙන ඉන්න එපා හරියට. ඇයි දන්නවද? ඒ මනුස්සයාට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ මෙයා තාම ලෝකේ ඇත්ත වෙලා මෙයාට ඒක ටිකට කියන්නේ නැති අර බනින්නවද? මේක ඇත්තටම මනුස්සයා අපි ධර්මය මෙහෙම අරගෙන අනිත් පැයට අපහාස කරනවා. අපි ධර්ම දකින්නවා නම් කෙනෙක් නෙමෙයි. ඒතර එයාගේ අසන්නකම වෙනන් දැනෙන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙනම් අපිට කරුණාවක් නෙන්න ඕනේ. එහෙනම් මෛත්‍රී සිතක් නෙන්න ඕනේ. එහෙනම් අපිට ඒකලා සංවේගයක් තමයි එන්නේ. ඒකට කියනවා ධර්ම සංවේගය කියලා. මොකද අපිට කියන්න බෑ. දැන් කෙනෙක් මල් පුරුදු කරනවා. ගාත කියනවා. අපි දැන් ඕක බොරු කියනවාද? ඔය වැරදි කියනවාද? නෑ අපිට අපිත් ඒ දැන් හිතන්නේ කියලා මතක් වෙනවා. අපි පුංචි කාලේ පහු කළා ලොකු වුණාට අපි පුංචි කාලේ හිටියනේ පොඩි ළමයි සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. අපි පොඩි ළමයි සෙල්ලම්. ඒක තමයි. අර පුංචි ළමයි එක්ක අම්මා කෙනෙක් සෙල්ලම් කරනවා වගේ සෙල්ලම් කරලා කියලා. බුදුන් වහන්සේ කිව්වේ නිසා නේද? අර සුන්දර දහම අවබෝධ කරගන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ තමන් ඇතුණාට පස්සේ මේක කොච්චර සුන්දරද කියනවා නම් මේක මෙතනින් නැගී කීදේව දැනවත් ගන්නෑ. හැබැයි මේ කතාව කියන්න ඕනේ. තමන්ගේ ජීවිතේ නැතිවට යට තියෙන කෙනෙක්. මේක කීදේක දැනවත් කියන්න මම දන්නේ. මේ ආරම්භයට පාන්නේ. ඒකට හේතුව මෙතන කෙනෙක් නැති බව දැක්කට පස්සේ තවත් කෙනෙක් ප්‍රතිම උත්සාහ කරන්නේ. මේ නිසා තමයි අපි හොඳටම දන්න ඔය අධ්‍යක්ෂ නිසාව උපස්ථායකයෙක් දෙන්නේ. විශේෂයෙන්ම උපාධ්‍ය භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලාට. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි කියන්නේ උපසම්පදා භික්ෂුන්. ඒ කියන්නේ ලෝකයේ ඇත්ත වෙලා නැති නිසා. ඒ ලෝකෙට තමයි ඇත්තයි. එයා ඒ කියන්නේ අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම උපසම්පදා භික්ෂුව කියන්නේ අපි දකින්නේ උපාදානයේ නිදොස් වෙන්නේ. අර ලෝකයේ ඇත්ත වෙන්නේ. එනට යක් නෑ. අතන මෙයා දන්නවා. ඒ මග යනවා. උපසම්පදා වෙන්න ආධ්‍යාත්මික උපසම්පදා තියෙන එක වෙන්න බෑ. පොතක් කියවන්න. ආදාද මේ වාක්‍යයක් කියලා අද අවුද මේ චාරිත්‍රාක් කරගෙන අනිත් අන්තිම සූර්යෝදය. අවදාවත උපසම්පදාස්නේ ඒක අපිට රචනය එකක් නෙමෙයි. සීලේ පටිච්චය නරෝසපන්නේ කියලා කියන්නේ. අතරම කිව්වොත් දස්සන පහතබ්බා සංවරා පහතබ්බා කියන්නේ දර්ශනයෙන් සංවර. ඒක කවදාවත් නීතියක් නෙමෙයි. ඒක පොතක තියෙන වාක්‍යයක් කියවන එකක් නෙමෙයි. ඒක අවබෝධය නෙමෙයි. අවබෝධය කියන්නේ කන්නාලිය දෙයක් නෑ වගේ අවබෝධය වෙනවා. එතකොට එයා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය සෝතාපන්න කරගන්නවා. උපසම්පදා සීලයේ අනිවාර්යයි. ඒ වික්ෂුභාංකයේ උපසම්පදා දෙන්නේ දැකලත් නෙමෙයි. ගිහිල්ලත් නැහැ. පණිවිඩයක් හරිනවා පණිවිඩ කරුවියක්දී සුදුදරව. මොන වාක්‍යයක්ද කියන්නේ? ඒ කොහොමද? බුදුනාසික දැනෙනවා. ඒ කියනාගේ ස්වභාවය බුදුනාසය හඳුනනවා. මොකද දැන් අපිට කියනවා කවුරු හරි අහවල් කෙනා මෙහෙමයි කියලා. අපිට යා මොන ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවා ඊට කලින්. ඒක අපිට මතක් වෙනවා ඇත්තටම. මොකද ඒ අද්දේකින් නැත්නම්. ඊට පස්සේ අපිට දැනෙනවා එයා දැන් ගොඩක් ඇත්තටම දියුණු වෙනවා. එතකොටත් එයා හිතුවේ එතන කියලා. එතකොට කවුරු හරි ඒවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් බැලුවොත් එහෙම අද අපි කතා බහ කරනවා. අපි හැමෝම ගැනම දන්නවනේ. දන්නවා වංගි සාමුද්‍රය. වේද පුස්තකවල වගේ ඒක කවුරු කියන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ මොකද අපි දන්නවා ඒ කෙනෙකුගේ ඉතින් මේකයි කියලා. ඒක කවුරු හරි කෙනෙක් ආරංශයක් දැනගත්තොත් ඒක කියයි. ඔව් ආරංශයේ එහෙමයි කියලා. එතකොට බුදුන් වහන්සේ ඒ වගේ දැනනවා නේද? එදා බුදු සමයේ මොකද ඒක බැරි නැත්නම් ඒවල දිවිසභා කියන බැරි. අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම කියනවා හැමෝටම කියන්නේ. එනසිස් කරන්නේ. දැන් බුදුන් වහන්සේ ආරංචි කරනවා එක එක්කෙනාගේ කාලයක් තිස්සේ ලැබෙන ආරංචි. සමහරට මොන වෙනවා අපිට තේරෙනවා. ඒ අනුව තමයි සිරු කරගන්නේ. අතර මේක පොතක තියෙන වාක්‍යයක් නෙමෙයි. අපි අද හැම එකම පොතක ලියාගෙන පොතෙන් තමයි කරන්නේ. නමුත් මේක අපේ අධ්‍යාත්මයෙන් වුණොත් කවදාවත් සිරුරෙන් එයාට සිරුරෙන් බෑ කාටවත්. කාට හරි පුළුවන් දෙයක් සිරු කරගන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ ගතින් පැවිදි වීමට හිතින් පැවිදි වීම. ඒකනේ. කොහොමද සෝතාපන්න කෙනෙක් කොහොමද නැති කරන්නේ? නැති කරලා කොහෙන්ද කියනවා? නැති කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඇයි අභ්‍යන්තර පරිවර්තනයක් නැති කරන්නේ? දැන් මේ ලෝකයේ ඇත්තක් නෙවෙයි කන්නාඩියේ දුක් නැහැ කියලා දැනගත්තට පස්සේ කවුරු හරි අපිට ඇවිල්ලා කියනවා. ඔය කන්නාඩි නෙවෙයි තියෙන කන්නාඩිත් තියෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ පුරෝ කියලා අපිට කියන්නේ ඉතින්. අපිට බුදු සමයේ සූත්‍රයක් හම් වෙනවා ආයිමත් ඇවිල්ලා මාර්යා විද්වේෂ අරගෙන ඇවිල්ලා අර කෙනාට කියනවලු නෑ නේ කියපු බණ වැරදි. මේක තමයි හරි කියලා. නෑ නෑ මං මට තේරුණා ඒක. අනේ වගේ. ඒක තමයි අචල සත්‍තාව. සද්ධාව කියන්නේ ඇත්තටම මේ සත්‍ය දැක්කට පස්සේ ඇති වෙනවා. ඒ සත්‍ය කෙරෙහි ඇති වෙනවා. සත්‍ය තුලින් ඇති වෙනවා. සත්‍යට අවදි වෙන ස්වභාවය. ඒක අචල. ඒක වෙනස් කරන්නේ. අතර මේ ඔක්කොම වචන ගොඩක් විතරයි. මේ ඔක්කොම තියෙන්නේ මේ ලෝකයේ යාට කොයිතරම් ඇත්ත වෙලාද. බුද්ධ වන්දනාව සම්පූර්ණ දෙයෙන් තමන්ට අඳුරේ. ඒක හරියට හොඳට අධ්‍යයනය කරලා තියෙනවා. ඔය තේරුම් වන්දනාව සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම තමන් දවස ගාන දිය වෙනවා දැක්ක. පුදුම චිත්තක් ප්‍රීතියක් වෙනවා බුද්ධ වන්දනාව. අයින් මම නැති වෙනවද දෙන්නවා. ඉස්සරහින් එහෙම එකක් දෙන්නවනේ. ඒකට වදින්නේ තමන් බුද්ධ භාවයේ තමන්ට දැනෙනවා. ටික ටික වැඩි වෙනවා. මේ බුදුන් නේ වදින්නේ. ඒ බුදුන් ජීවමානයි කියන්නේ අරෝගයක් තියෙනවා, මරණයක් තියෙනවා, මාත් තියෙනවා, මම මැරෙනවා. ඒක සතුත් ඉන්නවද නැත්නම්? සතුන්ටත් මරණයක් තියෙනවා. මැරෙන්න කැමති නැහැ. මොකද මේ කම්පන ස්වභාවය තුලින්ම මතුවෙනවා අකම්පිතේ කම්පිතය අතර දෝන. ඒක තමයි ඔය එන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ හැමතිස්සෙම කම්පිතේ ඊගායක හොම අபிසංකරණයක් තමයි ජීවත් වෙනවා කියන්නේ. දැනෙනවා. සංඥා විසං. හැබැයි ඒක නැති වෙන එක තරහා ගන්න බෑ. ඒකට ආයෙ නෑ කම්පිතේම. කම්පිතේ අபிසංකරණය කියන්නේ ඊගායක ඕනනේ. දැන් සිතුවිලි වලින් දැන් අපි අවසානයේ නැන්දන්නේ මේ ශබ්ද වර්ණ වලින් නෙමෙයි. සිතුවිලි දෙයක් වෙලානේ. ඒකට එහෙම දෙයක් නැති වෙනකොට ඒ කියන්නේ අපි ඊට වඩා හොඳ දේවල් නේ හොයන්නේ ඉන්නේ. දේවල් වෙලානේ දේවල් තියෙන ලෝකෙ ඉන්නේ කියන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ තව ලෝකෙනේ. ඒක හොඳ දේවල් තියෙනවා. තියෙන දේවල් නිසා ආයිත් ඊට වඩා හොඳ ඒවා එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒතකොට මේක චක්‍රය වගේ දෙයක්මනේ හොයන්නේ. හැබැයි දෙයක් නැති බව අවබෝධ වෙනකොට ඒක සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම වෙන්නේ අර සත්‍ය දකින්නට ආර්ය සත්‍ය කියනවා. අර පෙන්නන්නේ ආර්ය භූමිය දෙයක් නෑ. දෙයක් කියන්නේ කෙනෙක්ව තමයි. දෙයක් කියන්නේ ගින්න. මේක වුණාට දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නෑ. ගින්න තිබ්බොත් දෙයක්. ඔය ගින්න කියන්නේ ආත්මෙම. එහෙනම් දෙයක් කියන්නේ ආත්මෙම. ඒවා තමයි භවය. එහෙනම් භව නිරෝධය කියන්නේ දෙයක් නෑ කියන්නේ ඔක්කොම එකයි. එහෙනම් එතන ගින්න නැති තරමයි. ඔක්කොම වචන ගින්න තමයි නැත්තේ. එහෙනම් ගින්නක් නැත්තම් මොකක් හරි දෙයක් දිහා බලන්න කියත් ඒක ගින්නක් නැත්තම් එතන සමුනෙත් නෑ. මම නැතුව බලන්න ආස මම නැතුව බලන්න හැම දෙයක්. කොහොමද? අපි මුලින් හිතන එක තමයි කරන්නේ. ඔය හිතන කෙනා ඉන්නවා. ඔය දැනෙන දෙයක් තියෙනවා යකේ. එතනම ඔහාරිය අමාරුයි. ගම්බීර අර්ථය. යකින් සංගම අර්ථය. ආර්ථනික ප්‍රතිපාදනයේ ඒක දක්වන්න බස්. මම නැතුව මම දකිනවා. මම නැතුව මම දකින්න එක හිතනවා නම් ඒ හිතන කෙනා ඉන්නවා. හැබැයි මම නැතුව දැනෙන සබාවක් තියෙනවා. ඒ රහතන්වහන්සේ. ආයතන හයම වෙනවා. සිතුවිලි සේව. මම නැතුව මම හිතනවා. හැබැයි හිතන කෙනා ඉන්නවා. ඒක කෙනෙක් නැතුව සිතුවිලි තියෙනවා. ඒක දැනෙන එක. අවදාවත් පොතක ලියන්න බෑ. කිසි දවසක මේ දැනෙන එක අභිලක් සමාධිය. අවදාවත් මේ අභිඥානයට හසු වෙන සත්‍ය පොතේ ලියන්න බෑ. ඒ නිසා අවුරුදු 500ක් යනකම් මේක පොතක ලියලා නැත්තේ. මේක හැමතිස්සෙම ගුරුවරයා විසින් ගෝලයක් එක්ක ගිය ගමන. ගුරුවරයා නැතුව උදාසිත ගෝලයක් කියනවා. ඒ විදිහට අර වැලි බෙන් වගුනිස්සේ අර බෙන් දරමිටිසේ දරමිටිසේ පාත්‍රයලු යා ත්‍රිපිටක ග්‍රන්ථාවල කරනකොට මහා සංවේගයක් වෙනවා. දැන් ගුරුවරයෙක් නැති වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා කියනවා අනාගතයේ අවුරුදු 2500ක් විතර නැවත විදර්ශනා යානිකේ ඒ සත්‍යය අවබෝධ කරනවා. මේක කියන්නේ තවත් පැතිකඩ ගොඩාක් තියෙන එහෙම කියන්න. දිනමක් වගේ. අතරම කම්පිත බලයටත් අකම්පිත බලයටත් තියෙනවා ස්වභාවය. මේවා ඊට කලින් අපි දේශනා කරලා අයනු තමයි 2500 කතාව තියෙන්නේ. ඒක සත්‍යයි. කියනෝ තමයි ඔය මාතර අවිහාරවල ගාන්තරද කරනවා වගේම අටුවාවල මේක ලිය වෙනවා. මේ ත්‍රිපිටකේ ගාන්තරද කරන්නේ අවසර 2500ක් ගිය තැන දර්ශනා යානිකේ මේ සත්‍ය නැවතාවු කරනවා. එදාට මේ තියෙන ටික වැදගත්. බුදුමායේ ඒකත් පස්සෙන් ඒක සත්‍ය. තවත් වසර 2500ක් ඒ සත්‍ය කල්පේන ඒක වෙනවා. හරි නේද? අපිට තාපය බාගක් තියෙනවා. බුදුමාකාර
Yeah. म्यूट කරන්න පුළුවන්.
Therefore, Sarmai to all of you. Now, I think we can hand over the session to the practical, the Zoom on the practical approach. Therefore, Sarmai.
I think it is time for the 4 o'clock Zoom now. So I will hand over the Zoom to the Sinhala 4 o'clock discussion. Thank you everyone for joining us, and thank you Suranka for joining to build up a beautiful discussion in English language about this truth. We worship our Mahanse, and may Triple Gem bless you all.
ශිපාරයන් වහන්සේ තෙරුවන් සරණයි නමස්කාර වේවාරයන් වහන්සේ තෙරුවන් සරණයි
It's really, we invite everyone to come and do a productive discussion in English language. It's all about this truth. We talk about how mind is created, how a stimulus is created, and how we feel the sense of existence. So this is all we keep talking about. Actually, there's nothing else. So we talk about that every day. How the mind is created, how a stimulus is created, how we feel that we are experiencing that experience or the stimulus. That is the main problem. We feel that we are experiencing this, whatever the stimulus. So that problem is happening because of and because of a natural phenomena, not actually not anyone doing this, or anything is not doing. This phenomena is a natural phenomena where you, if the, due to the ignorance, it's basically due to the ignorance, you feel that existence, the feel of existence is actually there, because we keep feeling this, and it gradually grows into a view that we are here. So it is very important to understand that how this happened. We talk about this every day, but we can recapitulate, because I don't think we can talk. If we are to talk about something, I think this is the most suitable thing to talk about, how this mind is created. So this mind is a very specific feature of humans. The humans have basic 5 sensory organs, namely eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin perceptions. But when these sensory organs vibrate together, we feel another thing. What is that? It's a new vibration, which is the mind or the thought. This thought, there's no problem with the thought, actually. There's no problem with the thought, but the problem is we feel it is actually existing. We feel it's real. We feel it's out there. First it starts with the perception, and then actually it extends into the view, because we feel it out there. When a vibration occurs, the manifestation can be the eye, manifestation can be the ear, manifestation can be in the other 3 organs. It doesn't necessarily matter what is the origin of the vibration, but the main thing is it feels like it's happening here. This problem is there for any cell, any organism, or any animal in that sense, or even to the beings which we can't even comprehend. It's only a vibration. But then it goes into a formation of because there's feel of existence there, because of the rapidity of the vibrations, you just feel as existing, but there's no story. The story begins with the first perception, kind of starting of the perceptions. The first perceptions can be mother, father, toy, or food, milk, anything like that. Perception can start very slowly and then grows into a big story. The perceptions itself initially has no value. It's just a perception. The baby might say mother, but that's just coming out of his mouth, but doesn't necessarily mean anything to the child initially. That's why they can even play beneath the mother's coffin. Sometimes we have seen these things, because they have a perception of mother. They might but they don't have the extension of that perception that that something has happened to mother. Or they might get something has happened to mother, but they don't know what, and they might think she's sleeping. Likewise, the perception world is formed, but the value, it is going to get added with the time, with rapid vibration of the thoughts. You feel that also as existence, and then keep adding, data of so many things around that person or the thing. It can be your necklace, it can be your husband, it can be your son, it can be your daughter, it can be your mother or father, it can be your siblings, it can be your friends, it can be your house, it can be your country, it can be anything in that sense. So your world is full of these things, and the world is really important. Your world is important. You feel that it is the world I see, because you don't think that what you think is very unique to you, what you think is only felt here. I mean, that's how it is. The ignorance leads to us to believe that our emotions are personal, our thoughts are personal. Everything felt here is personal, felt to someone, thought to someone, has seen, the seeing has happened to someone and hearing has happened to someone. It is very natural to feel that, because it is felt as happening here. That's the value, the world full of value. You feel it out there, and at the same time, there's another burning problem which happens with the same thing. What is that? Whatever the feeling we have that it's happening here, mature into a perception, in the sense perception is already there, but mature into a thought. What is that? That is the I, me, mine. It goes on to add so many stuff. This happened to me. I am very kind. I like to do these things in this order. I am this, I'm my father's child, but everyone loved me. I'm very favorite of my teacher. What else? You can keep on adding. I'm not good at these things. I'm actually very bad in handling pain. Whatever. You can keep adding your features, thinking that they are your features. This is how deep you can get, that it is unique to you. These are my features, my habits, my way of doing things. So we have a kind of a attitude now where you have a view that it is me. So the thinking pattern, walking pattern, whatever the pattern you do stuff, how fast you do these things, or how slow you do these things, or how efficiently you do these things, it all, the credit goes to a person, credit goes to the self. Or even the negative side can go to the person too. You might think, oh, my mind is so crowded, I don't even have time to think about any good thing. I don't have good habits. I should try to cultivate good habits. So you keep thinking like that. The more you think about yourself in such a way, the more you get confirmed that yes, it is me. It is me who's actually have this habits. It is me who would have this voice. It is me who would smile like this. It is me who would be very kind like this. No one can beat my kindness. No one can beat my, good etiquettes. Someone might think like, imagine like someone like Isaac Newton or Archimedes might think, no one can beat my, ability to do maths. And someone really good in cooking might say, oh, there's no one to cook like me. So we have kind of an idea about me. Don't you have an idea about yourself? And then when we go on self-feeding to self, it's feeding to self. Yeah, self-feeding to self. It's feeding. It's like a self-fed, like a solar panel. It's self-fed. The idea of me, once formed, is reconfirmed all the time. Yes, this happened to me when I was doing O levels, and this happened to me when I was in my 20s, and I survived. We have a story, and no one is actually lying about these things. It's actually they are telling the truth. I'm not even telling they are lying about it, but I'm trying to highlight how we have these subtle ideas of things. If you have a kind of even imagine someone goes to a meditation center and gets some form of meditative state, dhyana, then that self is again happy. I have this ability, and someone will hear that and say, wow, do you? That's so good. Do you know how to do that? Can you teach me how to do that? Yeah, and then he might teach that too. How to get a dhyana, how to get into a meditative state, and to feel so happy about it. And someone might ask, do you know how to get happiness? Yeah, I know. Take some drugs. Oh wow, does that give you some happiness? Yes, I have tried that. Really, try that and see. Okay, that person also tries. And you go to a la la land for like some time. And you obviously get addicted to that too. Same phenomena there, because you like that kind of feeling. What kind of feeling? Like to be able to forget about all the problems and just be happy in their own way, in their own way. So happiness has so many meanings. We talked about this yesterday also. So many meanings. For a teenager, happiness is very obviously some games, some friends, sports, maybe books, really maybe studying. Then once you come to the stage where you have to take some responsibilities, the whole thing is changing. Then you kind of seek happiness through the status or money Or maybe to say, I have a family, I have kids, and I have a husband, or I have a wife. I have this job. You know, when you go into like very old age, you know, parents keep changing these topics. What are they proud of now? Well, I have done my duty, you know. I have done my duty. I was a good citizen. I brought up multiple kids to this world. And then I earned. Everything is distributed among my kids. I'm a proud father. I'm a proud mother. I can die now happily. I'm definitely going to be with God because I have done so much good in this life. That's what they talk about. Someone might in depth might think something else, like be in fear. I have done so many bad things. Will I go to the hell? Someone might feel that too. So it is very tricky that how our mind plays with this self phenomena. Never ends. It never ends. So the stages changes, ideas changes, targets changes, and then we have a target for the death, good death. Good funeral also. I mean, I don't think that's the fashion in Sri Lanka, but good funeral. I'm going to plan my funeral. I have paid for this, you know, I'm going to plan my funeral in this way. Yeah, it is my funeral. That's kind of a fashion in some countries. So this will be endless. If I keep talking, I will be keep talking about this whole phenomena of me, myself. Endless. Endless. So your habits are yours, your attitudes are yours, your abilities are yours. Your family is yours. Even your country is yours. If you can put a label to the, you know, the sky above you, you might put a label to that too, because you have a label to the land. This is the land I have, or this is the house I have. Because there's no way of putting a boundary in the sky. You don't put that. But the countries can do that. This is our sky level, don't come. If you're crossing our sky boundary, then you have to take our consent. If you come without our consent, yeah, the plane will be down. So we have boundaries. I have rules. My way of doing things. These are my enemies. These are my friends. So, as I said, this is an endless story. But can you see that it is the mind, it is the product of the, it's just the thoughts, just the thoughts. So this dream is full of this. Dream can be so beautiful at one time, very dramatically sad sometimes, disastrous sometimes. so calm and serene sometimes, full of meditative states sometimes. Yeah, but the dream is still there. Whatever the form, the dream is still there. This dream, Aranhanse tells Lord Buddha told very nicely, this dream is not true. Who would like to believe that? That's very difficult to even think about. Who would like to hear that? I mean, who has felt this some or other that this film can't be true, or this film must be having some flaws, that why do we feel this as true? Why do we feel this suffering we feel? Then this question arises. What did Lord Buddha say? Why did he talk about cessation of suffering? Then only we come to the understanding this mind, these perceptions in the mind, not a single perception in that mindful world is true. And things that you thought that unique to you is actually the product of this unique self vibration, which gave rise to these vibrations in the sensory organ and the vibration of the mind. Mind is a vibration. Do you feel that? It is the vibration. It's all what you heard, and it's all just a production. And the way you act, they're all very, environmentally and genetically molded, but the main reason is the self vibration. So if Lord Buddha talked about cessation of suffering, how are we going to achieve that? If there is this kind of vibration, how are we not going to telepathy into that? How are we going to change into non-vibration? There's only one way. There's only one way. That is to understand this issue. How did this feel of existence arise? Feel of existence arises when the stimulus is felt as real. The stimulus has so many levels, but it is the same stimulus. If it is a chocolate, the stimulus chocolate has that self vibration we are talking about, has that perception of the dream that we are talking about, the chocolate perception, and the actual value we have given it to say that, yeah, there's so many chocolates in my fridge. I like chocolates. It's not good for me, but I like chocolates. So the value, the dream, and the feel of existence, it's all there in the same vibration. If you can feel this, that is the beauty of this Dhamma. The beauty of this Dhamma. When you understand chocolate, you have understood all these three levels. Not just one thing. And if you have pierced these all three layers, you're definitely going to feel the non-vibration, because you definitely know that this is not true. The chocolate is not true. It's just a product of the mind vibration. It's just a product. If you say Gangmatura, no one would say in English, if I go and to an English speaking person, if I go and say there's Gangmatura in our country, they will be like, Is that a food? What is that? But then if I say there's floods in our country, they definitely understand that. So the value comes from the given value to that holder. That's how the holder actually arises. The value of the perception. So what do we understand is in this Dhamma is how did this value come? How did this value actually give rise to self-perception or feel of existence? Alive feel. Alive feel, we never even knew that it was a problem. We never knew that it was a construct. I mean, someone might say, who cares? Yeah, you can keep saying that until you understand the gravity of the situation where this never-ending cycle of birth with so much suffering in different ways, there can be some sort of happiness in very small way. Because to maintain this world also, you have to have such a urge to maintain the feel, to maintain this dream, to maintain the happiness that we keep looking after. That's why we need to do a job. I mean, apart from feeding all the other minds or the beings, we need so many other things. Because there is a self who is happy with these things. Because it has to happen in your way. So, the origin of this self-perception is very obvious. It's due to the ignorance. But if we change the ignorance, if we understand that you don't have to be ignorant forever, you can actually have some wisdom and understand. We didn't know, but now we know. It is due to the rapidity of the vibration that you feel that they are existent. The I is the rapidity of the I that is what is called light, and that we feel it is there. But only thing that happened was the very fast vibration of your eye. Not your eye, actually, it is the function of the eye. Even though we feel it as two different things, function of the eye is the rapid vibration. And the function of the ear is the rapid vibration of the ear. And what about the rapid formation of mind vibrations? It's the same thing. You feel existing. You feel as alive. So when we come to know that the power which was mounting every day, like getting increased every day, suddenly come to a halt, thereafter no defilements can increase. So for someone who has felt this no self Dhamma, no self truth, the defilements is not going to go more than that at whatever the cost. Lord Buddha has given you the insurance. The moment you telepathize to the Buddha state or non-vibration, that system is never going to go more than the vibration that you have. That means it's never going to go down to the lower realms. The lowest would be human. Well, Suramika is also here. I would like to invite Suramika to add something. It would be boring to hear someone talking longer. Do you have the ability to add something, Suramika?
Yeah, I think everything that is core to this Dhamma teachings, which is quite unique from the other teachings that one has heard before all these years, is the Dhamma philosophy revolves around understanding one thing, and that is understanding this thought process and the fact that this is the no-soul Dhamma, as we call it, or the whole shining the light on the fallacy of this self-perception concept. I think we talked about it yesterday as well, about the anatma or the non-self angle to this Dhamma. And sometimes for some people that can be quite unpalatable. For some people, they might think that they might have a rudimentary knowledge that, yes, Buddhism talks about no self, but wouldn't have fully understood the depth of it and what it truly means. It is only a person who has actually listened to these Buddothpado teachings, really understood the philosophy, how the mind works. Is there anything called the mind? What is the thought? How is the self-perception? How is the self-existence? How does that come about? What are these so-called light consciousness, sound consciousness, and so on? Going into every bit of this detail, that once that is done gradually, and going and looking at each of these aspects through vidarshana or penetrative insight, one then gets an enormously deep understanding of how this whole process from end to end works, from the time of the baby in the cot to the point of how this self vibration became stronger and stronger. How did it even come to be? How did it get stronger and stronger? And what are the core areas of ignorance which makes this that zygote level vibration that is there as almost like a dying ember, but is still there in a dormant form in the zygote level. And it is that self vibration that then starts gaining power when the functions of, when the sensor faculties continue to ripe as the baby grows older, and then takes on things that are learnt from the conventional world. And it is this learning that is the undoing of this whole process. The learning is the thing that brings the ignorance into the fore by the acceptance of the things that are being taught to be real. And then this external world that we call our mother, our father, our house, this is our car, this is the school, and then those things exist and I exist, and this whole sense of everything being there, the feeling of existence that these basic consciousnesses generate, or the stimuli, you can call it stimuli, each of these objects generate a sense of those being there. And that sense of existence, the feeling of existence, is the thing that then spins off into what we call the self-perception. Because if there is something, if there is something existing, then surely there is a person here witnessing it, experiencing it, and also feeling it. So So that experience itself is put, an identity is put to that experience. Why? For the sake of experiencing it, savoring it, enjoying it. The tanha component, the desire, the craving, is an innate part of that self vibration. And that is the thing that then starts propagating. And how does it propagate itself? By taking this world to be real. And with that, the power and the vibration that is there at that dormant stage continues to build up. And as I think Dr. Kokila, you mentioned before, this perception that we have taken on through the senses, and the senses then combine to become the mind consciousness, i.e., the thought or the stimuli, then can take on various forms, isn't it? Various forms, various images, various concepts. It doesn't have to be just material objects. It can be even, the concept of Sri Lanka, or like my cricket team, or this is my belief in something. This is my religion. This is this is the way I do things. I'm this kind of a person. Or I'm honest, or I'm straightforward, and or you can have habits, as you said, various kinds of habits that have grown over the years, and you have got so attached to them, they have become an ingrained. And this is what you think because of self-perception, that these are your habits. This is what I am. You can't change me. This is how I work. Some people, you can hear people say that, and that you need to change your attitude. Sometimes they say, or you all kinds of things people say nowadays, and they don't realize the how did those concepts, habits, various perceptions become an identity, and they've identified with them so much as if they are part of that personality. So where did this identity, personality, and so on come about? Because they've considered that there is an I and a persona here, which built up from the days of their childhood, by taking the so-called external world and the reality to be true. But if they had access to this true Dhamma and went into the core of those sense faculties and understood the basic message that the Buddha said 2,500 years ago, that it is the senses and the sensory perceptions alone that make up this world, and that one has no sense of reality of what is encountered in a so-called external world other than what is actually perceived through the senses and senses alone, then one would understand one by one, from one sense faculty to the other, how are these formed? How come we, thought that this light was something that came from outside, and that we can see the light through our eyes, we can hear the sound through our ears, we can get the smell of a jasmine flower from our nose and the smell sensor, and so on. Because all those are by themselves the way we learned them in school, wasn't it? Like in nursery, or when our parents taught us these things. Everything was there outside, and then everything is introduced to you as if these things were there, and now you're the little baby, you're the child, and you have to learn all these one by one. There is a thing called the sun. It comes up every morning, and then there's a sunset in the evening. There is a thing called rain. There is a thing called dewdrops on blades of grass. There is a thing called Poya Day. There is a thing called Christmas Day. We go to the beach. There is a thing called the sea. There's a beach that you can play on, and so on and so forth. And the list goes on and on and on. So this world, as you call it, has not got created overnight. It has been built minute by minute, object by object, concept by concept, all through ignorance by millions and billions of stimuli that has been taken to be real from the childhood days. And the understanding of the true Dhamma philosophy to unravel the whole thing is where our noble spiritual teacher says that you have to understand the three types of wisdom. When you analyze the thought and you break it down, if one understands how did this thought come about, what is this stimuli, how did this thing become real to me, what is actually the components of thought, and then one would realize that these are things that have been made up. These things were not even true or real for the baby in the cot. And so, how did these things come about? Somebody actually showed us an image, gave that image a sound, gave that image a name, and then the reinforcing of that message through the sound, through the image, has ingrained as a kind of vibration attached to that. And that vibration is the thing that resonates and keeps on providing that stimuli. And it is the telepathization that then continues to happen through millions and billions of stimuli over and over again, which we then call existence, which we then call life. So this is, I mean, you can't even, it is so difficult because one aspect itself can be explained to the nth degree. There is so much to be learned. Isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So you can even explain the Pupenivasana alone by taking so many examples only on that aspect. But if one can actually understand the three types of wisdom, the Pupenivasana Jnana, which is the I think the wisdom of seeing how the thought stimuli came about in the first place, then one would be able to understand the stimuli occurring in this very moment, and that the thought itself has no substance, which then together, which is called the Chatupapata Jhana, and which then together with those two types of wisdom would help in making the defilements of craving, ill will, delusion, and so on gradually dissipate. And why is that? Because when one shines the light on the thought is never a thought, isn't it? The thought is always my job. The thought is always the car. The thought is always my mortgage, my personality, what I'm getting attached to, this and that, and all these things. The thought is never a boring stimuli. The thought is always something that one fantasizes about. The thought is always something that you're craving for a house. You've got a dream to build a house. You've got a dream to get married to somebody and have kids. You've got a dream to go to another country and make a lot of money. You've got all these dreams. What you consider as dreams is just that stimuli. It's not as boring as a stimuli because you've given names to it, you've given images to it, you've created this beautiful dream in your head, and you are running after this dream, not knowing that it is just a mirage, that all these are perceptions that have been formed through the basic consciousnesses that are arising out of one's own sense faculties and sense faculties alone. So there is no way of explaining how um, how beautiful this Dhamma is when one actually understands that that is all there is, that these are just complete manifestations of vibrations happening and telepathizing in this very moment, which we call thoughts. And it is these thoughts only that is giving this false sense of existence and false sense of self-perception and keeping that alive, which itself is such a fallacy. And putting that to rest means one is awakening oneself to this nirvanic state, which has always been there, but has been clouded by the shrouds of ignorance and by delusion. So we invite, I think, all our English-speaking listeners, if you can access the Buddothpado teaching through these YouTube channels. There are websites as well, wisdomofasia.com, buddhothpada-dhamma.com. There are English books as well. To continue to search or go into these websites, listen to some English talks, and try to see how one's own mind works. How does the suffering come about? If one has a curiosity to find what the truth is, then at least try to seek the truth, because the seeking of the truth and ending one's own suffering is something beyond religion. Everybody is entitled to know the truth. So that is what is being taught by the Buddothpado teachings. This is not a religion. Nobody is trying to propagate religion or further or pursue, get people to believe in a religion as such. No matter what caste, creed you are in or nationality, it doesn't matter. The truth belongs to everyone from a conventional way, if I can put it that way. But understanding of the Dhamma itself will finally bring to the fore one truth and one truth alone, that there is no soul here. It's only this non-self vibration finally. But to come to that, there is a journey, but the journey is a fulfilling one, because it brings an end to the samsaric cycle, which you may not know is giving you the suffering, is the cause of the suffering, but gradually through the understanding of the truth, that is what ultimately happens, because with that real self-realization or the realization comes that whole sense of non-self vibration. Yes, Dr. Putta, you can correct me if I said anything wrong or anything in that.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I think we talk about this every day. It's really nice when after understanding this truth, what happens is inevitable thing to happen is the burning to subside, the vibration to subside, and that is the status that we once thought that we can never achieve. It was like, one day we might achieve that. I still remember when we were children, we used to say that the minis sapakela, something like that, like you entertain all the good things and then end up in.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Yeah. And we thought, okay, maybe then we go there and then go from there to there. It must be a place like, as a child, I still remember being amazed at the descriptions that were given. But now we understand it's just this mind, and within this vibration, we definitely, yes, we pass those stages anyway. Because this vibration, even within this body, the vibration can have these levels anyway, within one stimulus. And this is the beauty of this Dhamma, and the non-vibration is here as well. Non-vibration is not somewhere else, it's here in this one single stimuli. If you don't telepathize to the vibration, it is a non-vibration. It's not a new vibration. It is the absence of the self-vibration. And the time that we were dreaming about nirvana is gone. The time that we were just talking about nirvana is gone. The time that we were just, optimistic about nirvana is gone. We are actually understanding and feeling the non-vibration, and that is the beauty. That is the importance of listening to this Dhamma and trying to understand what is being said and to feel, at least momentarily, it doesn't matter. But what Lord Buddha said was, understand it fully. Yeah, you know, even someone who was a non-returner, Lord Buddha said, you just came out from the uh, uh, like a pit of full of feces. It's just smelly. You go and have a bath. And that was actually the example he gave for why don't you seek the truth and become the truth? Because an unreturner has not become the truth. And why don't you try to become the truth? And that will be the no self-perception will be the normal. And that is achievable. This is the message that we are trying to give. It is achievable. And all gentlemen and ladies, that is the message here, that it is here. You just have to surface it. You just have to understand. If there is no value to the stimuli, it is non-vibration. Just simple as that. People get it so confused. It becomes so difficult, yes. But it is simple as that. If the stimuli has no value, non-vibration is there. Already here, happening now, not next minute, not next time, not next birth, nothing like that. Isn't it, Suramika? What do you think?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, and I think Karan was saying in the morning also that, this, we are continuing to talk about it these days in the Zoom because of the flood situation in Sri Lanka. I mean, the tragedy that has befallen so many people in our country, poor people. I mean, it hasn't discriminated. Nature hasn't discriminated whether one is poor or rich or whatever strata of society. Nature has taken its toll, and with that, there have been lots of lives lost. And again, the message was that, suffering is inevitable in this sense of existence, whether it is to animals, whether it is to mankind, suffering is inevitable. And whilst one can temporarily alleviate the suffering by doing an act of kindness or performing a good deed, giving somebody to eat, providing some shelter, and all these things are so important now at this point, particularly for Sri Lanka. Ultimately, if we can give this message to a person and say that there is a permanent way out of this suffering, not just a temporary assuaging of hunger that you feel today, or giving you shelter for a couple of weeks or a month, but here. And what can you do if you are just trying to provide relief in that sense, but that mother has lost the mother's children or the husband in flood waters? Then can you provide them relief? Then can you give them solace? You can't, because that person thinks that those things are there. For that person, the world is true. That is that person's reality. And until such time, someone gives the true message to that person and says, open your eyes to the truth. Open your eyes to the Dhamma of that there is no self here. And until such time, they won't get it. And that is what the Buddha explained to Patachara and to Kisa Gautami. There was no advice saying, you have to do concentration meditation or you have to give alms givings and make sure that this doesn't happen to you next time. This time it happened, so can't help it. You'll have to just bear it and try to, do good. At least next birth you won't have to face these hardships, won't have to face these sufferings. Now, is that going to help that mother who is now distraught? No. So that is why our noble spiritual teacher takes all this trouble to have all these Zoom sessions and do so many activities and take so much effort to spread this message of the true Dhamma teachings to people, because the teacher sees the suffering far beyond all of us ever can, because that is a state of non-vibration, and to that the suffering of everybody is kind of the whole purpose of being able to, is the whole motivator of being able to, work night and day without even thinking of one's own welfare. That is the driving force behind the teacher's efforts and the dedication and the commitment. So if that message can be given, the suffering itself is not going to be so, there will still be a certain amount of hardships, but that is only something that one will have to still endure through, by the very fact that there is an existence until this life, in this life. But other than that, there was also a conversation in one of the Zooms that I heard that, people, even listening to Buddothpado talks, have undergone hardships in the last few days with this situation, but there is that innate sense of calmness because of that understanding of this Dhamma. And that has brought them so much of solace, so much of peace, that there was a mother who had even been displaced and is living in some temporary shelter. But the calmness in the voice, the tranquility in the way that mother spoke volumes of the understanding and the peace that has become so entrenched and embedded in that person's life by understanding the crux of this Dhamma. So I'm sure the mother must be having probably no food, no proper clothes and all those things. But those are all just thoughts, isn't it? Finally, end of the day, if that understanding is there, that means if death is also surmountable and death also becomes a thought, then what can one say about all other so-called suffering, isn't it? Human suffering, because suffering would then also be just a thought, isn't it, Dr. Gopila?
Yeah. Yeah, it's we always talk about this. We try to put some, meaning to this meaningless, ongoing cycle of birth, and actually try and escape suffering. And just to understand that there had been no birth at all is someone who has won the death. Do you want to win the death? Do you want to beat death? Then I think the most important thing is to hear Lord Buddha's Dhamma. He definitely has beaten the death. How? It's by super awareness and wisdom. Because we thought we are born we thought that we are living, and we thought we are lying, and we are sick, and then we thought we are dying. But then with this Dhamma, we kind of understood and actually felt that the thought, birth, is just another thought. What actually happened was different. You know, whatever we think is not out there, whatever the thought that we thought existed is not there. So the thought of being born or thought of dying, it is the same phenomena, just same phenomena. And Lord Buddha asked Angulimala Thero, do you want to do what is the thing that he did? What do we call that in English? Like satyagraha, like
Oh, yeah.
it's like a vow kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a vow. You can say vow, yeah.
Yeah, and Lord Buddha requested, why don't you? Because that a mother was suffering from pain with the birth of the child, and Venerable Angulimala felt so sad about that. He just heard that and came and asked from Lord Buddha, can we help her? And Lord Buddha used that exact opportunity and told him, yes, you make a vow saying that you have never killed anyone. And he was amazed. And Venerable Angulimala asked, how can I do that? I have killed so many people. And then Lord Buddha reminded, have you killed anyone now? And likewise, we just come to understand being born is a misnomer. It's actually happening here and now, actually. Because self-vibration is telepathized only when the stimuli is real. If the stimuli is not felt real, the alive feel is not there, that means you are not born, because you don't feel born. Isn't that beautiful? Will you have a fear of death then? And the death is another misnomer, because death, we attach that to the physical death, but actually the self-vibration keep telepathizing. It's not someone is going from one place to another. It's just synchronicity of a vibration. It's all no self Dhamma. And I think we can stop today, and we will do the discussion tomorrow. And I thank all the Dhamma friends I worship, Aran Wahanse, for teaching us this beautiful Dhamma. And we will try to give this to the world as possible as we can. So, may Triple Gem bless you. Terun Sanai. So, Terun Sanai, everyone.
Terun Sanai, Dr. Paul, Terun Sanai, friends. Pay our worship to our enhance in this kind of way.
is not happening today, but actually this English Zoom is happening. So I invite all the Dharma friends to join if possible. We discuss Dhamma according to Buddothpado and say it's a beautiful thing to study and understand first, and then we have to feel that too. So what we discuss is no self truth about this world. I think today in Sri Lanka also we are undergoing so many hardships. Everyone is undergoing so many hardships. If not for one, somebody is going through some kind of hardship everywhere, and this is happening worldwide. It's not happening just into one country at one particular moment. Different points, different areas of the world. Somebody is dying, somebody is unhappy, somebody is having problems. At the same time, there is entertainment of this sensory organs as well. I mean, Lord Buddha once said, if there's anything that we can say happy about, something happy here, something to enjoy fully, I wouldn't say this Dhamma, he said once. So actually, in one way or another, we only would be going through something, because if you like something, you need to get that, and there's always some hardships you go through, but you don't feel that because you have a destination, you have like a plan, you want this, but then in the end, you know that even after getting that, the happiness that you thought that you might get from achieving that is not there. So this is kind of the life we go on thinking that is life. So what is life? What is life is? Life is actually the what you perceive through your sensory organs. So what you see, what do you see? You see a lot of news articles about how people are suffering, how people are undergoing floods, muds, slips and stuff, and how people lose their lives into this tragedy. And yeah, there are the news articles, and you might see when you inside the house, you might see what is inside the house. When you go outside, you might see what is outside. Like that, we keep seeing things. We have a world. That world is full of stuff. You can name them. You have a meaning to them. You have a meaning to yourself as well. So who is experiencing? We are experiencing. Kind of, I am experiencing. So yeah, so the suffering is at the point where you feel like you are experiencing something. That is the meaning of suffering. Actually, suffering, we extend that to like losing someone you dearly love, or you have to live with someone you don't like, or you lose your wealth, you lose your part of your limb, or you lose your uh, freedom. You can name it, we have it, anything. But in the death, actually, the fear of death, or um, this feel of existence, is the actual reason for suffering. I can see Surangika has joined the Zoom discussion. Surangika, do we have like a topic to discuss today? Because I think we started the Zoom a little bit late, but anyway, we have about almost 1 hour to discuss something, so you can start the discussion or a topic as well. I was just discussing about Dhamma in general. So because we keep inviting people to come and discuss about this Dhamma, and I know it's very rare for someone listening in Sinhala medium to come and discuss in English medium, because they already can hear in Sinhala medium. But the language does matter, because to give this to the whole world, we have to tell this in another language too. But this Dhamma is very important for you to end suffering, and suffering has so many meanings, isn't it, Surangika? Yeah, we can build up a discussion actually.
Yes, Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Pokila, and Thiruvan Sarnai to all Dhamma friends. I think I just caught the last bit of your last 1 minute or so on YouTube before I switched over. I think you were talking about the flood situation, and not only in Sri Lanka, but I think it's moving over, or already moved on to other South Asian countries as well. So affecting families and a lot of things across the country: economy, agriculture, livelihoods, families, lives have been lost as well. And I think you also mentioned the fact that things that have been held dear to people, houses that they have worked hard for years and years, maybe a lifetime, to build, have been washed away in certain districts and areas. Lives have been lost as well. So these are things that I think R.N. Mahansa, our noble spiritual teacher, mentioned. I think it was the morning Zoom, saying that isn't this the fate of mankind or society, isn't it?
And
There
also,
is,
isn't this
yeah,
enough to understand how the suffering can, suffering is endless in
suffering is
different
endless,
ways.
yes.
Yeah, it
And
is.
I mean, we talked about the stories in the Buddha's days about Patachara and Kisa Gotami and things like that. And again, our spiritual teacher says to understand Nirvana and to seek the liberation from the Nirvana, one needs to first feel that suffering, feel the dukkha. And if one feels the dukkha, one will then want to find a way out of that dukkha or suffering, isn't it? And that can be to get to the point where the Buddha actually meant what is suffering. One has to actually, even at a very what shall I say, mundane or conventional, in a conventional term also with the outside world, one has to feel that suffering at that stage first, isn't it, Dr. Pokila? I think that's a good place perhaps to start. How then, the anicca has to be thought of in so many ways before we come to the Arya Satya. There is Dukkha Satya, and Arya Satya. I think that might be a good and timely discussion. What do you think?
Yeah, actually, we always talk about this in different angles, but today we can see how dukkha, or how just general suffering is interpreted in our minds. I mean, we don't need any kind of explanation to that, but because we already know from childhood to until now, someone have always has lost someone, like dear to you, and you have lost something that you held dear to you, and you might actually lose your health, your whatever. But even status and even the good name, because these carry a whole lot of thing. Some people say, I don't mind dying, I need my good name. We have heard so many stories like that, how people describe their pride, or their name is the most important thing, not the actual life. So kind of we describe this in different ways, but it's something outside. Actually, we kind of describe these things as we are holding dear to us something, and when we lose that, we kind of feel sad. Or when we, that sadness is just the general sadness we feel in any way. But that sadness brings us to the reality that the life is not rosy as it is, and life is life can have these ups and downs, but someone can actually feel okay, that is okay, life is like that, and go on like that, not seek any reality. But Lord Buddha did was, he just heard, am I going to die like that? He asked from Channa, and he's like, wow, I'm going to die like that. Interesting. And then he saw someone who is ill, and then asked, can that happen to me? And he was amazed at that can happen to him, because actually the father of Lord Buddha's at that time was able to actually hide everything, every suffering from him. So likewise, he went on understanding that, okay, I'm going to go through all this, then what? Is there any way to stop suffering? That's how he went on. He started the research by himself. He was not scared to do that research. He was driven very beautifully to do that research, and he found, at the end of a lot of years and years, he found that actually it's in a view. And isn't that beautiful? That's all suffering is in a view, and all the suffering is in the mind. That I mean, that is the truth in this world. And to find that suffering is in a view, and how it happened, he understood the view part as well as how the view has arisen. And the view arises from the perception, self-perception, and the self-perception can be in the the mind, where you feel as alive, because you feel alive, because you in that stimulus you feel that is existing. So this truth, that whole suffering is in a view of me, myself, is wonderful. If someone has ears, I think they should hear this. If someone has a mind, I think they should hear this. If someone has some wisdom, I think they should hear this, that all your suffering is in one thought, just one thought. That one thought, by the way, is a product of every stimulus. That is the problem. Actually, if it is just one thought, you delete that one thought, you're happy. No, that's not that simple. Because then, because you know, when people get angry with your own son, you delete son from your family history. Isn't that what the fathers say? You never come to this house again. I will delete you from my memory. You are not my son anymore. Isn't that how they talk? They never delete them. They suffer from inside, but they're actually acting as they are deleted. But in the mind, that deleted son is still there. So the dukkha satya is still there, because until that mental image is there, they're suffering. But actually, when people say that, people think, okay, they're like that. Like in that example, just delete the thought. What? The myself, me, myself. Just delete that thought. It's very easy. Just forget about it. yeah, I mean, that's beautiful to say that, but the problem is that doesn't happen that way, because this is kind of not something like you forget about it and just live on like as you forgot myself. Even person with dementia has the self-perception. They always feel the temperature happening to themselves, the light happening at that to that self, everything. So this thought can't be deleted like that, even if you want to. Then we have to understand, how did this thought arise? This thought actually came to light because the self-perception was there. Why the self-perception is there? That is the magic here. Actually understanding this solves the whole lot of problems. Why the self-perception is there is that the stimulus is felt as a thing. Stimulus has a value. You feel that the stimulus is actually there. And then when you feel like that the stimulus is actually there, you want it. Because it is giving you the feel of alive feel. So once the alive feel is there, it is without anyone's knowledge, without anyone's intention, we feel like maintain that. That is what is happening in self-perception. We kind of maintain that. That is there from even a small organism to whole big animal like elephant or a human whatsoever. Even in higher realms, whatever the in the mind forms also, it's the same thing. The alive or a feel of existence is there. Alive feel is kind of with this mind we talk about. How we can assess this is only way through the mind. But the beauty is to understand that we can't delete this me, my, I, me, mine thought. We have to understand the mechanism. So we keep understanding the mechanism, how this is happening. We understand that at particular one time, there's only one stimulus. This stimulus is the only thing that happened, but we feel a duality. We feel a duality. That is because of the ignorance. This duality will never be a normal thing to an arahant, but to someone who doesn't understand Dhamma, or who hasn't felt the Dhamma, or has not felt it fully, this duality can be there in different ways. But the duality is the normal in mundane world. Duality is the normal. Tree exists, I exist. That's a basic thing. Even if it is, if the tree has a value and you feel like that is there, that is my beautiful rose tree or the rose plant. Of course, the person who is the owner would be there. But even when you try to delete the ownership, still the perception would be there. The tree, the dream would be there. You're not bothered whether it is yours or not. You're just in the dream, and that dream still gives you a perception. It's very subtle now. It still gives you a perception. No burning as such, but still having the feel of existence, and even the life feel actually. And even beyond that, if you go to the feel level, still the feel level also, it is felt as something happening here, and there's tendency for you to maintain that feel. That is the self perception there. It is very subtle now. The eagerness or wanting to maintain the field. But the beauty of human mind is you can understand this through any stimulus in the human mind. And we just understood that we can't delete, even though we now know suffering is through this thought. Suffering is due to one thought. What is it? The I, me, mine is the thought that gave the suffering, but still, now you know you can't delete it just like that, because it is a co-product. It is a co-product. It's actually it is just arising in one particular stimulus, is just arising. But because this is arising so fast, we feel like we are existing. This is beautiful Dhamma. And if you understand this, you understand that field of existence is nothing other than a construct. Nothing other than a construct. And someone who can understand this will feel the beauty just by hearing it. Just by hearing it. And if someone understands this, they kind of feel a relief, because you just heard the most beautiful words. What is that? That the field of existence is a construct. Thank you, isn't it? Thank you, because we thought the field of existence is like a thing with which will last forever, and that is bringing suffering. No, it's just a construct. You feel you as existing, but that is actually a construct. And it's beautiful to know that, even by knowing. You don't have to feel it, just by knowing. Then we get to know this more and more. The more you know, more you feel that the how many things that we have been attached to has been kind of a mirage. What are the things you are attached to? I mean, we wanted to get a better place. You wanted to get a comfortable life. You wanted something. Who wanted it? You wanted it. And that is with all the perceptions that we have, better life. Even that word has a kind of a heaviness. I have a bad life. I want a better life. If someone says, do you know how heavy those words are? They actually mean that. They're not lying. They actually mean that. And they are kind of struggling hard to maintain that or achieve that good life. They even don't know what is good life is, but they are trying harder in whatever the views they have. Okay, if you aren't had a good life, if you think in that way, okay, then maybe that is the good life. Or if you see your friend doing something good, and you might feel, oh, that is the good life. Or if you see a monk, and you might say, oh, wow, that is the good life.
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, the great sage of our time. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of this planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy. Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey created inside the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 9, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse 5 years ago. Now, according to the example of drinking water explained earlier, now you can understand this mind cannot drink water on its own. Mind is different. Body is different. Giving this example of drinking water for you to understand that Aryan Wahanse is explaining. Mind cannot touch a baby. When touching a baby, you can feel the hardness to your hand. That is body consciousness. Feeling something to the body means body consciousness. Can your mind touch the body? No, mind can't touch the body. Your mind cannot touch the baby or drink water in any way. Your mind cannot eat food or wear clothes. Your mind cannot do any of those things. That means your mind cannot come out. What is your body? Now, name and form will be separately seen throughout this sermon's descriptions of true Buddhist philosophy by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Name and form will be separately seen. You may able to see the name and form separately. Body is separate and the mind is separate. Two different things. You should see that. Mind is a vibration of power and the body is something else made out of elements. But vibration of power is also inside the body happening. That is why we said only Dhamma coming to the mind. That means only the signals are coming to the mind. outside objectives are not coming to the mind. Yes, outside objectives are not coming to the mind. Perceptions, signals are only coming to the mind through these five sensor system. Sixth sensor is mind. So perceptions and signals are only coming to the mind. You know, like some toys are working according to the signals of the remote controller. Yes, nowadays these small children are playing with different kinds of toys, and they have a remote controller uh, on their hands, and when they press the button, a car or something, the toy used to be moving there, here and there, like that. Signals, radars are coming to the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness will be able to catch the signals, radars, and things like that. That kind of vibrations. Here, a nature of power. Yes, there is a complete nature of power only. Not easy to understand this power nature. Yes, that means the perceptions and signals are also having some kind of power. So those signals that perceptions and signals power, mind can catch that power. So it's not easy to understand this power nature of the power come into the mind consciousness, because this is very subtle as well as very deep. When we search very deeply and from each angle, we can understand there is no mind inside this body. That is the wonderful thing. From the small, that means from the younger days, we thought the mind is inside the body. Now, according to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's revelation of Lord Buddha's true Dhamma, it's clearly showing that this mind is not inside the body. When we search very deeply and from each angle, we can understand that. It is wonderful and astonishing, and body shivering to know where this mind is. A mind somehow connected to the body is not inside the body. That is the wonderful thing. Lord Buddha said in Detis Mahakunapa, that means the 32 major impurities of the body. Yes. To show this mind is not inside the body, Lord Buddha has separated this body into 32 major impurities to show that. In Dhamma, it's saying like this: Atti masmin kaye kesa loma naka danta tacho mansang naharu atti attimijja vakkang hadayang yakanang kilomakang pihakang pappasang antang antagunang udariyang karisang pittang semhang Pubbo lohitang sedo medo asuvasa kelo singa nika lasika muttang mattake mattalunganti. The translated version of this is somewhat like this: bones, flesh, body, hair, body, yes, body and hair, and again body, hair, tongue, teeth, body, skin, flesh, nerves, veins, bone marrow, heart, liver, membrane, spleen, lungs, kidneys, intestines, mesentery, stomach contents, feces, excrement, bile, mucus, blood, fat, marrow, muscles, skin, gallbladder, pancreas, ureter, lymph, testicles, scrotum, penis, semen and seminal fluid. Things like that. Lord Buddha divided this body into 32 pieces, 32 parts. And all those are major impurities, and said, the Lord Buddha said, divided into 32 parts, and Lord Buddha asked, where is the mind is? So nobody couldn't answer that, because the mind is not anywhere in this body. Up to now, scientists are unable to find where the mind is. Yes, scientists are unable to find where the mind is. In a slaughterhouse of cattle, Gavagataka slaughterhouse of cattle, after cutting the neck, of the cattle even, they used to run without the head. So how come that is happening? If the mind is inside the body, that kind of thing will never happen. But without the head also, this cattle used to run. Mind is not in the head. Can't imagine. Nowadays, doctors are doing heart transplanting of hearts. So we thought, in the olden days, we thought the mind is in the heart. So, but another heart from outside is coming, then the mind should change. This person's mind should change. But it's also never happened. That mind is not in the heart. Yes. After the heart transplant, even the same person has the same qualities of his mind according to his past life, past memories. So that means, that proves there is no mind in the heart also. You may have seen lovers are exchanging heart signs. Yes. In the young age, after the teenagers, when the children are becoming young, they used to send this heart sign to their lovers. You may have seen these lovers are exchanging heart signs, thinking that the mind is inside the heart, but it is not so. Now, where is the mind? That is the biggest question. Where is the mind? If if the if the cattle's neck cut, then if the cattle's neck cut, even the lower part is working. So where is this mind? That is why Lord Buddha is said about Hetupala Dhamma, cause and effect law. To find out this, Lord Buddha preached the Hetupala Dhamma, that means the cause and effect law. In Dhamma, Lord Buddha said like this: Autta sambhutang uttanang bhavisati. Something that has come into existence will eventually be revealed or brought into open. Something that has come into existence will eventually be revealed or brought into open. Again in Dhamma, Lord Buddha said, Ye Dhamma hetu pabhava te sanghetum tathagato aha. Of course, phenomena that arise from causes, that means, of course, phenomena, the things that arise from causes, the Lord Buddha has explained their causes. What is this? If there is light, you have a seeing, cause and effect law. If there is a cause, the effect is arising. If there is light, you have a seeing. If there is light, you have a seeing, or else can't see. If the light is not there, you cannot see anything. Yes. If the light is not there, you cannot see anything. Now, the mind is not in the body. Yes. In different ways we check to see, and now found out, according to Lord Buddha's words and the explanations of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the mind is not in the body. Mind is outside, not in or not out. Seeing means the mind. Seeing mind. If we are seeing something, we are not seeing. The mind is seeing that. That is a seeing mind. Can't see. If there's no light, we can't see. If we pointed the mirror to the sun, mirror is shining. Yes, if we pointed a mirror to the sun, mirror is shining, sparking, and shadow is in the mirror. And there is a shadow is appearing on the mirror. This is how when a light ray comes into your eye lens, your black part of the eye, the pupil, iris area begin to shine. For that we say seeing. Eye camera is taking a photo. Now, can this pupil see? Without light outside, cannot see. The light outside is the cause for seeing. So cause is the light and the effect is the seeing. Therefore, if there is no light, there is no seeing. Ear is also the same. If there is a sound, there is a hearing. Like that. That is the main law on this universe. Every morning, every moment, it is happening. If there is a cause, effect is there. Every morning the sun rises, then the light arising. That means light is the cause and there is a seeing. This machine, this sensor system can see due to that light. When there is a sound, ear can ear is when there is a sound, there is a hearing happening in the ear. Sound is the cause and the effect is the hearing. That is the Hetupala Dhamma, cause and effect law, Lord Buddha revealed to the world and Aryan Mahansa is now explaining to the whole world. We will see one door of these 5 doors. We will see one door of these 5 doors. Without light, no seeing. Therefore, the mind is connected to the light. Now we found that. Now we are seeing one door of these 5 doors. That is the eye door. Without light, no seeing. Therefore, the mind is connected to the light. Mind is connected to the light. Connected to the outside. That means mind is connected to the outside. Mind is not outside or inside. That is the miracle thing. That means this mind is not in outside or no inside. Did you ever think your mind is somewhere outside? We never thought of that kind of thing. Did you ever think your mind is somewhere outside? Can't even think of that without the knowledge of this true Buddhist philosophy of Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa. Did you ever thought your mind is outside the body? Can you believe it? We didn't think of that. How come it is like that without the knowledge of true Buddhist philosophy? We can't think it that way. So now you may think how this could happen. I should think about the things happening to me. Yes. Now a creation of me is there, a wave that is called self view and self perception. And thinking how this could happen. I should think about the things happening to me. But there is no me. There is no self in this 6 sense system. But people used to think that way. Now the mind is not here. You may struggle like a snake, touch the kerosene oil on its skin. Can't even imagine, can't believe what is this. So babyish your brain is. Dharma, Dhamma, Dhamma. People used to say, but Dhamma means the nature. That means how much we can understand by now, how much we are connected to this nature. That means we are a part of the nature. What these mundane world people are doing, they are always separating this body and mind from the nature by thinking there is self in it. This is me, mine, my things, like that, always separating. That is how the sufferings are created. Nature law is very nominal and very equal to each and every being, not only to human beings. Cause and effect law in this whole universe is same, to the applied same to each and every creatures and each and every plants and things like that. Everything, every objects is under the cause and effect law. So when a baby is born, the first breath baby should take inside the first breath. That is the cause for the baby to live the rest of his life. That is the cause. The first breath is the cause, and the effect is the lifespan of that baby. So, cause and effect law is applied to human beings and all other animals and birds and all the creatures, not only them, for the trees and for the soil, even for the soil, earth, and uh, all the great elements and things like that. And for the Shuddhastaka, also the smallest particle of this universal energy vibrations. Also, for each and everything, this cause and effect law is applied. Without a cause, there would not be an effect. That means if there is no rain for more than 6 months, most of the plants will die because there is no sufficient water, like the deserts in the some parts of the earth. But uh, because the rain, the water is the cause for one cause for these plants to live and all the human beings to live on this planet earth, they are very much needed water. So without water they can't live. So water is one cause, and without sunlight there wouldn't be any kind of life on this planet earth, because the sun is the great donor of energy to this planet earth and or to the planet earth. Therefore, without receiving the sunlight, anybody, plants and all the living beings and plants and trees cannot live. So that is the sunlight is a powerful cause, and effect is all are depending on that cause. So cause and effect law is applying there as well. And if a baby is born and if there is no milk for him to drink, that means the baby is starving to death. That means again milk milk is a great cause for this baby to live. So baby needs oxygen, inhalation of oxygen, and the baby needs food. That means mother's milk and clothing. All those are causes for the baby to live. That means the fact, effect for him to live on this planet. Likewise, each and every living being in this planet and all these trees and all these great elements are completely depending on this cause and effect law. But nowadays, people who are preaching Lord Buddha's Dhamma, most of the people, they are not talking about this Hetupala Dhamma, cause and effect law. For even without talking that, they are talking about Kamma Niyama. Yes, there are another set of uh, another set of laws connected to this cause and effect law, but that is only a part. So Lord Buddha always talking about this cause and effect law all the time. But nowadays, our priests and some other uh, people who are speaking about Dhamma, not taking interest about this cause and effect law, and they are talking about Kamma Niyama. But the whole Buddhist philosophy, then whole Buddhism is built on Hetupala Dhamma, that is called cause and effect law. That is the nature law. It shows we are directly reporting to the nature. That is why Lord Buddha said Dhamma means the nature. There is no anybody in this nature to make laws. So that is not true. There is no anybody on the sky sitting there and doing asking to do this and do that. No, nothing, nobody is there, no God is there. This is everything is happening here. The basic law is the base is cause and effect law. Nobody know what Dhamma is because people actually do not know what Dhamma is. There is not a person called, also there is not a person called Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha is not a person. Buddha means the principle of nature. Yes, that is the most valuable thing of in this Buddhist philosophy. Because the Buddhist philosophy means the principles of nature. We are connected and we are directly reporting to the nature. That means we are the nature. We are a part of the nature. So Lord Buddha is not a person. Lord Buddha means the principle of nature, the law of nature. There is a place in the mind, redeemed from the mind. Yes, mind is redeeming from the mind. That is the path to Nibbana. Now, we talk about the Brahma realm. Yes, Aryan Vanse has explained up to this 9th sermon of this Darshana Samapatya and now describing about the Brahma realm. The Brahmas have Prabhashwaran Chittam. Brahmans have radiant mind. They don't have this mind impurities because they have gone so far and they don't have mind impurities. They have a radiant mind. Brahma realm is a very special place because there are no mind impurities, defilements in this Brahma realm, in this Brahmas. So, Aryan Mahansa is also not a person. That means if somebody fully realized the ultimate truth, that means the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, once who reached the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, there is no self. Halfway on this path, when halfway it is vanishing, the self view and self perception, you begin to dissolve and finally there's no self there. So there is not a person who is talking. Where is the mind now searching for the activity? What is this activity? By realizing the action mind. So Aryan Mahanse has so far explained how to realize the action mind. And now, what is this activity? Now searching for the activity. Now, there is no human mind. When a seeker in the path of Nibbana comes to this level, there is no human mind in him. Though he is living in the human realm, his mind has far beyond, because his mind has gone far beyond through the heaven and the heavenly nature and the Brahma nature, that means the radiant mind also. Now the mind is going beyond that. The way of explaining this true Buddhist philosophy up to now, nobody in this planet Earth could clearly clarify these matters like our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado, Aryan Vanse. Though there are so many books written, the Pali Canon, Tripitaka, Vinaya Pitaka, Sutra Pitaka, Abhidharma Pitaka, all are there, written in Pali. But each and every book inside some bookshelves or somewhere stacked, but nobody is opening them and nobody is having discussions on them because they are not interested to find out the true wordings of Lord Buddha. Instead, that they up to now, from very far in the history, they used to practice a wrong view received from a Brahmin from India called a person from India came to Sri Lanka in the past and met Sri Lankan king at that time, Sri Vikramaraja Singha, and took permission to translate the Sinhala Tripitaka into Pali. And his name is Buddha Ghosha, and he wore a Buddha's robe, a robe, but he is not a Buddhist monk, he is a Hindu, and he has translated all the Sinhala wordings into Pali, and he has destroyed the Lord Buddha's true wordings written in Sinhala. All those Tripitaka he was burned to ash. That was the end of that era of becoming Arahanthood. After that, up to now, until our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse revealed, did this revelation of true Buddhist philosophy and the true wordings of Lord Buddha and all these contemplations to show us the correct path to Nibbana. Until such time, this Dhamma was closed because of that wrong view spread by that Buddha Ghosha. The priest, not the priest, the Hindu priest, Buddha Ghosha. And now the books we have in Pali, nobody is able to see the true meaning until our Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse with his higher knowledge, higher wisdom of Abhinya, he is able to read these sutras and find out the true Buddha message, and every day explaining those sutras also and showing how the realization of Nibbana is happening. So therefore, all the Buddhists in this world, all the Buddhists means lay Buddhists and all the monks, now must come to one forum and sit down to discuss this true Lord Buddha's true Dhamma, the ultimate truth revealed by Lord Buddha's revealed by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Now the time has come to discuss without sitting in one corner and saying something and another one is in another corner and saying something that is useless. We all are Buddhists and Lord Buddha is the true master of this universal truth, reopened this universal truth and showed the clear path to become the nature and to end the sufferings. Therefore, we all the Buddhists in this planet Earth, there is a big thing, big work for us to do. That means we must join like a net, and with the help of our Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, we have to discuss this true Buddhism, true Buddhist philosophy, and true path to Nibbana, and must show the path to other people in this planet Earth to the way of ending the way of suffering, because all the human beings are very helpless, though they have so many power, though they have so many wealth, though they have society levels, different society levels, all the humans are becoming very helpless in their deathbed. But if somebody happened to listen to this Buddothpado, PeoTV, Zoom and PeoTV, Zoom and YouTube channel 24/7 from any corner of this planet Earth, will never ever suffer at their deathbed. Not even that, they can live like kings and queens without any kind of suffering after listening to these Dhamma discussions and sermons through this Buddothpado POTV, because we can see every day how many people die, how many people dying with sufferings. Don't know what is there, but their cycle of samsara is not stopped. It's again and again. They have to born in 31 realms of existence, and it is very pathetic situation. So a person who has come to the level of this highest level of understanding the action mind, and see in the realize in the action mind, and uh, searching for the activity. Now there is no human mind. Now they are going beyond that. When we know the mind is not inside the body, if you are still in the babyish level, you may be shaken, shivering. Yes. According to our discussion up to this point, understanding that our mind is not inside the body, if your mind is still babyish, you will become, you may shiver, you will become shivering and shaken. But that is not the way. You must understand, you must try to understand about this body and about this mind, and how the thoughts are creating, and how the body is activating, how the mind is activating. Because we each and every human being is unique. Their way of thinking is unique. One is not equal to another. Therefore, therefore, everybody is unique. So, if they want to end their sufferings, they should follow this. They should come and see what Lord Buddha has revealed, the true Dhamma, and now Buddhothpado Aryan Vahanse is revealing it, discussing it in a with great explanations, with his power of Abhiññāñāna, the higher levels of wisdoms. So all the scientists also come and see how the truth is happening, and without living in the darkness. People think I am in the body, but you are not in the body. You can't understand this. If it is difficult, how can we believe it? But It is the truth. I am not the body. I am not the mind. So there is no I or me or self inside this body. And also there is no I or me or self in the mind. That is the true nature of this body and mind. But there is some kind of connection. The body and mind, there is some kind of connection within these two. Otherwise, or else, body is not working. And if the mind is in the deep sleep or in a coma, when the mind is dead, the body is just lying on a bed and just sitting. Internal activities are happening, internal processes are happening, but other outside activities are not happening. Why? The mind is not working, mind is dead. Therefore, we can clearly understand there is a connection with between this body and mind. Therefore, we must understand, come into this world as human beings. If we are living without knowing the truth of this human nature and human body and human mind, that is of course that is the greatest sin, because due to the ignorance, if somebody is not able to listen to this uh, true Buddhism, that means true Buddhist philosophy, nobody will be understanding the nature of the mind or body. Though they are practicing samatha meditation for years, that means even 50 years they do samatha meditation, useless. When they get up, the self is there and the suffering is there. Mind creator self is there. The world created in the mind is there. So each and every corner, each and every day, we can see lot of things. We can see lot of things through this social media. There are so many meditations they talk about, but no meditation is other than vidarshana meditation. Actually, vidarshana is not a meditation which is sitting and doing. It is, there is no posture for that. Any in your four postures you can do it. The needing is only the wisdom. When you listen to this true Buddhist philosophy and this Buddothpado PeoTV YouTube channel and the Zoom, can join the Zoom and ask any kind of questions also. So then only you will realize what is happening inside your body and how this mind is creating and vanishing. So there is no permanent mind. The mind is just happening and disappearing, appearing and disappearing because of the fast vibrations of everything around us. So a kind of a self created and a kind of a world created inside the mind through these six senses. Therefore, as human beings, we should understand, I am not in this body. There is no I myself. That is just a thought only, a vibration only. So there is no I and there is no mind inside the body, and there is no mind outside the body even. So it's very difficult to explain the position of the mind because mind is not a permanent thing. Like the body, it is also not permanent, but mind is very much faster than the body. Just it's a current. It has a big power. The power, due to that power, the body is and the mind are here activating on this human realm. Now we are trying to come out from this sansaric journey and to stop this circle of rebirth and death. That is why for that we have to listen to true Buddhist philosophy and practice the four contemplations of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse and must listen to Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's sermons all the time. The power of that wordings and Arhant is having, that means a fully realized being. Sage is, his words are so powerful, and when we are listening to those words, the mind is becoming clearer and clearer due to his power. So the synchronization of his mind power. So now for today, I'm trying to conclude this session for today. I worship Teruvan Saranai. I shall worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time, our era. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of this planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Everyone, Saranai Champa and other Dhamma friends. It's thundering heavily here. I left a message to the group also. I might have to leave at any minute. Everyone, Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. We can wait until Dr. Kokila joins. Teruvan Saranai. We can wait a little until Dr. Kokila joins. Teruvan Saranai for all Dhamma friends.
Teruvan Saranai. Ramya down maybe.
May Tripurjan bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion. I'm not sure. I just joined in. Did you all start the Zoom discussion already?
No, Dr. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala came and left because she said a lot of rain and thundering in Kandy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we'll worship and answer. Welcome, everyone. We can start the discussion now. Joel also has joined after a long time. How are you, Joel? Hopefully you're okay. I think you must have had a very busy time with all the festivals, rituals. Was it the case?
Yeah, doctor, had this Easter and also got busy.
Yeah, must
Today, a
have.
lot
I
of
thought about that.
joining, but again, I have a problem. It's thundering here.
Yeah,
So I will
it's
also
all good.
leave in 2 minutes, okay?
Okay, all good. Yeah. So both Candy side is not able to join today because of the thundering. So anything we can discuss today, Champa?
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor, did you hear the today morning last moment discussion of Aryan Mahanse?
Yeah, I did.
It's very great, I think. Can you please say
Can
something?
you
Yeah,
tell about that a bit, because
Doctor,
I listen but I can't directly remember now. But if
Doctor,
you tell something, I will.
Satara
Yes.
Brahma Viharana discuss. Aryan Mahanse discuss early in the morning session.
What is Satara Brahma Viharana?
Metta, Mudita, Karuna.
Metta, Karuna, Mudita, Upeksha. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, Aryan Mahanse explained that we can't reach these stages without, we have to, myself, we have to
Find
get rid
myself.
of myself.
First find myself and then get rid of myself. And actually, because there's a misunderstanding here, and to actually get rid of the misunderstanding, we need to find the actual truth also. So Champa, what aspect were you talking about?
Doctor, there were so many things Aryan Mahanse discussed about this.
What actually caught your attention?
Yes, perception coming within us about the existence of the world. That is also affecting us now, Doctor, because we are still thinking this world is there. So the perception coming within us about this about the existence of the world. And this Dhamma is to understand, research. It's a kind of a research to understand the self view and the self perception.
Yeah. It was a very comprehensive talk. Surangika also has joined. Surangika, did you get the chance to listen to today's morning sermon?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, not till evening, and also in a bit of a rush, so I didn't actually get the point. That self-perception, self-thing, isn't it? That you were
Yeah,
just talking. Sorry, I just joined now. Was that what Champa was referring to?
Champa was referring to last few last part of Aran Hanse's discussion today morning.
Yeah,
Yes.
when he was explaining to that mother, no, that you have to basically what is the thing that has to be felt is the Atma. But then he differentiated between the self-perception and the
Self-view.
self-view. But he talked about the feel.
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't actually paying enough attention. No, I didn't. I made a mental note that I have to listen to that again because it was. Yeah, I hadn't listened to it properly. Was he talking about the feeling? Feel.
Yes, Surangika, Aryan Vahanse said, the feel, the current, self-view.
No, the thing is, I think we have talked about this a lot.
Yes.
It's mainly about the self vibration. So the problem is with this always this confusion is there where we talk about the non-form, because form. I mean, sensual world is anyway easy because that is what we are fully aware. We know what the sensual world is. Form world is the actual where if it is the light, you will have the the form, light form, and if it's a sound, you will have the kind of the perception that it is sound. But in the form and unform, it is all about the feel only. So Malini, if you want to talk, you can mute the Malini Amma. Malini Amma, can you mute your mic, please? Yeah, thank you. So this is the thing. So the whole problem is when mothers are answering, there's a gap in knowing what is this alive feel and what is this power. That is the whole thing. I think this keep coming back. This discussion keep coming back because it is a bit tricky area because it's in the field side. We also can't do much explanation. We can only say examples as such, because we always try to say, seeing with power. So how can you actually say that? Because it's all in the because we know that even if the curry is so hot and we are like have bitten kochi or a piece of chili which is very hot, our tongue will be burning so much, but that's not the actual burning. Self-burning is some completely different problem there. So that is the issue. That is the feel. And even when people talk about I think yesterday also I was trying to touch it on behalf of Surangika. I actually got sidetracked there also, because you all talk about, once you have actually directly asked me also, this someone who is in the path, if someone has actually come to the level of no returner, it is only the good feel. I mean, no perception, no self-perception that would be prominent. So what is going to happen? That was the thing. It is from avadiya to coming to become the avadiya. So that is the area where we don't really talk about that much, because that just happens. We can't really do much about it, because that is the time that Avadi is anyway there because the none of the worldly things will be a thing. But
Yeah, there, Dr. Kokila. Now again, I keep, maybe I've been asking you this maybe more than 10 times. The
yeah, and I kept
perception.
missing it. Yeah.
The one perception is that now that is at Anagami stage, isn't that right?
One perception? No. What do you mean by that? One vibration?
That Ekama company?
Yeah.
You know how Aran Hansa says Ekama company?
Yeah, that is a self vibration. Yeah.
That is that's at Anagami stage, right? Because everything, you know, how we have the Ujjati, the Uddipana, what do you call that thing in English now?
Excitation.
Yeah. So the excitation, no matter from what sensor the stimuli comes, it's basically just one. And that is what we refer to
Excitation
as
of
the
worldly perceptions will not be there, but there is a slight thing with the
that slight thing.
Slight thing is there for the actual good feel.
So is that the one company, one vibration? Sorry,
No, one vibration
perception.
is okay. Now I have to go back. One vibration is now, you know that there is Akasanyayatane Vinyanana. I really can't do
Yeah,
these
those
Pali
things.
words.
Yeah.
Those things are they are the areas where this is going to happen. So there, of course, there would be a point where the vibration would be felt, but there is so much changes happening. So you can't really call it only one area. This path, you can't really restrict into one. Don't even think about that. Even these 4 areas, actually, it's not a necessity. Because Hinayana only had that. But what I'm trying to
one thing only, I mean, within that, the 4, you know, those type of
yeah, there are 4 levels as well.
Shuddhavasha, I know that there are those degrees, but is that beyond Anagami in the Arahat path? Yeah, anyways, too complicated.
Yeah, it is too complicated. And if you, I think the best one to answer is Aranansi. The thing I'm trying to say is, not the actual that part. What I'm trying to say is, the one vibration, because you keep asking about the one vibration. One vibration is whether it is the feel of non-existence or existence. So the existence here is the non-existence. I don't know whether I'm answering it properly. So that is the reason I think better to ask Sarananse, because you know
existence is the non-existence.
Because
maybe it's
the
those
avadya is the
Anyasamiti
avadya is the thing which is going to be a kind of a thing there, but it is not a thing for that system, but it is in that level. What happens is it becomes a non-vibration, so it becomes the avadya. That's how we call it, you know, like it becomes that you know that who was talking about that Sonamali was talking about that one line. Even that line should disappear, because that line, it will become that line. Do you understand? So
yeah, just to portray that to us, she gave the example
no,
of
even
that line.
Yes, that line will be felt by someone. But what I'm trying to say is, in an arahant level, to my understanding, it should disappear, because you become that. Do you get it? There's a stage where it changes from
yeah, that one, Dr. Kokila, is those 3, Anya Samiti, Anyi, and Anyatavi. Because
yeah, that's all in field. Because that day also I was trying to tell you that your question was wrong, but we never got there properly because it's so confusing, I think.
Actually, Anya Samiti might be the, you know, how Aranma says, it has to be felt. So that is, Now the feel
Even
that,
Anyi should be felt. I think this whole
yeah,
part is
because
in
now
the
these
field.
Anya are all jnana, no?
Yeah,
So
it's all
jnana is the
field.
thing that is felt, no?
Yeah, so we can't talk
So
about anything in the mind.
no,
None
true.
of these things are in the mind.
True. But then on the path, the Anya Samiti is also felt, no? The fact
Yeah,
that
felt.
something doesn't become a thing is felt. And then that the feeling that it doesn't become a thing, that feeling is also dissipating, also gradually. That is Anyi,
That is becoming, yeah. Becoming the non-vibration.
the middle section, because that is fading. And then what you say about the line also disappearing is the Anyatavi.
Yes. Yes. So anyway, even that is not the question you keep asking again and again. Is about this one vibration. One vibration is a self vibration, and there is a kind of a line where vibration is there and the non-vibration arises. So this is the area that we can't talk, obviously, because it has to be felt. So, but the vibration has to be felt. That's today morning, whole morning. Aran Hanse's request was try to find you. Try and find yourself. Try to find your vibration. That was the request. So if you haven't find your vibration, if you don't know what kind of strength is there in that vibration, there's no comparison. There's no comparison kind of thing. There's no understanding that it has come to zero, because you have to know your defilements. You have to know how much power is there. It has to be felt, and it has even that coming down to zero is also a feeling. That is also the three things that you told actually, because to come to the first one, whatever the words you said, whatever the first one, you have to have the feeling of your own vibration. Then only it will come to the zero. So the main issue is, how would you know? How would Ananda Thero know that he hasn't? He didn't just go and tell other. He didn't go to the meeting and say, "Well, I'm not sure whether I'm an arahant. Can you all check me and maybe ask me some questions and check me whether I'm an arahant?" He didn't say that. He didn't. So that's the thing. It is there's a area where undescribable, unexplainable, because it's all in the field side. So come and feel, that's all we can say. The main thing is to understand it's all about your self vibration. That is the one vibration. If you keep asking me again and again, it is the one vibration, is your vibration. And non-vibration,
So
yes.
one company, ekama company, or one vibration is the self vibration, and that is the self vibration that Kemakatero referred to as the dye or something, or the fragrance of the dye that is still remaining.
No, that is actually So I think Aranwansa is the best person to ask these things, but I feel that is the Avadya that is that he still feels that difference between the Avadya and the non-vibration, because there is a subtle thing there which Aranwansa hasn't touched.
Yeah. Because I get confused with Anuruddha Thero's, how he said it's not stable.
It's not stable means he has felt it
non-vibration.
once. If it's not stable means he has felt it once or twice or thrice.
Or maybe more than once or twice, but he knows, he feels that it is not permanent.
Well,
That's
that means
why
the
he said it's not.
self-vibration keeps coming back.
Yeah, that means he's at least occasionally feeling the self vibration, isn't it? So what I was
But
trying to say was I get confused
you
with
are
the
actually confused there, because when you ask that question, I also feel it, that you are confused. So the problem there is you kind of so just imagine a system. Now don't take anyone here, just a system, just attribute it to a system. A system feels non-vibration once. What happens? Once. What happens? That's the
it
stream
has a
enterer. That's the stream
yeah.
enterer. So once that system is fully aware about your own vibration, that system's own vibration, and the non-vibration, right?
Yes.
No judgment, nothing, no problem whatsoever.
Yes. Yes.
So that is once. But then there is a second stage where the defilements will slowly get isolated now, because there's no self-view. So defilements are slowly going down. But saying that, not you, oh my God, that system will never make the misunderstanding of attributing whatever to the self-view. It won't even occur there. That it is not a thing to that system. No misunderstanding whatsoever that it is self, right? So it becomes aviññānaka in that aspect, because it's all becoming non-self angle now. Doesn't relate to a person now. They don't relate it to a person in the sense it doesn't happen like that way. But that system still feels everything, but it's not attributed to someone. So slowly this, whatever the specifications of the self vibration will slowly go down, because the self view is the one which magnified all these problems of self vibration. Don't forget, there is a self vibration still. There is self vibration still, only the self views stopped.
Yeah, so just to add to that, as R.N. once was trying to explain, which is the point that I didn't understand, where does the self-perception fit into all this? Atma Sanya?
Well, Vedana Sanya, they are there in the field side.
No,
Because,
Atma Sanya.
Yeah, self-perception.
Not that Vedana Sanya.
Same thing. The alive feel and the alive perception. So the alive feel is giving you the
is the vibration.
Alive feel is actually the
self vibration.
Power, the consciousness with power. So all the time when you say consciousness, normal consciousness, not an arahant's consciousness, normal consciousness, it has that power. Even that's what we were talking about that day, even the amoeba has that, even the worm has that, even the little baby in the cot has that, even the zygote has that. That alive feel is there with the power. This is what is the research about. This is where your deep research is about, trying and finding that vibration. So that vibration, there is a slight perception everywhere. Even in that, there's no mind in the amoeba, but still there's potential for that self-perception. It's a very, very subtle thing. That's it is called asa.
Dr. Kokila, can we separate the three sayings? Self-view is the karma bhumi or sensual world. Self-perception is form and self-vibration formless? Or you can't do it that way?
You can. But it's again our theory. I mean, none of
No,
these
it does,
theories are true.
I
Yeah.
just said that, but maybe that's not correct. What I was trying to get at is that self-perception, because perception can't exist at the point of field. Now, when these defilements are
No, at the
dissolving,
point of, that's what I'm trying to say. At the level of the perception, you can't talk about a perception. At the level of the zygote, you can't talk about a perception.
even the self-perception, because that also has dissolved, is it?
But the potential is there, asava is there. You can feel it. You can feel it. You can actually, in these experiences, you can feel it if you went that far into the field side. That is the thing, important thing. So the
Yeah, I think
capturing that
that is.
moment is the
Mm,
problem.
it's almost as if it's there lurking in the background, isn't it?
Yeah, always.
That self-perception thing, almost trying to take a better hold of the system, something like that.
Yeah. Have you seen a dream? Even in the dream, the self-perception is there.
Mm.
Have you felt that?
Mm.
Who has seen a dream? Maybe I will ask Sudharma. Sudharma,
Maybe
have you
somebody
seen a
else,
dream?
yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, doctor. Yeah, it's very interesting. And this single vibration is the vibration that telepathized into the zygote, and it repeatedly happens whenever any sense faculty vibrates. The same vibration arises,
Yes,
and
arises.
self perception, doctor. It is the
Now,
other
there's
side
two
of the
things
same. Yeah,
Aranvanse says.
yeah.
Exist Bhavasanya and Atmasanya. Even that day he was talking to me about that, and I actually
Right.
rectified that. He was saying in the morning session 5 a.m.
Right.
Bhavasanya is the existence perception. Atmasanya is the power that is maintaining that.
All right. So, what we understood previously was, doctor, you can correct, when the radiant mind child feels the
You don't.
existence of light, that on the other side, the self perception arises. It is the other side of Ittasanya. Ittasanya is on this side,
Are you
self,
talking about the
I don't
zygote or what? Why are you
know,
are you talking
radiant.
about the zygote?
Not zygote. The zygote level, no perceptions, but the child with the radiant mind, even well, if the sense faculties function properly, may perceive stuff at individual level.
No. Still, there's
No,
no perception.
no self-perception, existence.
Self-perception is there. Other perceptions are not there, because that is the thing what I'm trying to say. Self-perception is not manifesting yet, but it is there.
Yeah,
But
it's
that's what
there
I'm trying to
at
say. The
dormant
zygote level also, these potentials are there. No, that is the asava.
Taints, that vibration, self
So
vibration.
the self vibration is there. But what I'm trying to say is it gives you the existence perception, even in the zygote level. Even the amoeba feels the existence perception, and there is that power to maintain the life. That is why the life feel is sajivi.
Right. Yeah.
Amoeba also feels alive now.
Right. Feeling of life, the survival.
So just you try to become the amoeba now. Can you? How can I become an amoeba? I'm a teacher.
We can be anything. No, can be anything.
Yeah, try to become the amoeba now. Just imagine you are an amoeba. The life field is there. The life field is this next thing, that power. That is there because of the existence field. So the Bhavasanya, Atmasanya, these are all discussions. Don't take these too serious, but these are feelings.
Yeah. but to know it is
But
important.
you can feel this with the cross sound also. You can feel this even with the touching your phone also. You can, if you're seeing a flower, you might feel this as well. This is the experiment that Aranahansa is telling us to do. Try and pierce. So the baby or the zygote or the amoeba can't do anything about this existent field. Can't do anything about it. Even if they die, that existent field will be there. That power is there. Definitely there is a life again. Right? The cycle of birth.
But I mean, when this process is understood, when the process is explained, how we say that once the sensors start, once the learning starts, it is at that time that
Learning
names and
starts about 1
labels,
year of age. No, 1 year of age.
names
Or 1
and
year of
labels are
age, maybe
given,
before 1 year,
and
maybe like 9 months.
But we say, that names and labels are given, and then the perceptions are formed, and then because somebody actually gives a name to it, right? So the
No,
sensation
Miss
is felt right
Surangika,
from the beginning.
excuse me.
Yeah.
Once when I asked that, Aryan Hanse said, no, it is your school syllabus. Don't say name and form is always necessary for perception. Even Tarzan has the mother perception. Even the kitten would follow a duck
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
mother something. Yeah, that's it. Perception has nothing to do with names, and I mean later it would mature into that. Maybe Dr. Kokila can explain, but he emphasized that don't
I
confuse
remember
this
that
name.
question
Yeah,
you asked,
yeah,
Sudama. That
yeah,
was where
yeah,
he said that the baby feels the warmth of the mother, right?
yeah. True. Yeah, that
And then
perception.
that is a perception there. Is that what Dr. Kokila you mean?
Yeah, that's the form level.
So that perception then exists in the baby. Is that right?
Yeah,
Baby in the
my
sense like
question.
bigger baby, yeah.
Yeah.
Not
My
the fetus kind of thing.
Sorry, Sudharma. Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah, my question was, I started the question as Aryan answer, since the child in the code doesn't know the word amma, can we say the child has some perception of or exist and feel or something? Then he said, nonsense, it is the school syllabus that all come together and Ditta Sutta and form things. When you go by the syllabus, this is how things happen. I mean, you get lost. It is be realistic. Even with there he mentioned that worm thing also. With a single sense faculty, worm has that get this life feel that, like Dr.
Yeah.
Kokila explains. Now the child also maybe with smell of the mother and the warmth, so he has some perception. So perception also doesn't remain the same. No, it may develop
Yeah.
by
Perception is
additions and
changing.
more exposure. Yeah,
Okay.
exposure. Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand a little bit. Thank you, Sudama. So trying to see where we started.
No, there is a confusion there with Surangika. Every day it comes to me, but I quite miss it because with all the direction of the talk actually varies and question goes out. It's our actually inability to address something properly. Like Karan once has that ability, we don't, but we're trying our best. So with the discussion, we will try to get this sorted because always I try to get attention towards this non-form because of that. So the mind bubble, I always tell mind bubble is actually full of this things that we have studied, you know, like mother, father, all these things, even the red, blue, even the word light is falling into that. You know, I saw
Yeah,
light,
if we just stick to that perception, Dr. Kokila, otherwise
that is,
it will
now I
get
am
probably
going to say
confused
something
again
that is,
otherwise.
no, this problem is where, because you always take the perception as the mind perception, that is the problem. Whenever I use the word, you are like jumping into the mind perception, and I am sometimes talking about the other perceptions. That is the whole problem, I think, here.
So maybe, so actually to Sudharma's point, which was discussed with Aryan Mahansa, when Aryan Mahansa said, what nonsense, baby has a perception. Was he referring to the basic perceptions? Because basic perceptions are anyway
Perceptions.
undeniable. No? That's accepted that the baby has those perceptions. Now we are trying to find out about the self-perception. No?
No,
The baby.
self-perception uh, is the same as the chair perception. That's
Yeah,
what
mirror
I mean.
image.
That is the two sides of the same coin. From this side, when the light becomes true for the child, the self
Yeah,
becomes, it's
100%.
a feel. Yeah,
Yeah, that I
that's
can say wow for that, Sudharma. That's a good one.
Yeah, that was actually very good, Sudama. So what you're saying is,
I think we can
yeah, the
make
basic
Surangika
perception
so
has
confused.
become,
Tomorrow, Surangika will ask a question from Aranahanse, and there would be a good discussion.
in the morning, Aryan Hanse gave a message to everyone. Now, to all those who talk, I am telling because I didn't take it personally, but I was also contributing. I feel your voice, the excitation level. You all think he didn't name a person. Whoever talks here talks like with excitation, as if you know everything, and for other people, you sympathize. That is not the loving kindness here in Aryabhumi. And my God, I took it because we can't do anything. Sometimes we talk with a smile. It comes from the system itself. So there is excitement. Aryan also said, I know A to Z about every Tom, Dick and Harry coming here, and something he said, he was like I that no, he was not telling things directly sometimes. If the cap fits, we have to put it on. But anyway, to everyone, he gave that message. Still, the self perception, there is a strong self perception. The moment you open your mouths, I feel that that's what he said indirectly, actually.
yeah, that part I also heard, Sudama. Whether it
Yeah,
is in the inflection of the voice, whether it is in the
yeah,
up
yeah,
and down tone, whether
yeah,
it
he
is in
said.
all kinds of forms and mannerisms, he said
Exactly.
the self vibration can be felt, and that we cannot. And this is the point, isn't it? Even in explaining the Dhamma, the
Mm.
ideal, the most ideal thing is actually to uh, fully realize the Dhamma, the system, before anyone can, actually um, reach out to help. But then practically that doesn't happen. It's such a rare thing, which is why, the systems that are on the path, to the extent that they feel something, only can explain, as Aranmas says, one cannot explain anything more than what is felt. Anyway,
True,
now we
he
are
said so.
digressing.
He said so. Yeah.
Yeah, so coming back to the baby, if the baby feels the mother's warmth, now say that's the body.
No, even those words are wrong. So if you're talking about a baby who has no the like full just imagine a 6-weeker their sensory things are all in the field side. But perceptions will start to happen. But what I'm trying to say is these perceptions will have like imagine the mother is a monkey. No, I mean Tarzan, mother is a monkey. That system is fully not aware about a monkey or the mother. There is a Rupa Satana. How do I say that?
Form.
Shape of life.
There's a shape.
Shape of life. We call direct translation for
Shape of
yeah.
light. There's a shape of light. And also for the cat, the kittens, the cat died. There's only a duck there as a mother. The duck, the shape of light is, they're going after that. They don't have an idea about that. I don't know. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, I remember that
That's what.
example Aranvansi gave, isn't it? There are some animals, whatever they see moment they are born, that is considered the focal point.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we were talking about the sensation.
But the amoeba's
anyway,
level
bodies.
is different. Amoeba's level is different, or the zygote level is different. Actual perception level is different. You know, if you remember, smell is in the perception level. Vibration is completely different phenomena. It's only in the feel side.
Yeah, vibration is in the feel side. But now we were talking about the self-perception.
That is the self-perception. Why are you talking about?
Confused. I think this has to be a self-perception for dummies lesson, Dr. Kokila, for me. 101 for dummies.
It's worth talking about it even billion times. Self-perception, because that is the biggest challenge also. No? That's good.
That is what is important, finding your own vibration. So finding your own vibration is that is that power. That is the power that you're going to feel if you actually exit the actually because of Dhamma, if there is one point that mind is the perception level is not there, it is
But
just
for the
feel.
perception to arise, there must be some kind of sensation. No?
100% cross sound.
In
I
the
mean for the
morning,
baby.
doctor.
So let's take keep doing the baby.
Okay. Yes.
So the baby, say the first sound the baby is hearing is the mother's voice.
Maybe the theaters, all the doctors sound. Hitting.
Maybe we should
so
do the
hard.
warm-up. No, you said the body sensation. Was that the?
There are
Because
so
we are
many
not
things.
talking about
Even
the
the
sensory
fetus is.
perceptions here, isn't it? We are talking about the feel, you said. But then the body is also a sense of perception.
That is the thing. So the word feel is also very contradicting everything. So these words are really not helpful. But this feel we are talking about in the zygote level is like in the amoeba level, any basic level is actually worm is little bit far away from the zygote level, because zygote level it's only the vibration level only, but worm, because there's temperature and the touch, there may be an additional like another kind of a perception there, which we don't know. But what I'm trying to say is even one sensory organ, even if we can't talk about one sensory organ, even if it's one cell, still there is a power. How there is that power to live? How there is that power to live is because there is the existence field. How this existence field has come is because of the cellular vibration or the sense of vibration. So this can't be understood by the amoeba, of course. This can't be understood by the baby, of course. But after becoming an adult, maybe you are listening to something. The same phenomena can happen. Through the wisdom, the levels will be evident. It needs some kind of pointedness, because if there's no pointedness, you can't actually pierce one thought. But if it happens, because you are not doing it, if it happens, you can feel the absence of perception and the level of the vibration. That level of vibration is your self vibration. And if Dhamma comes there properly, because about 2-3 people in this discussion for the last 5 years, I have heard saying they got scared when they felt that. But that is because Dhamma didn't come there. But if the Dhamma actually comes there properly, and if it applies properly, then the non-vibration could have felt. It is the absence of that power. It is a field. You can't really do anything other than that, because it's a field. You can't really tell more than that. Even because this is kind of experience we are trying to deliver, that can be different experiences maybe, but there is only one way. Lord Buddha said there's only one way. One way is the piercing on thought, to try and understand this Dhamma. This is purely the beginning of the path I'm talking. Nothing about the latter part. Latter part just happens. The defilements will slowly go down because there is no ownership. But the beginning, I'm talking about only about the beginning, which I'm actually able to tell, because in part, I think it is better for Aranmanse to talk, because the latter part is mainly about someone who is having the non-feel. It's feel first and then the non-feel, then non-feel not becoming a thing, in the sense becoming the non-feel. So that happens anyway. If you're actually in the path, it will happen anyway. The task, the challenge, everything is in the beginning. Challenge is in the beginning. Fully realizing what your vibration is, what is your self-vibration, what is the self-perception. Then only you will realize what is self-perception even. Because when I asked, have you felt the self-perception in the dreams, you're like, thought about it. So just imagine a person who has not listened to Dhamma is so calm and cool and quiet and happy and all that, looking at a flower, still that self-vibration is there. Happiest person in the world, not craving for the flower even, but self-vibration is there.
That's because of
Self-perception is also
ignorance.
there. Yeah, but the
Ignorance, isn't it?
self-perception is there. So the identifying it is the problem. Because Aranmanse always tells, it's not the burning of your tongue, which is the self-perception. So what it is the problem. So this entertainment, or the power which pushes you to the next level, next stage. What is that? Existence perception and the self-perception are slightly two different variants. If you feel existent, that definitely the power is there to maintain that. You can't actually do anything about it. But this bhava sanya will be actually attacked, because the moment that you fully realize Dhamma, the existence will be feel, or the self perception will be like self feel will be gone. It will be gone. That is the beginning of the no self perception, because otherwise you don't have a no self perception. You don't know a no self perception until you feel that you don't know a no self perception. You imagine a no self perception, but you don't know the no self perception. Am I clear? I don't know. Poor effort.
I think it's just the kind of form, the basic outline of an existence is what you're trying to say, isn't it? Because
It's completely in the field side. You
I
can
mean the
feel it.
perception. Perception is not in the field side, right? This is perception we're talking about.
You can't
Not
really
vibration.
differentiate them. Vedana, Sanya, they are in the same side. Again, self feel and the self perception, they are same, kind of same. Vedana, Sanya, you can't really differentiate.
So, for example, in the dream, if one actually is aware that something is happening, if we say colloquially to me in the dream, that is what you are referring to when you ask the question, did you feel the self-perception, right? With the notion that something actually happened to me. Now, you know how you, in dreams, you are falling from buildings, or you are running or something like that, right? So then you know that it's not happening. But then there are other things also happening in a dream. Say, for example, there are other people in the dream. So then there's a clear distinction between something that is happening to other people in contrast to this system, right? In the system, we don't say in the dream it's a system, so say it's me, for example. So that clear distinction, the feeling of that is what you're referring to as...
It is much deeper than that, because even the unicellular organism loves to live. How does that come?
So it's the sign, not just the feel.
It is in the feel side.
No, the
It is in
feel
the
is
feel
there,
side.
true, but we're talking about the perception.
Yeah. So the perception in the human is a light, okay? Light. What is
So if we,
sound?
if we say about, how he explains the sun, so we don't go into the sun because we have a perception that it's hot in the sun.
That is
So
completely in the, that if you take actually the moon or the sun or the river and all that, that is completely in the sensual world. That is a sensual world.
No, is that sensual world? The fact that that from here we can feel we have a
You are talking about, you
perception
are
that the
inside the
mountain
home.
is... Sorry?
Yeah, you are inside the home and you know that the mountain is there or the river is there. Yeah, that's the perception. Yes.
That's the perception. And then, for example, if somebody is calling you to come to the garden to do something, and it's like 35 degrees in Australia, you're inside the house, you don't want to go out because there's a perception of how hot the sun is, right?
That's very basic one. Yeah.
So same thing like the mountain.
Yeah, that's a basic one.
So that's perception.
That's a mind perception.
But if we look at about the Anyasamiti Indriya, maybe that point, then
You
there
can't
is a
come to
feel.
that now suddenly because you're talking
No,
about the perception
I'm
and
trying to
coming to the
get at the
feel
same
again.
perception that you're talking about.
I think
Self-perception.
I have confused you so much. No, definitely you will ask this so that I think good thing will
Unfortunately,
happen.
too much of work. I always miss that morning thing. Otherwise, as Sudharma said, could have got a good scolding from
Yeah,
In
but
the
Aryan.
morning, Miss Rangika and Dr. Kukila, in the morning, that one mother came, one who asked about a question from Aryan Mahansi yesterday. Then Aryan Mahansi said, "You are taking everything with a strong self-perception and self-view." So today she also joined and asking. So Aryan Mahansi said like this: "We have anyway done the same thing some time back." So she was asking, how can I find this self? So all were explaining how the self view, self perception got created, so on and so forth. But actually, that shock she got, that disappointment she got when Aryan was said that itself was the self perception, isn't it? So that is the feeling. I mean, best way to identify the self perception that you when Arana says now
actually,
having yeah,
Sudharma,
doctor.
disappointment itself is a bit superficial.
Mm-hmm.
Disappointment
Yeah.
is superficial. Not liking the
Yeah.
disappointment is a bit deeper than that.
Uh,
You know, that day you
yes.
felt you did something really without the mind, and then after that you did something with mind. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the school.
I had some regrets. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, self is there when you are enjoying that the one you did without and one you did with, you are actually regretting. So this, even the disappointment is kind of the superficial level. Who is not liking the disappointment now?
That person, that is the self. True.
Yeah, so this goes low. I mean,
Deeper. Yeah.
deeper and deeper, because we
Deeper.
take like
Yeah.
like imagine my son dies. So tomorrow my son dies and I'm sad. That's very superficial. That is not the dukkha. That is a dukkha. What is it? Dukkha.
In the mundane world. Mundane world. Dukkha.
Mundane
It is
world
not.
dukkha.
It
It
is
is a
not the
kind
truth
of a
of.
dukkha as well. It is a kind of a dukkha as well. But no, there's 3 levels of dukkha. No, what is it? Do you remember?
Yeah. Truth of suffering. Dukkha satya. Dukkha arya satya.
Dukkha,
That's it.
no.
Yeah.
Dukkha satya, dukkha arya satya.
Satya. Yeah.
Yeah, so dukkha is normal dukkha that we feel.
Yeah.
Son died, I'm sad. That's also kind of a dukkha, yes. Disappointment is a dukkha. Yes, disappointment. I don't like sadness because my son died. Sadness is there. But there is always a deeper side into that. There are deeper levels into that. So a life feel, the existence feel, trying to maintain the existence feel is the saddest part. The saddest part, worst part of the sadness, suffering. Actually, it's really interesting if you can actually feel it, because that's the real sadness, real suffering, trying to maintain, which is something which is not there. Imagine existence feel itself is wrong, and you're trying to maintain that. Just imagine how pathetic.
So that is, doctor, again taking the perception as true, right?
Dukkha arya satya is the lowest level.
Yeah.
That is trying to maintain the life field or the existence field. It's very deeper level.
That dukkha is the loss of the son, which is the basic mundane world one. Then
Sadness, yeah.
dukkha
You're very
satya,
sad.
is where the system understands that there is no such thing or person called the sun. This is all a mind creation. So that external reality is no longer true, but because and so there is some amount of relief by that, and that is dukkha satya. But still the suffering is there as long as the perception is still there in the mind, right? Because that is still true. But then when that also is understood and realized to be a non-entity, not true, then comes the final redemption, which is dukkha arya satya. So, Dr. Kokila, you are referring to that mind perception.
Dukkha Arya Satya I was talking about. I jumped.
Dukkha arya satya.
Yeah. So the suffering.
Yeah.
So if you talk about losing the sun, that is very sad. Yes, that's okay. That is also some kind of suffering. But the form world, just imagine form world, Brahma. Just imagine form world Brahma who is in wrong view. There is no attraction towards anything in that level. It's just a perception of whatever basic light or sound or whatever. So in that level, what is the suffering? It's trying to maintain that perception. As soon as their form world is going to shatter, their vibration goes very high. They can end up in Niraya also. How? Because there's no one there, just another system. But that system can end up in Niraya. Niraya is the highest vibration, kind of highest power. So why? Because even in that level, there is so much effort to maintain that form level. And of course you can't. And then there's, even though there's no talk about death or anything, form world Brahma also has this problem. Just imagine non-form. Non-form, I'm not talking about asanya, because asanya is different, because asanya is like a deep sleep. But still, even if you're in asanya, once there is vibration, suddenly, if you exit that level, again, that level also can end up in niraya, because the vibration will be very high, because it's so rare occurrence of vibration suddenly. Imagine sleeping for 80 kalpas, isn't it? Just a metaphor. It's not sleeping as such, but because someone will get the idea, okay, the vibration is sleeping. No. It's like it's not vibrating at all. There's no talk about a vibration. You can't talk about it at all. When the vibration happens, it happens. Then only we know that that is happening. When there's no vibration in asanya, there is no way of talking about that vibration, because it's not happening. So it's not like a vibration is sleeping somewhere. No. So don't take that metaphor so badly. That would be a disaster, actually. So I'm not talking about asanya, because asanya is the last bit. You don't have to go to asanya all the time in no form, non-form level. Non-form level, there can be like consciousness. That is just the life feel. So there's just the feel, and there is so much effort to maintain that feel. That is the suffering.
Maybe only the live feel is, but the live feel is felt because the self view is there still. So the self perception
you
is
can't
tied
talk
to that
about
self view.
self. That is why we call it ditta astrava, because there's no big mind there to keep thinking.
But it's there at perception level, no?
it's a perception. It's actually very sleeping dormant level, but 100% there. Yes, you know, alive feel, existence feel is there. Alive feel is there. Cycle of birth is there. Someone who understands Dhamma, this path is completely different. Because at that point, if someone actually come to the non-form, it is usually the avadiya, which is there.
Dr. Kokila, I think we have to double check that Chaturarya Satya thing. I remember once Aryan Mahansa explained this dukkha is, as you all said, it is the suffering in the mundane world. Dukkha Satya, truth of suffering, is suffering which arises when the perception becomes true. After the death of the son, the perception still remains. As you mentioned, the shoe was missing and the shoe perception was there. And this dukkha arya satya is liberation. I think so.
Dukkha arya satya is
Arya satya,
dukkha arya satya
that
is
realize, that knowing the truth and realization. That's what he explained, as I remember. That's how he explained. Arya satya is not suffering; it is the liberation level.
Yeah, you can check about it. But what I'm trying to say is, it's at the feel level. It is in the feel level, and if someone feels it only, there is liberation. If you don't know the feel level, there is no liberation.
Yeah, true. You use some other.
You have to come to that level to feel the dukkha satya, dukkha arya satya, and liberation is there with Dhamma. Without Dhamma, there is no liberation, because there is so much non-form Brahmas there. Without knowing Dhamma, they are not liberating. So the importance is, if Dhamma is there in the background, if the non-form level arises, then the dukkha arya satya is actually the vibration, self-vibration, and the non-vibration will arise. Yes, liberation will happen. I can actually put
I think what
petrol
Aryan
here.
also said. Sorry.
And I can put petrol here, and so put a fire in, and then actually it will be good. Then you all will be like, I think what she said should be clarified, and then you can clarify. Then it might be a good discussion.
You always do that. You always give a lot of food for thought. That's how we proceed day by day. And actually, I was directly asking you that day, when you and Asanti talk, we don't see that much of, excitation in those voices. From the Dr. Kokila, anyway, when I heard your voice in this platform, from those days also, it was like that. But when Asanti was talking at the beginning, there was a lot of excitation but now her voice is also calm. So I mean, it happens with them when you mature in the past. You always had it, but when we talk, of course, that we don't have to hide. But anyway, it comes. That excitation is felt by Aryan Mahanse today. He definitely mentioned.
Being free is good. Whether the excitation is not there or there, it doesn't matter. Feel free to ask questions, and because Aryan Mahanse's time is limited, only 5 o'clock or in the morning or 7 o'clock at night. 7 o'clock at night, a lot of the time there's no much people there. I mean, I think there is about 100 people there, but I hear only like same kind of voices there. So 5 o'clock, there's a bit of a variation, but again, I think if people are having questions, there's a lot to ask. Actually, I was also thinking after, because this summer and all that, all the weekends are gone for kids' activities. Now I think winter is coming. There's a possibility that I might be able to ask something in the weekends. I was thinking about it. Actually, it's good to ask questions in order to actually, because when I answer your questions, also I get the idea now. I feel that there is something lacking, and but I may be not the best person to give the answer, but it is very important to understand that there are levels of vibration. There is levels of vibration, and if you stop in the level of perception, there is a trick there, because you don't know. You just have to at least kind of exit this perception level at least once to experience this vibration level, in the sense this self power. Then only you realize that there was power, because you don't have to be angry there to feel any power. Because our mothers are usually telling, I don't feel any angry, I don't feel any craving either. But Dhamma is much deeper than that. What about the life here?
I think they just say that because that's all they experience at the moment, Dr. Pokira. So
No, but
that's why
then
the teacher is
that is why.
important to.
Yeah, that is why. When they come to the Zoom, and then only the Aranwanse can tell Amma, you're still thinking. And they will be scratching their heads because they can't really, they really feel good. So it is a tricky area. I mean,
Dr.
because as soon
Sakuntala
as you
has
hear
also
this.
joined.
Mhm.
Dr. Sakuntala has also joined. I see her.
I don't know whether the lightning has gone away though, but it's okay if she
Yeah,
can
it
join.
stopped actually. I joined right at 3 o'clock. There was lightning struck very close to my place, so I just left. Now it has stopped. Not much rain actually, but there was thundering and lightning. That is usual
That's
for this part of
April.
April. Yeah. True. No, I was listening. It's interesting, the discussions that you all were having.
Did you listen to the today morning one?
Yes.
What did you understand? Can you give us a briefing?
I have listened to quite a few at a stretch. I have a bit mixed up the things.
Yeah, possibly.
I remember about that sammoha asammoha thing that Aran explained, that when the vibrations are very strong or having a very strong current, it can go on either way. One is sammoha means he said that it can sort of lead to some kind of self-destruction. I suppose the current cannot be tolerated by the system, and then the system will sometimes think something like committing suicide or something like that. Some form of destruction will happen. Asammoha is like something happened to Patachara and will completely turn towards a Dhamma. So those two are two avenues that can occur with the high vibration that I remember. And also he
And
said that, yeah, yes.
in one of the sermons, Doctor, he warned again about maintaining the art, no? That mannerism, social
Mm,
etiquette in whatever form. Uh,
yeah.
Maintaining the, I don't know, it's not the morning one. I listened to several sermons, I mean, last
Mm.
few days once, and in one of them he mentioned that again, he reminded, he asked
Actually,
directly, can't you say?
actually, even that art thing now, this is actually quite. I don't know whether it is in Sri Lanka. Actually, it's not so bad because Sri Lankans are meeting Sri Lankans, no? So, for example, everyone is very direct and blunt, isn't it, in Sri Lanka? And nobody considers it peculiar, no? Now, Dr. Kokila, you might realize this, you might have experienced this. Now, if we go in the market, for example, like a farmer's market here, and there are people, and suddenly somebody knocks on you or jostles you, the person has to say, "Oh, sorry," and this and that and all that, right? But then I have had this experience where, say, a Chinese lady, old lady, a Chinese lady, or somebody knocks on you, she won't even look. She won't say sorry. She won't look, and she probably won't. Yeah, she'll just go away. But for us, it's not a problem because we are used to that kind of thing happening in Sri Lanka, right? I mean, if you go to the polar, how many
Yeah.
people jostle you? So it's not a big deal because
Mm.
the culture in China perhaps is probably similar to the Asian culture in that way. We know that it was probably an accident and she didn't mean it, and that's it, and we get on with it. But here, the slightest thing, it has to be explained. It has to be there has to be an apology, there has to be an acknowledgement of it, and so on. So because of that, there is a way of behaving, there is a way of talking when one is actually addressing a person, having a conversation with a person, and so on. But even once on the path, the art that R.N. Mahansa is talking about in terms of the self vibration, um, even if that's not there, that's still the mannerism and the way of talking is there, isn't it? But that lacks that distinct self vibration, isn't it?
Mm.
Because
Having,
otherwise we
coming
think
it,
that any kind of art or not unnatural way of talking is a self vibration. So not necessarily, because if we go to talk like we talk in Sri Lanka, it's not possible in these countries.
Yeah, when Aranhanse says Abula Gono, we don't really, we are not really annoyed. But if we say that in a like Western culture, it will be really detrimental and taken as insult.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the culture, but these are all actually taken as self also. That is the main thing that we have to detect. Like if I'm getting annoyed with a certain word used in this culture, I might, suddenly I hear a bad word, I might really get annoyed or startled. But when you fully realize that they are actually saying it, not even meaning that, they are just using that bad word for even fun, and you're like confused initially, and then you realize it's not a big deal. But then these are like normal aspects of learning we have. But the main important thing is, just imagine if someone gets this habit, any habit, and when you can't actually have that habit, you feel that it is a problem. The habits are personalized. That is the problem. Habits are there, they are personalized, and they are very augmentative it augments the self. Some habits augments the self. Just imagine, some people have low ego. No, sorry, wrong word. How do you say that?
Can you say low esteem or something?
Low esteem. Yeah, that's the correct word. Low esteem. Some people have high esteem. Now, the definite example that day I was praising Aryan Hanse was yesterday. The Aryan Hanse, how he tackles the one with the high esteem and the low esteem. He tackles the low esteem in a different way, and he tackles the high esteem in a different way. So because the higher esteem, if you actually say you are correct, higher esteem will go spiraling upwards. But if you say the low esteem person, if you say, you are useless, you can't do this, actually low esteem one might spiral down and lose the path also, So this is a very tricky area. This catching up the vibration, understanding the pattern, understanding what type of personality, what type of, what type of feel, I sometimes now I have experiences like mainly with the patients. There are so many types. Someone would like a direct answer, like directly telling them, you if you don't do this, you are going to die. They will listen to that really well. They like that. Someone would be really offended by that. So it's a complete kind of a thing that you develop slowly to find out what kind of personality that is. But this personalization of habits is a different issue, because personalization happens from the childhood. So these things, we get it from the family sometimes, the attitude we have. Okay, if I say something like food on the plate should be finished without wasting, that's kind of an attitude that can be from the family. If the family gave it to you, family can give it to you, right? Or dress in a certain way.
And those can come from the hostel setup also.
Yeah.
Finishing
Yeah,
the
otherwise
plate.
you will be punished also.
Yes.
And so that this will be like kind of ingrained, and you feel like it is mine now. It's my way. At the end, none of these things are yours, because there's no you. But the thing is, unless you come to that level, you give such a value to those things. Because you imagine a child will actually keep throwing away food like that. You can feel that, because that is against your view now. Actually, your views would be challenged by the kids all the time, especially nowadays kids. So you can't really have a view these days. But what I'm trying to say is, personalization of a view happens automatically. No one is thinking it. No one is thinking, this is my view, I'm going to do this like that. Why dads are so angry if a child doesn't listen to them? Mother may be somewhat lenient, but dad can be really angry. And sometimes dad might think it's my way. Well, obviously, it is kind of a habit that he's picking up from maybe his father. You never know. But these are personalized in the whole process of this personalization thing. Even the light is personalized. The sound is personalized. Taste itself is personalized. I tasted it. So the smell is personalized. Touch is personalized. And now the mother, father, brother, sister, family, money, wife, husband, daughter, son, everything is personalized. Basic perception level is the first five sensory organ perceptions. After that, everything becomes a mind perception. As an adult, we all get the mind perceptions, true. But we need to understand all the 6 sensory organs. Because only a human can actually understand all these 6 sensory organ levels with one chair. So the chair actually has all these 3 layers. If you're looking at it, it will be a light form. No, Rupasatana, what did you say? Sudharma said something, outline of the light. You know?
Shape
What
of
is it?
light.
Shape of light. Yeah, shape of light. So the shape of light is the perception level. But actually, chair is actually a thought. But there's a shape of light also. And then this is only the eye level. And there's a feel as well. That is the fast vibration of the eye. Anything? Joel also has joined, I think, because the rain has settled. You can join in if you have no thundering or lightning at this moment. Anything about that topic that we were trying to talk about? Because we are actually going here and there today. We didn't do anything specifically. Actually, was talking a lot of sideways, isn't it?
Talking about those habits actually, which are personalized. Now, I have this habit of planning the things well ahead. I mean, going somewhere or doing something. Sometimes it has become a burden also because
Really good. You can plan the death also now.
yes. So
How
it
are you going
was
to do that? You might have to die before death, so that's the best idea.
Yeah.
Piercing
So
one
now
thought would be
actually
just
that
like that.
now that pattern is a bit changing because earlier there were so many preparations I used to do if I am away from home. Going to the extreme end sometimes. So much of preparations, especially I was going for all these programs and all 4 5 days away from home. So much of preparations, I felt that it was really stressful preparations itself, but that was the habit. But now more and more of those are sort of getting less and less. Now they are getting less and less. I can do it like either way. I still prefer to kind of plan the things rather than rushing. But if I had to rush, say if I was asked to sort of get ready in 2 hours to go on a long distance, something, that also I feel that I can manage. So anyway, as you said, that it has become a part of, I mean, the habit has become a kind of personalized.
It
And
is
that was
okay to
there
actually
from
plan,
small age. Yeah, sorry.
but the main it is okay to plan. The main thing, you actually couldn't plan anything, and you will feel so restless that you couldn't plan. You know,
I know.
it's kind
I
of
know.
like
Yes.
OCD then.
Yeah.
But the main problem here is some of these habits. Okay, now if you feel like combing our hair in a certain angle, even those little things like that could be habits. But what matters is self-view here. If the self-view is not there, everything, the power is going to slowly dissipate, and power of the habit is also going to go down. So even if you have a habit of some kind of having the hair in a certain way, or dressing in a certain way, or talking in a certain way, or acting in a certain way, even if you can't do it, even if it is out of pattern, it will be all right. So I think the last breath is the biggest challenge to our patterns. That is the biggest challenge to even the pattern of self, because self is also a kind of pattern. Existence is a pattern. Existence is the biggest habit ever, like feeling as you are existing. And power, the self-power or the self-perception is the biggest habit ever. Just imagine. It won't be like, it will be a whole samsaric journey that you had that habit of existence feel and the self-perception. There was no time that you didn't have it, whether you are a one-cell organism, whether you are a human, whether you are an animal, whether you are any other form in the 31 realms. What didn't change was this existence field and the self field. That didn't change. So whenever the existence field is there, existence perception is there. Whenever there is self field, self perception is there. Don't forget. Vedana Sanya, they come together. If the existence feel is there, existence perception is there. It's a very subtle thing I'm talking about. It's not like it's not even very obvious. That's why Aranvansi has to shout every day, find the perception, find the vibration and all that. He has to keep repeating that same thing every day because it's not that obvious. If it is that obvious, we will catch it, we will put it in a bottle and send it to the sea. I'm joking. But what we have to fully realize is actually it's not the habit which is a problem. It's actually the butter which apply to the bread. So the bread is the habit. Butter is actually like the self vibration. So whenever the self vibration or the self perception is applied there, it becomes a whole different thing. It becomes so powerful. And whenever it is disturbed, the whole system is disturbed. So that's why actually it is good to even become a nun, like all the system is disturbed now. You have to do your whole thing in a different angle. Some people go for 7 days, but 7 days is not really good enough because you know that after 7 days, I'll go back to my home and I'll stay in my old routine. No one will be disturbing my comfort zone. I will happily live in the comfort zone. The comfort zone breaking is not that easy. And when you try to break it. If someone actually try to break it, then you will feel it. Even if you try to break it, you will feel it. How difficult is it? How difficult is to break these habits? Because even the comfort zone you have built around, kind of not you, but the comfort zone itself is a habit now. Self-perception is the biggest habit ever. Remember that. Comfort zones are different. You can have a comfort zone in your workplace. That's why some people even, I mean, we don't like to change jobs that quickly, do we? Because it's not that easy. It's a comfort zone now. And you don't want to change homes like that, do you? It's a comfort zone. It's really okay now, you know. So this comfort zone can be personalized. We only know it when it is disturbed. That's the problem. But we can know even before that by the help of the noble friend. What do you think? Anyone's opinion or any idea? All are silent or?
Trying to absorb what you explained. Actually, it was like um, now here, doctor, I experience kind of, but I don't get embarrassed. Now in the morning, I was listening to a sermon. So next door neighbor guy walked past me. He said morning. Then I said morning. Then he said, I heard that's nice day. The perception came was have a nice day. Then I said you too. Thanks and you too. Then I heard amme amme. What's that? John said it's a nice day. You are telling you too. Thanks. What's nonsense? So he gets upset. My son gets upset, but it was not the thing for me. So a lot of things, because it's really difficult to at times to get used to this accent also. They stay, they say stay. I mean, it's really different. Now you must be quite used to this now. But the beauty of it is I don't get upset too. It's no matter what happens kind of thing is there. But I feel sometimes my son gets embarrassed, but still I don't care. So such things are there.
Mm. What do you think, Surangika? What is your comfort zone? I mean, it's very easy to be in the comfort zone until you die, and death only will challenge you. That's the thing. That is actual. That's not good. We have to challenge ourselves. I think with Dhamma, it's a good insight about Dhamma, because waiting till the last breath is not good enough. But that can
And for
happen to
that,
anyone.
excuse me, doctor, one more thing. But with Dhamma, any zone becomes a comfort zone, isn't it? Because anyway, that at least that awareness, there is no self to be maintained, is there. So that's how
Can
I
you
feel.
tell that again? What did you say? Any zone becomes a comfort zone?
Comfort zone, because earlier we had a lot of worries. I mean, not comparing. I mean, we were like more comfortable at home with
Yeah,
certain
that's what
people.
I'm
We had
exactly
a
trying to say.
circle. Yeah.
Now,
But
now the
it is
alive feel also is a very comfortable zone.
all right. Alive feel. but I cannot actually go into that deep. What I
No,
feel
what
is,
I'm trying to see
yeah,
is I'm trying to
yeah,
actually push you there. No, I'm not
yeah,
actually trying to say yes, Sudharma, because
yeah,
I know what you're saying. Yes,
yeah,
it is all good now,
yeah,
because any level would be a comfort zone now. Yes,
yeah,
but we have to realize that even that comfort zone, there is someone who likes that comfort zone. Even any comfort zone, when we use the word comfort zone itself, any of these levels, the
slight
sense,
excitation. Okay, I am not bothered by anything. True, doctor. That's there. That, I mean, at very subtle level, it's there.
there is entertainment or excitation level in about the non-excitation. There's excitation about the non-excitation. Oh, that's a good word,
Yes.
Surangika. What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think, Surangika, about that?
Yeah.
I don't know whether Surangika is. Yeah.
Doctor,
Did you hear that?
excitation about the non-excitation.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's good because when we are talking
I
about
think
Uddipana, because as the progression on the path happens, the ability to detect.
that is the slightest thing in the last bit, actually, that
Yeah,
you
ability to
keep
detect
asking.
becomes so refined, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Then actually it is, from you always ask Anagami to Arhat thing, that is excitation about the non-excitation. I mean, that is something which came just now, but I don't know whether the wordings are correct, so don't stand on the words, but it is kind of that idea.
Excitation is a little, what shall I say?
Too much, yeah, too much.
Too much, but I think it gives out the point well.
Yeah. That's actually path to an arahant, where you become the non-excitation fully, that you can't really get excited about non-excitation. Yeah. But anyway, Sudharma's point, the you feeling good is the problem now. I also have, because you are feeling very good. Then the question is there whether you have fully found the self vibration or not. That is a problem which can be there in the deeper level. So it's up to every one of you to actually dig into your system and find out the self vibration. If you have the full understanding about this alive field, then and the non-alive field, in the sense consciousness and the non
Self vibration.
no, actually there's another word, this anadasana vijnana, there's another word,
Non-meditative consciousness.
no, some other word, isn't it?
What did we call it?
Non-manifesting,
Non-manifesting, isn't it? Yeah.
something
I
like
think
that.
that
This
was
is
it.
so
Yeah.
confusing. But the actual Dharma point is fully realizing, fully feeling the consciousness, basic consciousness with power, and the consciousness without power, or in another word, consciousness and the non-manifesting consciousness, or consciousness which is fallen on something, and the consciousness which doesn't fall anywhere. These are the ways of telling that. These are only ways of telling that. It is all up to the systems, to the actually, you can't really get this out of these systems. It just has to happen, but it will happen if your research is strong. If you stop your research in the perception level, you are not going to do any research about the consciousness. Consciousness is a level which you should continue to research on. That's the
Yeah,
basic
and
understanding.
as one does that, Dr. Kokila, deeper and deeper, the weight of the stimuli is actually felt. And that feeling, that those subtle vibrations and the weight of it, because in the
Yeah.
perception level, if one doesn't do that type of vidarshana even occasionally, one can, as you say, be very comfortable in that perception level, right?
Yes.
Because
Now
that
Sudharma said
outside
she is
world
very
has
comfortable.
been, yeah, but yeah, recent experience that, I mean, it's felt off and on anyway. But if you just really take like a holiday or day off or something from work so that you don't have those distractions, even and then are able to kind of what Aran Vansa says, kimidila, kind of get submerged even,
Dive into that.
yeah, like really go into the depths of that contemplation, and then that feel the weight behind this thought itself. It doesn't have to be the object behind the thought. The thought itself is felt as it's like the system that Rekha, that Sonnamani said, it's almost not like an active rejection, but it's almost as if the thought doesn't have a place in that level, feel level or whatever. It comes to that point. I mean, it's not that it disappears completely, but there is that what shall
Thoughts
I
will be
say?
there
It's
normally,
like
but the power will not be there.
yeah, it's just but the the power, or the, what shall I say, the taint behind the stimuli or the thought is actually felt. It's difficult to explain actually, but there have been several instances where that has been felt.
What do you think, Champa? You started the discussion.
Teruvan Saranai, doctor, I am cooking, listening and cooking. You can talk.
Yeah, okay. Anyone else? Is it cooking time in Sri Lanka?
No, doctor, I used to eat twice a day only. So I used to eat by 5 o'clock. So no 3 meals. That is why.
Another thing, doctor, is that when the lightness or the thing is felt, the dreams also translate to that point, like as if it's not heavy or weighted or stress at a stressed out level like those days. Sometimes it's not even felt, but there was a recent thing. Sometimes when you go for walks and either a dog jumps at you, maybe through the fence, like, I mean, there's obviously the fence between the road and the garden where the dog is, but suddenly, because out of the blue, sometimes these dogs bark very ferociously and then you get startled. And then those are also sometimes good opportunities to see whether that fear is there. The fear that is arising out of just a pure reaction, like a sensor-driven reaction, or whether it is stemming from the self-vibration. But so that has been there a couple of times, which I've just noted as just as an observation. But recently, there was just an actual observation of a dog. I think the gate was open and running behind and almost nipping at the ankles. And that was felt as a pure sensory reaction. And then a few days ago, there was a dream where an even more ferocious dog, this was in the dream, came up very fast. But even the sensory reaction was not felt. So
Yeah, actually, that's a good like a good one, I think, because the fear itself is a mark of the self perception. Again, these things are kind of still, I mean, they will disappear anyway. They will disappear anyway. So these are the kind of things that will disappear in the path. Fear, jealousy, what else? Guilt, what else? Hatred.
yeah, but
Very
the unusual thing about that dream was, so now we expect the sensory reaction to be still there, no? Because it's a natural reaction when one is startled by a
that you
dog
can't
that is.
judge there, actually, that you can't judge there, because it's a dream anyway. But if you actually felt it, that's where, like, in the morning you feel like something has happened, but it doesn't necessarily mean, like you are falling from a mountain or something. You might just have the perception of fall only, because in your dream you had the bite as a perception only. You didn't get the pain perception. That's what I'm trying to say, no? You didn't get the perception of pain, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything, because you got the perception of biting. Perception of biting
No, not
is
even the biting. There was no nipping at the ankle, but came upon like a really
so the
ferocious dog.
possibility of biting.
Possibility of biting, yeah.
Yeah, that's the perception you got.
But yeah, so I think as you said, it can be tested only if it actually happens, as opposed to just a dream. But
No, even if it actually happens, this may be the same thing. That's what I'm trying to say. It undeniably, this Dhamma is going to change you. 100%. That was what I was trying to say. The hatred, the jealousy, there are a few good words, maleficence or something.
Malice.
Yeah. There are so many things that are very specifically associated with self.
Yeah, those are like extremes, isn't it? Extreme kind of emotions. This
Yeah,
one was like a sensory
the
reaction.
fear is anyway with the self-perception. Fear has nothing to do with the anything else. It is coming from the self-perception.
Yeah. So I think the differentiation is
But
the fear as opposed to the shock, isn't it?
Yeah. The deeper level, though, is actually when you come to the vibratory level, how you would react, in the sense how strong that vibration is. Because if there is a vibration, definitely if it is the last thought, just imagine that is your last thought. That's your last perception, that's your last vibration. Then if there is a vibration, 100% there is going to be another vibration happening somewhere else. So the continuation of vibration can happen. That's the thing, that to know that power is not there for that thing to happen. If you know the power, then it is the marker. That is the marker. The superficial markers, the fear, is also a good marker. But actual existence field, absence of existence field is the best marker in deeper levels, I would say. I mean, going forward. Because the anger, these things are actually in the perception world. Worldly things. They are worldly things, isn't it? They are worldly things. Nothing in the field side. Field side, you can't have any of these things.
That's why Aranman says this experience is so important, isn't it? Because if one is nicely sitting on the couch at home, how can anything be tested?
No, you can't test anything. Actually, you can't. So one thing is experiences are important, but even without experiences, Ananda Thero knew that he hasn't become the non-vibration. He knew. So that's the importance. So
There's a lot more steps before feeling the complete non-vibration, Dr. Kukila.
Yeah, so, but no, don't think like that. No, not in that.
Sorry, I was joking, but yeah.
Yeah, no, not like that. So no, because every one of us, I mean, anyone who has listened to Dhamma 1 or 2 years will feel better. 100%, no suspicion.
Definitely,
nothing.
no doubt about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone feels better, but now the actual war begins. Because actual war is nothing to do with all this superficial stuff. Actual war is about this I, me, mine. How did this field come? And is there escape from that field? 100% there is escape from that field. And that is the challenge. So we'll have that challenge to every one of us. This discussion is to give that to ourselves, which Aran Hanse does it all the time. We worship Aran Hanse with so much gratitude for reminding us all the time about our task and about the path and about the non-vibration. And thank you very much, Aran Hanse. Thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for the discussion. May all feel the non-vibration. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Everyone Sarnai, Dr.
Everyone Sarnai,
Everyone Sarnai,
Everyone
Dhamma.
Sarnai,
all the
Doctor.
Dhamma
Everyone
friends,
Sarnai,
everyone
all
Sarnai.
Everyone Sarnai, Dhamma friends. Welcome to any of those who are joining afresh, either through YouTube or on the Zoom channel. For those of you who are joining now, you are listening to the Buddothpado 24-hour English Zoom series. This is a 24-hour series which consists of both talks, discourses, mostly of 1 hour or 1.5 hour duration, as well as a daily Zoom discussion that takes place between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time, which was what just concluded. So for the next 1 hour, we'll just talk about various aspects in the Dhamma path and extracting various aspects from the Buddhist philosophy as realized and propounded by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. And it's that same Buddhist philosophy, the pure Dhamma, that has been imparted by our noble teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, for the last 5 to 6 years, having realized the path and become the state of non-vibration through research and analysis of his own, a journey that he embarked on more than 20, 30 years ago, but was realized about 10 years back. And it is that Dhamma, pure Dhamma, or the Buddhist philosophy, or the pure truth, as we call it, that has been shared with the world for the last 5 to 6 years. And that is the same thing that we are trying to impart to English-speaking audiences worldwide through this 24-hour Zoom channel. So the Pure Dhamma teachings, if you want to read, if you're interested in reading about the teachings, also in addition to this audio or the YouTube versions, because sometimes listeners, depending on, what their likes and preferences are, we know that some people actually do like to read, have a book in their hand or have a paper in their hand, and actually read about the Dhamma philosophy, the principles first to understand so that they can set their own pace in terms of understanding the various principles and subtleties about the Dhamma. So if you are interested in that without actually listening, or you like to do a combination of both listening to talks as well as reading, there are several websites, Buddothpado Dhamma websites, that you can access. I'll just name 2 of them. One is the buddothpado-dhamma.com. And in that, if you scroll down, there's a section called English Books or English, it's called English Books. And there you get the translations of various sermons delivered by our noble teacher, which have been translated to English. I think there are about 12 or 15 books on various topics, but mostly it's about awakening to the truth, the Dhamma path, the Buddhist philosophy, that kind of thing. And most of it is comprising of sermons as well as discussions that he has had through these Zoom channels over the last so many years. So it's written in very simple, lucid style, and it is easily understood. We encourage you to, if you like to read about the philosophy, to go into that website and have a look. Another website that you can find is the wisdomofasia.com. And in that as well, there's a really beautiful explanation, both about our noble spiritual teacher's own journey to find the truth of Lord Buddha's message, and also the scientific angle and perspectives around some of the discoveries that have been made, where science is trying to, or science has so far discovered certain things which the Buddha had taught and what the Buddha had realized so many thousand years ago. Of course, science has still not caught up, with that with the Dhamma and the pure Dhamma philosophy, but to a certain extent, it helps modern listeners who like to explore things from a scientific angle to be able to kind of be able to appreciate some of the teachings of the Buddha, because it gives that scientific angle and explanations to some of these concepts, not concepts, some of the truth. Actually, you can say concepts, because it is through a concept that the Buddha actually taught or imparted the Dhamma, because this is a Dhamma where there is no self-existence. It's the Dhamma about nothingness. We call it Shunyatava. Shunyatava means nothingness, and nothingness cannot be or should not be interpreted to mean that, that there is absolutely nothing in the world. That is not what the Buddha meant by nothingness. So in this, when he explained nothingness, what he meant was, in this sasana, or the Buddha sasana, nothingness means, nothingness doesn't mean everything is there. The way things manifest, the world is a manifestation of the sense faculties. So to that extent, that manifestation is there. That sense of existence is still there. But the nothingness that he explained was in terms of actually understanding the substance behind that so-called reality that has been believed by this world, believed to be true by these existent beings. And in exploring the fundamental nature of this so-called world, that is where one, through the realization of the truth, comes to the understanding, comes to the realization that there is actually nothing, that there is actually no substance to this world. And by seeing that truth, only the cessation to suffering is realized, or there is a cessation to suffering. So that is what nothingness means in the Buddhist philosophy. And because why that was explained was there is sometimes a wrong belief about Lord Buddha's messages and teachings, saying that, everything is negative, everything is nihilistic, and so on. But that is not what the Buddha meant. And it is a beautiful Dhamma, because understanding this Dhamma doesn't mean that one has to go away to a jungle, one has to go away to a forest or a monastery, leave all, family and obligations behind in order to find out the truth. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't have to work that way. So again, that's another common misnomer with Buddhism, because sometimes these things are incorrectly, what shall I say, communicated through different teachers. And so it's important to understand that that was actually not what the Buddha meant, and that the crux of this Dhamma, and in order to get at the cessation of suffering, the basic thing to do is to understand the mind. So to understand the mind, where is the mind? The mind is there wherever this living being is there, right? Whether one goes to the forest, one goes up the mountain, one goes to a cave, or one sits at home. The mind is still there wherever one goes, isn't it? So the if the mind can be understood, if this mechanism of the mind can be fully understood, that is the thing that is going to bring a cessation from suffering. That is the thing that is going to bring an end to the samsaric cycle of birth and death. So the misnomer of going to a monastery, misnomer of having to take on robes, the misnomer of having to give up family and this and that and all that, despite having obligations. Because, I mean, who is encountering this Dhamma, who is interested in this Dhamma? It's just you and me, common people, right? And so everybody has, or most people have, 99.5% perhaps of people have obligations, isn't it? They have obligations towards their parents, they have obligations towards their children, perhaps to other family or siblings. So there are various things where for some reason or the other, there are things that have to be done, particularly where family is concerned, particularly where one has, for example, dependent children. So can you abandon them in a pursuit of nirvana, pursuit of ultimate redemption? Can you abandon family? Can you leave them bereft of support and not having an ability to support themselves and go away in a selfish pursuit of a nirvanic state, where that nirvanic state itself is the very essence of pure compassion to all beings? I mean, think about it. You can't, isn't it? So no, that is actually what the Buddha said. So because of that, this mind that has to be understood is something that can be done whilst being in a whilst being a lay person. What we mean by a lay person is only a reference to the mere fact that one has not taken on robes. That is all. But the Buddha said that whether one is a what do you call them, a bhikkhu or a bhikkhuni, male or female persons who have donned the robes, or whether a person is a upasaka or upasika, meaning lay person who is on the path, male or female, all those four categories are, shall I say, eligible to achieve or realize nirvana or non-self vibration. Now, why did he say that? If that wasn't true, would the Buddha have ever uttered those words? So the reason is because that is entirely possible. All four of those categories are able to contemplate, do the active vidarshana meditation, active reflection, penetrative thinking into the insight meditation, into the insight mechanism of the mind, and be able to fully transcend the mind. Because the mind is the thing that is actually helping to perpetuate this self-vibration. Because the mind itself is an illusion. So in order to transcend the mind, as we said, every system has a mind. One doesn't have to go to the forest. The mind is there everywhere. So, when I think it was in Ajahn Chah books, even in Buddhism, where Ajahn Chah famously talks about the monkey mind. I think it was Ajahn Chah. And so that's a common reference point. if you, if you say that you want to meditate, and you want to get away from this churning thoughts and all that, and you say you want to go to the forest, and you go to the forest. You're still going to the forest with the same mind, isn't it? You're not leaving the churning thoughts and the mind at home and then going to the forest. That doesn't happen. So you're going along with the mind. And so does it matter then whether one is in the house or whether one is in the monastery? Now, it's also relevant that one has to have some kind of physical relaxation in order to be able to gain some insight into the mind, and to be able to, at least at the beginning, be able to observe the thoughts, observe how the thoughts come about, observe the thoughts in motion, in action, and be able to understand the process behind the mind, or the mind process. But that doesn't mean that one has to completely relinquish the lay life or the family obligations and so on. Even in the Buddha's days, we have heard of examples of a lay person called Gatikara. Now, Gatikara was a non-returner, Anagami, we call it, the third stage of realization. So he was an Anagami. And then what was he doing as a lay person? He had obligations towards his parents who were both blind. So he remained a lay person, and I think he was in the pottery industry, so he was making pots. That was his vocation. And so he continued with his vocation despite being a non-returner, despite having, come to that point, advanced stage of the path to become a non-returner, he nevertheless remained as a Anagami, as a layperson, because he had those obligations to fulfill. So that itself shows, and then we know of Visakha as well, who was a Sowan or a stream enterer, and still remained in that lay life. And of course, she did a lot of meritorious deeds and so on, and was very closely associated with the monastery, Jetavana monastery, and helping and supporting the Sangha at that time. So there are numerous recounting of various anecdotes relating to Visakha back in the Buddha's days. So, but these are examples that are given just to show that it doesn't have to be a robed person who actually only realizes the Dhamma. So that is not true. But our noble teacher also says that if one does not have family obligations, if one has completed performing one's duties and obligations, say, towards one's parents, towards one's children, and you don't have any more or any further things that tie you down to this lay life, then if one is really serious about this Dhamma and bringing an end to this cessation, bringing an end to the suffering, then by all means take on robes. By all means take on robes, but again, the importance of taking on robes is not taking on robes just for the sake of taking on robes, because there are temples all over the world, isn't it? There are monasteries all over the world. Are we going to just take on robes and practice anywhere? No. The purpose of taking on robes from the way Aryan Vahansa, our noble teacher, says is understand the correct Buddhist philosophy first. Understand the correct Dhamma teachings. And through that only can you actually get onto the path, become a stream enterer, get on the path, and then finally find salvation, finally find redemption from the mind, from this sense-driven world, to come to the state of Buddhahood or non-self vibration. Again, if you are familiar with Buddhism, and if you have got slightly taken aback or startled by the reference to Buddhahood, this is another misconception that exists in Buddhist society, generally around the world even, because the word Buddhahood is always associated only with the Buddha. I mean, all of us grew up with that notion because that was the way we were taught. That was the way the Dhamma teachings were delivered over the years, for 10, 20, 30 years, from the time we were born, or from the time we know, from the time we have been listening to Buddhist sermons back in Sri Lanka. That is the way it has been delivered, and that's the way we have understood it to be. So it was almost like a sacrilege to think of using the word Buddhahood to anyone else fully realizing the Dhamma or achieving the nirvanic state. But again, the misconception there is a implicit notion that has formed by taking the Buddha as an individual at that time. I mean, individual, which is why we have this notion that, oh, no, we can't use the word Buddhahood to anybody else because that title is already taken. That title has already been given to the Buddha himself. We will say that. I mean, we just now talk or refer to it as Buddha himself. I mean, that is just purely because for the purpose of conversation, one has to use words. But you can't even say himself to the Buddha, because the Buddha is not an individual. The Buddha doesn't have a personality as such in that sense, not in a conventional world sense, not in a mundane world sense. The Buddha is the state of non-self vibration. It's a state where the self vibration has been completely transcended, where the self vibration has completely ceased. So where the self vibration has completely ceased is the non-self vibration. There is no separate thing called the non-self vibration. Where the cessation of state self vibration is, there is non-self vibration. So if there is non-self vibration, the self vibration is the sattva. Sattva means living being, kind of existence. The living being existence is completely tied to the self vibration. The self vibration arises by taking this world, sense-driven world, to be true. By taking a sense-driven world to be true, there is an innate binding, innate clinging desire to keep on sustaining that feel, that existent feel that arises out of the senses and the sensations being caused by the senses. If that sensation of existent feel was not there, then there is no feeling of existence. The feeling of being alive comes about through that existent feel. That is the thing that every living being is trying to maintain, trying to continue, trying to protect. And that is the thing that keeps building up due to misconception, building up due to ignorance, to form what we call the self-view, the wrong self-view. So the entire concept of a self, the Buddha realized, was a misconception. And that is where this whole suffering started. The suffering is because of this attribution of everything, of a world and objects and everything, to a self. But how did this come about? The Buddha realized that this all starts off with this mind, the illusion of the mind, and how this mind actually creates something out of basically nothing. And that is the way this natural phenomena works. So the vibration that occurs, so if this sensor-driven world, and why the Buddha said the world is it's a sensor-driven world that is being experienced. And it is through the sensor-driven world that is experienced that there is a notion of self, of an existence, of a world that exists. And when the notion of that a world exists comes about, automatically a person or a self-view gets formed of a person experiencing this world, of a living being experiencing this world. So that's how that whole thing comes about. So in delving deeper and deeper into the mind, when he searched for the reason for the suffering to arise, he realized the whole, how this mind works, how it is through the thoughts that this perception of existence, perception of self actually comes about. And that is the thing that, if allowed to perpetuate, allowed to go unchecked, leads to this momentum or the self-vibration continuing. Self-vibration continuing. But to unravel that further, he realized that how does this world come about? How is it that this world is considered to be real? And then he realized that this was coming about through the senses, through the sensor faculties. Now, whatever animal, creature, or living being, every living being will have some kind of sensor, either one sensor or more than one or two sensors. And so, just like the worm has one sensor, the other creatures can have more than that. Human beings have 5 sensory organs. And then, whatever that, because of the vibration will result in certain manifestations occurring in the sensor faculties. So the vibration that is occurring in the eye faculty will give rise to a manifestation of light. So if the eye faculty, the vibration does not happen, there is no light. The vibration, so as if there is breath coming in and out of this body, as long as there is a physical body, there is a vibration that occurs in these respective sensor faculties. So the eye vibration, if it resonates with a similar vibration of similar frequency outside, There can be so many vibrations that it is resonating with. And then that is the thing that actually manifests in the form of light. It's not as if light is actually existing outside. The light, or the spark as we call it, occurs only at the point of the eye because of the vibration. And not just vibration, because of the speed of vibration. One vibration is not going to cause it. One vibration will have a spark, but the series of vibrations will continue to give the illusion that there is a continued light. So just like, on a dark stormy night, there is lightning, and that lightning gives you the illusion that the lightning then makes you feel as if the whole sky is illuminated just for those couple of seconds, isn't it? In that same manner, the vibration that is happening at the eye faculty gives out a manifestation of light. But because it is happening continuously at infinite speed, there can't be anything described apparently to that speed of the vibration. So it is that fast. And because it is happening that fast, one gets the illusion, one gets the feeling that the light is there permanently. So that permanent sense of light is given at that point. So same thing with the sound. At the ear, because the vibration happens, it is sensitive. There is a sound manifestation. But and then for the tongue, there is a taste manifestation. For the nose, there is a smell manifestation. And for the body, there is the heat and the cold and the feeling of solidity and so on. And these sensations are unique to the different sense faculties. And that is just the way it is. There is no rocket science behind it. It's just the way those faculties are formed. So just like, what shall I say, the bat can see in the dark, human being, that is the way the sensor works for the bat. And then for the humans can't see in the dark. Humans can the light forms in a different way. So the sensor faculties work in that way. And then the light doesn't form through the tongue or something. The light forms only through the eye vibration. So that way it is unique to the different sensor faculties. But ultimately the point is that this is all happening due to the speed of vibration. But then what happens by this whole phenomena? This is, whilst this vibration gives rise to sensations occurring, and which we call sensory perceptions. The sensory perception occurring in the eye is the light perception, sound perception for the ear, and then for the other faculties, the taste, the touch, and the smell. But then what happens with these 5 basic perceptions? The natural phenomena of the mind is such that it does a spin of its own by combining these perceptions to form what we call the thought, or the mind consciousness, or the mind object, mental picture, whatever you want to call it. All this is just a thought. So when we think about this world, and if we tell you to give us a few names of things that are existing around you, that you consider as very much part of your world, you will list out hundreds and hundreds of things if you can, right? And how do you list them out? You give names to it. And by giving names to it, that means you have a clear notion of what that is, what it is about, whether it is something, an object, person, a concept, and so on. But every one of these things have one thing in common, and what's that? Everything is named, isn't it? Everything is labeled. And with that, how did that come about? Through some kind of learning, isn't it? If you keep going back and understanding, when did you know your mother was a mother, was your mother, right? When did you know an apple was an apple, that an orange was an orange, that a tree was a tree, that a mountain was a mountain, right? This is what you call the world, isn't it? The sky, the rain, the mountains, the country, the paddy fields, the children, the world, war, peace. These are the things that you collectively call the world. And this is the world that you live in as well, isn't it? But then all these are what? Names, perceptions. And you learnt it at some point in time. So how did this learning come about? Through the perceptions. If the five basic perceptions were not there, everything that has been learned is something derived from these five senses, isn't it? Can you think of anything that has been derived not out of these five senses? No. Well, you might say, what about the mind? You get thoughts. But then if you think about the thoughts, how does the thought come about? The thought is invariably something that has been learned, something that has been seen or heard or felt through the five senses. And that is exactly how the mind consciousness forms itself. The mind consciousness combines the basic five perceptions to call something mother, to call something the tree, to call something the school teacher, the school bus, the orange, the apple, and so on. Now, the baby in the cot doesn't have any idea of what an apple is, isn't it? Doesn't have any idea of what a tree is. All it sees is just an image, just a basic shape, like a shadow shape. But is it able to recognize what it is? The color of an apple? No. The recognition or name of an apple? No. If the word apple sound is said, will the baby understand? No. But there might be, if the baby is given a piece of apple, crushed, blended, and given to be eaten, the baby might feel the taste. But does the baby know the taste is taste? Or the baby know the taste is the taste of an apple? No, it doesn't. There is a basic sensation, true, but nothing else beyond that. There is a, so that learning of what it is actually comes about later. And that later thing happens where at some point there is actually a teaching, a learning that occurs where those basic perceptions are given, either just the image of the apple and the sound is associated with it, and then that learning happens that is an apple. Or if it is something which is like a rubber ball, the baby will be, the child, maybe at kindergarten age, where the serious learning begins, is given a ball to touch. And the child will feel the solidity of the ball, the rubberiness of the rubber ball. And then with the teacher giving the word ball, rubber ball, the sound are being uttered over and over again, the perception or the thought will be entrenched that that is a rubber ball. But what did the child feel? That the child felt only solidity to the hand, isn't it? And slight flexibility of the rubber ball. But how did the solidity become a rubber ball? Because it was given a name. A conventional name or a label was attached to that shape, was attached to that feel. isn't it? And that label is given always with a sound. If one actually doesn't have a sound associated with an image, how would one even recognize what it is? So the perception comes about by the mind consciousness doing a spin on those 5 perceptions, combining it to form a thought called the rubber ball, combining them in various forms. Some sensors are not used, all sensors are not necessarily used. Most of the time it's just vision or light or color or form, which is from the light consciousness, and the sound consciousness. So most of the time the predominant sensors are those two, but definitely anything with regard to solidity, liquidity, heat, cold, and other sensations can occur. Even smell, even taste can occur through the other senses as well. And these combined together will form a thought. So for example, the apple, you can show the image of an apple, and then the child is taught red, blue, green, and so on. So the child will be taught the apple is typically red, or it can be green. Then it is round in shape. If you bite into it, this is the sweetness of the texture of an apple. And then this is the smell of an apple. So these are different sensory perceptions getting activated. The smell from the nose sensor, the sound of the word apple from the ear sensor, the color of the apple and the round image of the apple from the eye sensor, the hard round feeling, the firm round feeling of the apple from the body sensor will come together to form what is called an apple. But where is the apple? From the eyes faculty, the eye faculty, the only thing that arose was an image. From the smell, from the nose sensor, only thing that arose, manifested, was a smell. Then from the ear sensor, it was just the sound. The ear sensor has no ability to do anything else. The manifestation is only just sound. In the eye sensor, the manifestation is only mere light. Then from the taste, from the tongue sensor, it is only mere taste. Some kind of basic sensation. That's it. But how did the taste convert into an apple? How did the round image become an apple? Just think about it. How did the sound become an apple? Now can you see that when it was taught, this is an apple, and given to be touched, given to be eaten, given to be felt, wasn't it a perception that we have of the whole, all those sensations coming together, that we then called and labeled apple? But did an apple actually exist anywhere? No. It's a construct, isn't it? It is purely a construct. And that is how these perceptions come about. The thought, the perception is basically the same. The something is actually shown, and then from that a sensation arises. That sensation is what we give a name to, which is perception. And then the speedy vibration of that same experience being given over and over again via the senses will give the notion that actually this is existing. The feel of the apple is there, the sound of the apple is there, the image or the color of the apple is there. There. This feeling that it is there, the feeling that the smell is there, the feeling that the taste of the apple is there, the feeling that the image of the apple is there. That feeling of it being there is what actually we call consciousness. So not only is there an object now called an apple, formed in the thought, nowhere else, formed in the thought which is occurring in the mind. There is no separate thing called the mind. What we call the mind is these thoughts that are arising and ceasing, arising and ceasing every moment. So in that moment where the thought of an apple arose, so there is an object called an apple now. And not only is there an object called an apple, because it happens, because there is also the feeling that the apple exists. That is also there. A perception is there that just like the apple, there's an object called an apple is acknowledged. There is also a feeling, a perception. We call that the existent feel that an apple actually exists, that there is an apple. There is such a thing called an apple. But have we ever really stopped to consider anything of this sort? No, we have just been, I mean, this is the natural thing for every human being. I mean, because we haven't touched or accessed this true Dhamma in any form, these so basic, these perceptions have not been ever contemplated, have not been reflected, because we are all caught up in a bit of a rat race. That would be an understatement, saying bit of a rat race, but anyway, and everything is taken for granted. There is almost everything is taken as already ingrained in this system, and therefore nobody ever goes back to see how all these sensations, perceptions, and this so-called worldly existence have ever came about. So this is where the Buddha actually really showed the correct path. So when we, similar to the apple, if we consider all such objects, persons, people, things in this world that have been accumulated as sensory experiences, that is, and if a label or a name has been given, then invariably that is a perception occurring through a combination of those basic sensory perceptions. So when we say mother, father, did the baby in the cot know that the mother was the mother? No. That the father was the father? No. That where the baby was sleeping was a cot? No. It has no idea whatsoever. And all this was learnt, wasn't it? The mother, the father, the siblings, the school, the nursery, the nappy, the toy, the doll. All this was gradually learnt through perceptions. Until then, these things did not exist, but collectively over time, as the child learns these various notions being taught in school, at home, through the community, and in various forms as the child grows up, the objects and the people and things start expanding and expanding. And so there is now gradually a world that gets formed, again at perception level only, because these are what, as we described before, only constructs in the mind. No such thing as an apple outside. What is felt is solidity. What is seen is an image. What is heard is just a sound. The collection of these, the combination of these sensory perceptions have now given rise to a thing called an apple. So the thing called an apple has become very much real, very much true. And so just like the apple, the mother, the father, the house, the home, the siblings, the school friends, the trips, the holidays, the exams, the classrooms, the sports, as you grow up, more and more things. Every one of these things have become or have constituted now a world. So a world is now existing. There are various objects, people, things that are existing. And then because, as we said right from the beginning, the speedy vibration is there, it doesn't stop. Because as long as the respiration happens, the vibration occurs. And as long as the vibration occurs, there is a continuous flow of sensory perceptions. And as long as there is a continuous flow of sensory perceptions, the mind is continuously doing this job. Through illusion, through ignorance, it is constantly constructing. And in that construction, the self-vibration manifests itself. So when the objects get formed, there is a notion that a world exists. An existent field comes about. And with that existent field, there is a field of a self observing and experiencing this world, which we call the self-view. But actually, that self-view, if the world was also, if the objects that are that the world is comprised of is nothing but a thought, and then the existent field that comes about, the feeling that the world is there and these objects are there in this world, that existent field is also then a thought, isn't it? And then if the existent field is also a thought, there is a perception that it exists. There is a perception that the world exists. And with that perception, the self-perception, the self-view, that there's an I, me, and a my, that also gets created, experiencing and observing this world. So the duality immediately occurs moment an object is taken to be true. Moment an object is taken to be real. And moment the world becomes real, the self-view immediately gets created. But and as we said right at the beginning, the vibration, which is the cause. So this cause and effect Dhamma is what the Buddha used as a concept to be able to explain how this whole mechanics work, the process works, the system works. And that's why we said right at the beginning, we mentioned the word concept as well, because the Buddha had to use various concepts. The dependent origination is also something like that. It is the concept that has been used by the Buddha to explain this wrong construct, this natural phenomena that happens where there is a constant construction of something basically out of nothing. This vibration that is occurring in the sense faculties gives rise to a manifestation which is completely a mirage, but it is still occurring. You can't deny it. It is manifesting to the senses. But what the Buddha shone the light on is that he helped living beings understand that it is only a manifestation, that there was nothing real about it. There was nothing of substance about it. There is no outside world that can be actually felt. The only experience that anybody has is the experiences or manifestations occurring in the sense faculties. Whether it is a living being, a creature, an amoeba, or a human being, for everybody that truth prevails. And if that is the case, can you see that this entire world, as we call it, is only a mind-made up thing? a mind creation, nothing else. Completely an internal mechanism, because that is the way the mind or the natural phenomena works. But as that first vibration, that one vibration gave rise to 5 manifestations of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, the vibration carries with it an underlying power, which is that same power that gets translated to the light, translated to the sound, the touch, the taste, and the smell, which is why we get the notion, there is a feeling that light exists. The continuous vibration gives rise to a feeling that light exists, a feeling that sound exists, touch exists, taste exists, and so on. So the feeling comes about because of that underlying power. Now just imagine, because of that speedy vibration, this is a continuous, uninterrupted thing that happens. Each time a vibration occurs, this is happening only when there's a vibration, but when the vibration occurs, the feeling that it exists, whatever the object exists, comes about. The feeling that an object exists comes about, and along with that, simultaneously, the I or the self feeling the object or experiencing the object comes about. So that self vibration is also coming about at that very moment. When the existent field is there, the self view and the self perception, the self vibration, everything is also there. And that carries an underlying power. The more the object is taken to be true, there is a clinging, isn't it? There is either the clinging, positive or negative, or there is an aversion. There can be an aversion as well. But in either way, either you're trying to get rid of it, if it is something bad, or you're trying to distance yourself from it, or if it is a good thing or an happy thing or a joyful thing, you're trying to keep it. You're trying to protect it. You feel selfish about it. You decide. You are hankering after it. You're spending sleepless nights thinking about it. How to own it, how to buy it, how to keep it, how to protect it. If it is your children, you're worried to death something will happen to them. You're worried that something that they want, they won't get. Not only something that you don't want, something that they want, that they won't get it. But ultimately, what is it? What is the thing that you are trying to protect? What is the thing actually that this system is trying to protect? Because after all, when this truth is seen, it is that self-view that is actually broken. Right from the start, with the Buddhist philosophy, the correct Dhamma teachings, the path to nirvana is really crystal clear, because right from the beginning, the fundamental understanding that has to be obtained is that this wrong self-view is just that, a wrong self-view, a misconception. This the aspect that we talked about a Buddha not being an individual is also stemming from that very same point. If this is on about nothing, that there is no substance to the mind, to the thought, and to the so-called reality that we call the world, then can actually a self exist? No. The self-view itself is a misnomer in Buddhist philosophy, in the pure Dhamma truth. So understanding these concepts, understanding the way this mind process works, how it has constructed a self and an ego or a soul where there was no soul here in the first place, is the beautiful thing that has to be understood through Vidarsana practice in this Dhamma path. And that can be done by listening to these Buddothpado Dhamma teachings. The Buddhist philosophy is absolutely fundamental in order to get the correct understanding, to be on the path, to be able to contemplate rightfully, to contemplate through insight meditation, and to be able to gradually understand this wrong concept of self-view, and to be able to find a way on the path to have the defilements gradually fade, because ultimately that's what starts to happen with the correct understanding of the Dhamma. The defilements gradually start to fade. The clinging, the aversion, the ill will, and skeptical doubt, restlessness, worry, anxiety, not being able to see the truth, these defilements start gradually fading. And when these fade, that sensual world, the clinging to sensual desires, the clinging to the form world, the perception level, and the clinging to the feel of wanting things, wanting to keep things, having that sense of being alive, all that starts gradually dissolving. And with that dissolution, with that dissolving, the inner transformation starts gradually coming about. That is the path to nirvana, and that is where the self-vibration gradually loses its power. The power starts diminishing, and with the continuous association of the noble teacher, who points out a lot of pitfalls here and there as well, even on the path, and by guiding practitioners carefully through, as a person, as a being that has self experienced the nirvana state, he is able to guide practitioners through various misconceptions that can occur as well, as this becomes more refined and refined in terms of being able to understand the truth. But with the noble teachings and guidance, there can be the ultimate nirvanic state or state of non-vibration that can be realized. So we invite Dhamma friends and anyone interested to continue to pursue either listening to these talks or to read the books that was mentioned at the outset in the different websites. Or if you do have any questions, you can join us in the Zoom discussion between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time, in order to continue on this path to find the cessation of suffering. So thank you, Dhamma friends, and Thiruvан Sarnaya.
Non-vibration itself, so the noble friendship will be something that even the vibration will actually succumb or fail or to the power of the non-vibration, because we feel like non-vibration must be not having any power, but actually Aranwanse tells this all the time, like non-vibration is the power. That is the power actually, because we have different powers in everyone through the vibration, but non-vibration is the power which is actually radiating to everything, to the trees, to the beings, and the whole world. It will be felt. It has to be felt, and it will be felt knowingly or unknowingly. Knowingly is the people who actually know that this must be one non-vibration, but then unknowingly, it's happening unknowingly too, and that's beautiful, because the non-vibration to manifest in era is very rare. Lord Buddha has explained that non-vibration, there are times that non-vibration does not manifest, like Buddha Shunya Kalpa. Buddha Shunya Kalpa means that it is not happening. You can't telepathy into non-vibration in that, so there's no noble friend, because noble friend is none other than the non-vibration. It's not a, we feel as it as like a person. We might specifically in the beginning you might feel it as a person. It's not. The noble friendship is not with a person, and it is not actually standing beside the noble friend, because you understand it has nothing to do with standing near the noble friend. It is synchronizing with the noble friend, and more you synchronize, more you are closer to non-vibration, and that's the beauty of this Dhamma, and everything happening at the moment in the world and in Sri Lanka and in Tombagoda. It's all about this spreading of kindness, compassion,
Yes,
and love.
yes,
Yes, Thiran-san.
exactly, Dr. Kokila. Exactly, because the first advice given in that Bhante's, Venerable Bhante's sermon is also you have to be humble, kind, and compassionate. That is because in the form of these perfections, in the discussions, in these groundbreaking revelations, also Dr. Kokila Aryan Mahanse took all these points one by one and explained actually the real meaning of all these perfections. And so to be humble, to be kind, that is actually selfless love, selfless kindness, which is completely free from selfishness, because otherwise the kindness, love, whatever we say, there are different levels of that. So this is actually basically the without the involvement of a person self, if you can spread love and kindness. So from Domagoda that happens actually uh, with this beautiful ceremony held today. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, it is important to remind the people, all the devotees of Buddothpado, this ceremony it will actually go on for near one whole month. From today, the next enshrinement of sacred relics will happen at Matara. Then the procession will proceed to Tissa Maharama, then to Badulla, then Mahiyanganaya, Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, Kurunegala, Kandy, then Kalaniya. By 17th of December, they will arrive at Tumbakuda International Meditation Center once again. And the beauty is it is not just enshrinement of sacred relics. Along with them, there will be sermons and the opportunity for everyone to take part in practical meditation programs. So, uh, actually, we can make an open invitation for everyone, although due to this extremely bad weather conditions, they were unable to take part in the main celebration, this ceremonial enshrinement of sacred relics at Dombagada, but they still have the opportunity to join the religious ceremony in their localities, and also to participate in meditation programs. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila.
I think Surangika is also here. I think she can join in and tell us few words about today. I don't know whether she has seen the whole program, but yeah, she can join as well if she is in a possible place to talk.
Everyone Sanai, Dr. Kokila, and everyone Sanai, Dhamma friends. Yes, I did have the chance to, not the whole thing, but to view a little here and there of the ceremony. I did also see this morning, the late last night arrival of Bante from Thailand. And as R.N. Mahanse mentioned, it was truly beautiful how they had decorated the entire area, I think from the road where the turn off to the Pagoda, I believe. I mean, I'm just guessing because I haven't been there. Decorating the whole thing with those streams of light right up to the monastery itself, almost as if it was daylight. Lots of people with great gratitude, appreciation of R.N. Mahansa's Dhamma have got together at the meditation center and in order to welcome Bante with the sacred relics. And not only that, I think this opportunity, as R.N. Mahans and quite a few people had mentioned in certain talks during the day, what is so significant about this is that this relationship that is being closely bonded kind of thing with Thailand and this Thai monk and the Venerable Bante is just a prelude to things to come, to a stronger relationship between the countries, stronger relationship between monasteries, Sri Lanka and the Thai monastery that the Bante resides. But not only that, the word that would spread because of these good deeds and the ceremony that is being held here, not only, as Sudama said, not only is the enshrinement of the relics and the opportunity to see them and worship them, but also because the practical program of R.N. Mahansas is going to be also part and parcel of this program, as the Bante makes his way across the country to so many Metmal Aranas and other monasteries. The combination of the visiting and seeing the relics along with the practical program is going to attract so many devotees, and most of them, or possibly, quite a lot of them, could be people who are new to Buddothpado Dhamma or the true Dhamma philosophy. And that is going to be the greatness of this whole endeavor, isn't it? Because that is what R.N. Mahansa has always tried to do through this community of people who have got together after listening to the Buddothpado Dhamma. And we have been spreading the message, spreading it through leaflets, pamphlets, books, to temples, schools, monasteries, so on and so forth. And this is going to be another big, massive step in that direction because of the relics, as well as Bante being a close, having the close relationship with R.N. Mahansa. And so all these things are going to be draw cards for people to not only come to these monasteries, come to Metmalarana, but then the curiosity will also be there. What is this Dhamma? Why are these people so, feeling so light, feeling so greatly liberated? You can, as Sudama said, if Bante itself noticed that about the people who have got together and are working so harmoniously, so peacefully to this cause at the International Meditation Center, so too will other fellow Sri Lankans, other fellow Buddhists who have not heard of the Dhamma but come to see the relics, will wonder, what is this? We haven't heard this Dhamma before. There must be something here. And then that is going to be the way that will open the path for them to listen to this Dhamma. So I think that is the far-reaching effect of Bante's visit. And the next whole month is going to be a magnificent opportunity for that. I think we are all truly grateful for R.N. Mahansa for forging these relationships when he was in Thailand and for Bhante's visit, and we thank and worship Bhante Thero from Thailand, as well as he continues his tour across the country. Theruvan Sannai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika, you correctly said actually this is an eye-opener for everyone. For the people, actually, the devotees of Buddothpado, of course, they will also be inspired and they will kind of feel, I mean, whatever the level that they are in the path, they will get, they will be motivated and seeing the unity of the people who are directly working towards this goal, one goal under the guidance and instructions of Buddothpado Aryan Mahasi. And also there is a revival of Buddhist philosophy, Buddhism in Sri Lanka right now, because in this ceremony also they were advertised on television channels. In the program presenters mentioned this about this beautiful ceremony and made an open invitation to everyone. And similarly, since this is going to happen across the country, everywhere like hill country, then the north central province, then Anuradhapura, those areas also, uh, the people will see, as you said, correctly said, this is not just an exhibition of sacred relics or just the opportunity to come and see or worship them alone. They will go back with this beautiful message. They will definitely go back with this beautiful message. So, Theruvan Saranai, to Dr. Kokila and Ms. Surangika, I beg your permission to leave. There are some programs and people are like getting ready to leave also.
That's all
So
right.
please,
Actually, we can hand over the Zoom. Yeah, it's all good. We can hand over the Zoom at any time to the Zoom, Sinhala Zoom discussion. I don't know whether it's Indrani who is here. Not sure who is actually holding this.
I think you can continue with as usual, Dr. Kokila. I don't know whether going to join the Zoom from here. If it is so,
okay.
they
will join.
I will know. Yeah, please. Theruvan Saranai. Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. So, yeah, it is very beautiful, and we talk about this Dhamma every day, and it is I mean, we need to kind of reach, Dhamma should reach, the truth should reach people, and for truth to reach people, we kind of has to do something, and we do things like we put the sermons into TV programs, we put the Dhamma sermons to radio, and this is kind of another way of actually getting the truth to all the people in the world. And that's not easy. And just by getting their attention, it doesn't mean that it is definitely going to be understood. Some people might say, oh, it's too much, too difficult or too deep. But still, someone definitely might try and understand too. So this is open for everyone. Even if you come to criticize it, you might find that how beautiful this Dhamma is if you are an open-minded person. The difficulty is we are not open-minded people. We are usually close-minded people. So it is like pouring water into a close cup, isn't it? Because then no water will retain. Sometimes it is like that, but we don't stop there. Lord Buddha's message was to give Dhamma to everyone, and Aranwase is trying his best to do that, and we all support him for whatever the way we can. And we try to put a little notice saying Buddothpado and put the YouTube channel sites there. Someone may actually see it and check on it. Who knows? Likewise, we try to put it out there so that, like, very randomly only we started listening to Aranwanse. So it never been told to, never been pressed into listen to anything. We just listen, and it's like kind of used to inspire so much. We just continue to listen. So likewise, there would be people who just by one sermon would be so attracted to that. And even though the truth may not have been felt, doesn't necessarily matter. What matters is being open-minded and being able to actually do a little research about this Dhamma, which is not that bad. You have to have a kind of a ability to research on something where kind of another way is just take it wholeheartedly without any argument and just take it as it is. That is another way as well. That can happen to any mother in the village also, because they might take it so literally, so they are so close to that truth, and they will feel the non-vibration, the Lord Buddha state. And but another one would be having so many arguments about it, but still that also might open up the avenues to understand this. What do you think, Surangika? Do you think you can add something there?
Yes, definitely, Dr. Kokila, because it just came to my mind that R.N. Vase has said that, when someone is not having 3 meals a day, or at least even 1 meal a day, when someone doesn't have a roof above that person's head, when someone doesn't have a meal, you can give that person a large parcel. You can give that person some food. You can maybe provide that person a temporary one night's shelter. But then that is only temporary, isn't it? That meal that is given is going to assuage that person's hunger only for a day. You might give the person for a week, but can you keep on doing it? No, you can't. And that person's hunger is going to come back over and over again. But whilst that kind deed, and no one is going to say no to that, everyone, a person who is humane will still do that. What is going to be done, or what is being done by giving the true Dhamma message to a person, is that we are turning the person from that whole samsaric cycle and paving the way for that person to realize through innate understanding and bringing a cessation to this whole suffering by understanding that there wasn't a soul here, that this is a non-soul existence, and this whole so-called existence has been created, and the suffering comes from this whole misconception of a self and a persona that we think and we have created purely through ignorance. So the true Dhamma message is by far the most profound message one can ever give. It is the most profound act of kindness in every sense of the word, but definitely not from a conventional sense of the word. One can one can think about it from a conventional term as well, but the kindness, the compassion that we talk from a metta perspective, from the Dhamma angle, goes far beyond that point. And Sudharma explained earlier about the Bhante saying, be kind and happy and be humble. But when Aryan talks about those words, it is not a person here being kind. It is not a person here being humble, isn't it? Because when one realizes the Dhamma and when one realizes there was nothing here in the first place, and there was never a person here in the first place. And when that whole self persona and the self vibration melts away, there isn't anybody here to fatten the ego. There isn't anybody here to protect and to enliven or to give value to, and so on. And if there is no one here, then it is that selflessness that comes about automatically, isn't it? And through that itself, the protection or the interest is only of the other person, of wanting, of the doing good, is the doing good in the sense of liberating or helping to liberate or show the path to liberation for that other person and to others, because there is no longer an agenda for the self, because the self has been annihilated because there wasn't a self, and that realization itself brings that understanding, isn't it, Dr. Popila?
Yeah, and in Sinhala we call metta, karuna, mudita, upeksha, and not exactly sure whether we are telling exact the meaning when we say loving kindness, compassion, and no, yeah, I don't know whether we have any specific words for them, but I think it is kind of beyond our normal day-to-day life. What we talk is actually far less than this one which will be felt by a noble friend with non-vibration. So what is important is how much loving kindness would be felt by such a system about the whole suffering, people with suffering. Suffering can be really variable, but everyone suffers in one way or another. But actual happiness is in the same place. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to actually seek anything. It is here. It's just that we don't know. And that's where we get corrected every day by the noble friend that actually non-vibration is just here, and the absence of suffering is just here. And it's actually the absence of suffering which we call the extreme kind of tranquility that we get when we understand this Dhamma. So it is so beautiful, and the programs like this will actually attract the vibrations, and it will lead to more and more non-vibrations. And if this is to make any difference to the world, this power should keep increasing, the non-vibration power. So it has to happen. If there is a considerable effect to happen, it has to improve. It has to, Lord Buddha, if he's just alone, he can't keep giving this to everyone. This one person. I mean, nowadays we have Zoom meetings, we have internet, we have YouTube, we have more opportunities, but the power is having more power of non-vibration, or Yeah, and that is what is going to happen. And that is what is important. So everything will be balanced. Because imbalance, if the vibration is too much, the imbalance causes problems. Naturally, this Buddha status or non-vibration will surface due to the toxicity of the vibrations. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, if we think about particularly having these type of ceremonies will also pique the interest of the Thai people as well, isn't it? I mean, in these countries, Australia, New Zealand, also when we go to monasteries, Ajahn Chah monasteries as well, we know there's quite a big community of quite a big Thai community of
Yes,
people
the big
who are,
one. Yeah.
yeah. So even the one that I go to as well. So they are so devoted to the temple and to the rituals and
I think
following the
much
Dhamma.
devoted than us, I think.
I think so, exactly. And so if in these monasteries and through these visit ones, think the word spreads as well, if they get the opportunity, what we'd like to say through this English Zoom is approach, if you haven't heard of this Dhamma before, approach it with a sense of curiosity. If you think that this is something that will help you in your path, you must have heard about Vidarshana because Ajahn Chah teachings are very, very famous worldwide. You have heard about it, and even the monastery that I went to recently said that they're moving into Vidarshana practice quite a lot, not just concentration meditation. So that seems to be almost like a change or a twist into the right direction. So this is essentially Vidarshana practice that Buddothpado and Vahanse is trying to propagate through these teachings and through the many monasteries in Sri Lanka. And this is, I'm sure, the topic of the foremost topic that he has chatted so many times with Bante from Thailand. And if you are interested, if you think you are having a personal sorrow or suffering, if you think you're suffering from depression and you can't find a way out, or if you want to just, if you're just curious, or if you want to just think that, okay, I know Buddhism this much, but I haven't heard about this stream of Buddhism, I want to just find out just for knowledge. It doesn't matter. If you come with any kind of intention, it's okay. Come and see for yourself is the Buddha's teaching, because in whatever way it is being given, the message can be given true, but finally the understanding will come if you approach it with in any form. Sometimes, as Dr. Kokada said, it can be through a quiet acceptance of the message without question. Sometimes you might have already a lot of knowledge and of teachings of Buddhism in different types of Mahayana or Theravada. It doesn't matter. And you might just want to find out more, but it's okay. In any of those ways, just come and listen, come and understand, or join the English Zoom, or come to the International Meditation Center. Bookings are open through, I think, booking.com. It is very easy to come down to Sri Lanka and spend those days. It's a beautiful environment, and in that environment, very conducive for listening to these pure, absolutely pure Dhamma teachings. And you will find a difference. You will find that the things that have probably you might have had questions about will gradually start falling away, and things will fall into place when you start understanding what these true Dhamma teachings are, understanding this whole self-conception and the drushti or the misconception around that, understanding the mind and how the workings of it is. So there's a lot of potential to bring this peace and calmness into one's lives. and then take away this message into your countries and into Thailand as well, and to those beautiful monasteries out there. So we invite people to think about all this and either participate in the proceedings. If you are, there could be Thai people in Sri Lanka who would be interested as well. You can take part in these proceedings. But then even for the international community as well. Yes, Teruan Sannai.
Yeah, that's kind of a summary here. The beauty of Dhamma is unspeakable. Actually, we can't actually finish talking about it. I think Lord Buddha once said, if I start talking about the value of Buddha or the features of Buddha, even if my lifetime is over, or he use some other words, that we won't be able to finish it. It's kind of a verse in Lord Buddha's time. And yeah, we can't finish talking, or we can't actually express much about it. That's that deep. But we can have glimpse of that, and we can understand how beautiful this Dhamma is. And the nice thing is, it's not that deep either. I mean, because we have so much knowledge only, as I said, we have so many questions, but even a 7-year-old, there's a tendency for a 7-year-old to understand this Dhamma, how a thought is made, how it is, how this body is not the self and the thought is not the self, and then what is the thing that you're feeling, and it is just the vibration of the sensory organs, and that's all. And isn't it very simple? It is. It's just that we are not prepared to listen to something simple. We just need it to be complicated, so we like it to be complicated. Only some of us. I mean, even kind of in the beginning, I think even scientific things, we kind of make it a thing to try and understand the science through this too, but this Dhamma actually doesn't need any of these sub knowledges. Someone cleaning the road, someone cleaning the toilet, someone ruling the country. In Lord Buddha's time, there's so many examples. The kings, the wealthy people, as well as the poor people, without any problem, understood this Dhamma. It's just that you need to have some keenness, some effort, some understanding, some ability to research this truth and application. The main challenge is the application, but it's not that bad. It's actually as much as you feel lighter, you get closer to the child of you, and you will definitely feel this. The application will get easier and easier, and the picture will be bigger and beautiful, isn't it, Sranka?
Yes, it's and as we said before, it's when you say come and see, it's the Hipasika nature of this Dhamma, because one has to come and understand, one has to listen to the teachings initially through the spiritual teacher's guidance, because that is almost a compulsory thing you have to hear it, the authentic teachings, and you have to be guided by the noble spiritual teacher. But once you do that and you embark on the penetrative insight, because what we have got so used to doing from our childhood days is, apart from the time of the baby, where the radiant mind operates, from probably the age of 3-4 years of age, the mind takes over because of various facts and data and stimuli that we have taken on. And then the mind becomes more and more powerful to the point that we can't think of anything or conceive anything outside the mind. If we say the feel, one cannot even fathom what feel is, because the mind has become all consuming, isn't it? And because the mind has become all consuming, you think that you are feeling, you think that you are thinking, you think that you are seeing and you are hearing and touching and tasting and so on. But that again is because the mind has given a twist to everything that has been discerned through these sense faculties by not allowing one to have the insight to understand that these are just sensory perceptions, but giving this twist that the mind consciousness that no, it is you. There is something out there. This is the object. This is your mother. This is your father. This is your house. This is your favorite car. This is your toy. These are your friends. By making all this to be real. So this is the function of the mind sensor. It is not anybody's doing. Neither is it your doing, nor is it anybody else's doing. But because of ignorance, the way the world goes along, the conventional world and society is that we have built a world around us. We have built this world to be the world that we want, whether it is good or bad. Whatever it is, it's a world, and you still want to be part of this world because you have taken this world to be real. That's the way the understanding has happened. It's not your fault. So understand it to understand how this whole thing works. It is not an easy task, but there is the teaching and the guidance available through these true Dharma teachings that we are trying to pass a message about. And with that understanding, one will understand this whole mind. It is the mind that is then seen as the cause of suffering, not understanding the mind, not understanding the self-vibration, which is causing the suffering. So if one can see those through penetrative insight by prajna and arise the wisdom within oneself, which is always there. The nirvana, as we call it, has always been there, the non-vibrational state. It is because of the mind becoming too powerful and therefore the self-vibration becoming too powerful that the nirvanic state is completely clouded. So what this true Dhamma does is brings that to the fore by gradually dissipating or making the self-vibration cease by seeing through, cutting through the shroud of illusion, cutting through the shroud of ignorance, and making this whole process, the mechanism in which this mind function works, very crisp, very clear, so that one can see through that delusion to be able to allow that nirvanic or non-self-vibrational state to emerge. So it is a beautiful Dhamma, but it is something that one has to come and see. Ehipasika. Yes, Dr. Pokira.
Yeah, we are able to give this Zoom discussion at any time. Just if anyone wants to transfer this to the English one, just let us know. We can do it easily. We are talking about this truth every day. Actually, yesterday also I reminded we have multiple Zoom discussions throughout the day, and any of you who feel like joining can join to the YouTube or Zoom discussions, as well as if you go to Buddothpado website, you can find Aryan says thousands of Dhamma courses like sermons. There are some are discussions, but some are not. Some are actually sermons from himself, and they are such a valuable asset to everyone because this has to be heard, and this has to be understood, and this has to be felt too. So there are three levels. It has to be heard, but this has to be understood, and this has to be felt too. And so if someone is keen, you can go to the website Buddothpado Dhamma dot.
Yeah, that's Buddothpado-Dhamma.com.
And there's another one too, isn't it?
And there's another one called Buddothpado.lk as well if you're in Sri Lanka. But there is also, I think there are quite a few websites, but there is another one called wisdomofasia.com. Where there's quite a lot of reading and insightful YouTube videos about quantum mechanics and concentration meditation, and how that itself alone is not the path to liberation of mind. So there's quite a bit of material there that you can read through and try to understand. All of these are very, very informative websites. The Buddothpadadhamma.com also has the Sutra Deshana from the Pali Canon, the Tripitaka. Of course, I think those are in Sinhalese, but that website also has a section for English translations of Aryan Vahansava's spiritual teachers' talks. So True Dhamma Awakened, I think there are 6 volumes along with some other books as well, isn't it, Dr. Popula? And that is that series of books are the ones that we use daily in the English Zoom to start off the English discussion.
Yeah. If you are keen, you have it all. There's no problem. And if you can't understand anything of that, you can find the Zoom link and join to a Zoom discussion. Which, if you are someone who doesn't know to handle a phone, you can always ask your granddaughters or grandchildren or children in that case, or friends' children who will have an idea of how to do that. And and also there's like a radio recorder kind of thing where you can have 300 sermons in there. So there are so many ways for you to hear this Dhamma. It's non-soul Dhamma. That's with the no self-anger. And this is definitely rare. Explanation to this level, explanation into 3 worlds of sensual, form and formless has never been heard. If you go through a lot of past discourses, you will understand that a lot of them were not sure what they were talking about when it comes to the form and the formless level. So no one can actually become non-vibration even for a moment without without knowing about these things, in the sense without failing these things, these levels. So we saw the beautiful ceremony today, where some of our Dhamma friends had the chance of seeing all the relics and worshipping relics, and as well as being close to Bante from Taiwan, as well as Aramanse. And yeah, I think it must have been very empowering, very, very beautiful, very soothing experience. And yeah, anything to add, Surangika, for the closure, kind of last few minutes?
No, not really. I think we've discussed quite a bit of it. There's not much of time without other people as well to embark on a longer or deeper discussion. But I think for people in Sri Lanka, even Buddothpado followers, or for others as well, if you're going to see the relics, I think the message probably from us is try and listen to a bit of Buddothpado Dhamma. You will, and in those monasteries wherever you go, there will be, I'm sure, free books that you can collect. And other kind of, maybe the radio with the 300 odd talks, there might be those available for sale as well. It's a very nominal fee, I think, maybe 3,000 Sri Lankan rupees, 2,900 or something. That might be available, or you might be able to apply for one. But certainly the books are free for distribution, and you can collect them. You can sit and listen to a talk, or you can, in certain monasteries, the relics ceremony is combined with a practical program. That's only a one-day program, but you get a good introduction of the true Dhamma philosophy. And then you also get an introduction to the practical program of actually putting the Dhamma philosophy, what you learned, into practice, and trying to understand, trying to experience how the non-self vibration, how the senses work, and the fact that this is all thought-driven. So all these aspects one will be able to experience through the practical program. So I think we encourage you, if you haven't done it before, to go in search of it, go find it, because there needs to be an effort if you want to find a path out of suffering. And that if you haven't found it, despite 30, 40 years of going up and down to the temple, being as you would call it, a good Buddhist, being, as you would call it, always giving alms and all that. But if you're still suffering, if you're still feeling the pain when you lose a dear one, then ask yourself, have you found the truth? If you have found the truth, should you be suffering? And importantly, in this Dhamma, you will find that, was there a person here to suffer? What is suffering? Well, who am I? All those questions, there will be answers. But, some people, you might get the Dhamma by listening, turning on the radio and listening it. But for the person who seeks, that person will find it. So there needs to be an effort from you as well. And if you go and listen to it, as lots of us have, you can hear one sermon and then you will never turn back. And for some people, it might be 5 or 10 sermons, but take that first step. And that's what we would encourage you to do. Yes,
Yeah, true. I think we are coming to the end part of the English Zoom discussion. We can hand over this Zoom to, I don't know whether we can hand over or we leave the Zoom so that they can start the 4 o'clock one. I think.
Yes, I think there's enough people. I think there is Neela as well, who is one of the co-hosts. I think she was there for the rest of the program. So if we just leave Dr. Kokila, I think the others will continue
Yeah.
with the program.
So
Thiruvaan
we'll worship.
Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, Thiruvaan Saranai will worship Aran Wahanse, and we actually salute him for what he tried to do to extend this Dhamma to everyone. And thank you all, Dhamma friends. May Triple Gem bless you.
Thiruvaan Saranai Aran Wahanse. Thiruvaan Saranai Dhamma friend.
Thiruvaan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvaan Saranai. Shani will not be able to join today also, I think.
Yeah, we can continue discussing. Do you have the next part of that bit, or shall we keep it to
I have the
Shani? And
yeah, Dr. Kokila, we
which
can
one?
keep it to her. That is, I think, page 17. She has read up to page 17. And yes, we have to discuss from page 18. We can even go ahead without that. She will join after this program at Dombokota, I believe.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so we can start the discussion. We worship Aran Wahanse as usual, and may Triple Gem bless you all. If someone can actually bring up like a fraction, like whatever the fraction that we can speak about, then we can build up a discussion on that.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, in the next page, what is mentioned basically is that the creations, projections of the five sensory organs are a natural phenomenon. So that is what we have been discussing, I mean, every day. So can we discuss based on that?
Yeah.
And Dr. Kokila, I have to request from you that you did a beautiful explanation regarding consciousness and five aggregates yesterday when somebody questioned. So if you can explain further about that, it would also be very useful to clear our doubts about that consciousness and how Lord Buddha talks about non-vibration.
Yeah, it's difficult to like I mean to talk about that spontaneously, but Dr. Sakuntala, do you Do you have a question or something so that we can start the discussion? I think Surangika had something yesterday, but she hasn't joined yet. I think if we are talking about the consciousness, there's nothing much to talk about the consciousness. It's a basic function where you feel it as a thing. And that is mainly because of the ignorance that we kind of feel it in different way. But once the main thing to understand here is, I think, I don't know whether it came out yesterday, the understanding of one stimuli. If it is chair, actually all these three layers, if it is chair sound, like we discussed yesterday, the chair sound. Actually, we discussed it with the milk toffee thing. The chair sound has a sound ear consciousness as well as the mind consciousness. That's where we struggle a bit anyway, how these things work, because we can't separate. Once made, it's a chair. Can't really separate, but then in the kind of to feel the non-vibration or absence of vibration, in that sense, better sense is absence of vibration. Someone has to actually get the a specific vibration, specific stimuli where the mind consciousness is not a thing. That is where the struggle is, to feel this and also feel the basic consciousnesses, and to know that it is just the rapid vibration of the sensory organ only. So the practice, actually, what Aranansi has brought about is just a reversal of the experience, and the best way to actually bring about no self-experience, but no one will actually feel it if they have deficiencies in, like, pitfalls in understanding about the truth. So yeah, you can add on and we can build up the discussion. Yes, anything to add to this?
No, I only have questions, Dr. Kokila. So now when you say actually we have to go back or reversal journey, because we have by now created a very thick world due to ignorance. So basically now we know through
The
this
difficulty is actually
yeah.
understanding even these words we talk, or these
Yes.
thoughts are
Yes.
not true. That's the
Yes.
difficult part, because we get carried away by our own thoughts, and when we get carried away, we get to know that the chair, there's no chair. The thought of chair is not real, and everyone says yes. That then that yes also has that meaning, same meaning. That is where people can struggle, but then with practice, it's all come to more into our it becomes a practice to know that every thought is the same. Every thought, even if we say yes, this beautiful Dhamma, it's the same thing. That is the areas, the most important areas that we struggle because as soon as we say something, we feel as like, yeah, that's true. But no, actually, none of these things are true. And we have talked about this a lot. And if you even not tell anything, you turn around, everything will be leaving a mark. That is your mind consciousness, even though there's no value. So you know what happened and that kind of thing. And none of these things are true. In that sense, one particular moment you will be able to actually get into the level of the vibration or the change. And if we have practiced so hard about that, it is only because in the 10th level or the feel level, you can't do anything. You can't think again. If you think again, it's just thinking again. This was highlighted even yesterday. I think Aaron once tried to talk about this even yesterday. It wasn't a full, I mean, it didn't go far because there was no much questions, but he tried. I don't know whether it's this morning. I can't remember now. Actually, maybe even this morning. He tried to tell this again and again. He keeps telling this, that if you are in the mind, there's no chance that you can feel. They don't overlap. They don't overlap. It's either the feel or either the mind. But the problem is sometimes you feel and then you think, and the feel is again becomes useless because you're thinking about it. So
and Dr. Kokila, it's very difficult to differentiate the feel and the mind.
You don't have to. You don't have to. The one who tries to do these things is the self. So that's where the problem is.
Yes.
Letting go has a problem because people don't know how to let go because they are scared to let go because they want to do something. They want to understand something. They want to do something and keep doing this. And then it is again the self which tries to do something. So there's pitfalls everywhere where you can actually, if you try to do something, yes, you have to understand. And yeah, it is the mind because you can't try anything without getting something true. So if you want to, like, imagine the word you said, this is just for an example I'm telling because you might be telling these things for the sake of the discussion. So when we say it is so difficult to differentiate.
Yes, actually.
That's again the same thing. Because then there is something to differentiate. What is there to differentiate? That's where the actual value of Dhamma when it comes to this level is massive because it's all the thoughts, not just one part of thoughts. Because if you are to get rid of you, you can't just keep one part of the thoughts and just keep praying that the you will go. You can't do that. So if you are to leave you, all the thoughts can't leave like a trace. I mean, should not be a thing. So if there's something for you to compare, yes, definitely there must be something interesting there to compare. If you want to compare something, isn't it?
Yes, there is the person and there is the thing to be compared. That's what you have been trying to convince from the very first example that I gave that day too also, but still I can't get it somehow. I am actually, that's why trying my best to kind of.
No, I think you are getting it. I think you are just clouded by the secondary thoughts, like You get it and then you forget it, like kind of like that, because that's the thought power. That's the I power. That's the war between me and the non-vibration. And if you have the actual understanding, you won't succumb to your self vibration. You won't succumb to that. So you keep understanding. Oh, the understanding can't come keeping you safe and then keep understanding that this is not there, this is not there, this is not there, this is not there. That's not the point. The you is actually the comparison. If you think there is a value in comparison, yeah, that is you. If you think there is value in nibbana, yes, that is you. And if you think there is a value in getting rid of taints, that is you. But the thing is, we can't comprehend this fully sometimes. But that's the importance of letting go and just take it easy. Those are the two words that we can't do. Basically, we don't know that. We are so full of energy. We want to do something and we want to take things seriously. We are waiting for that. Can you give me something serious? Yeah, you can have something serious.
Yes, I've done that for entire life. Yes, Dr. Gopala.
Yeah, the life actually is this happening of these things. So we have a story, we have a thing to do. We get scared when there's nothing to do. We are actually lost, kind of, if there's no stimulus which can actually bring up your self vibration. That's why we change from dal and some, in the morning, if you eat rice with dal, you can't eat rice with dal again noon, and you can't eat rice with dal again in the dinner, because this self vibration that needs some, it wants to kind of
some change.
Some change. In the sense, it's actually the change is the self vibration. Yeah. So it is just the manifestation of that which keeps going, because the life is this going feeling. Because we feel like something is happening and I'm going, I'm living, yesterday I lived there, I went to school or I went to work. Today I'm home because I can't go, it's raining. Tomorrow I might be able to go, because if it doesn't rain, So we kind of have a story. Don't misunderstand. The story can be there, but the actual doer, when we keep understanding this value, will not be there, and then the doer will not be there. So the story, it's just floating like another, leaf fallen from the tree. Has no meaning, has no power. It just falls. We have Dr. Sakuntala as well as Surangika has joined. So you all can add something to make this discussion a bit more interesting and, live.
Yes, Thiruvan Saranai. Actually, as you said, it's the thought everywhere. Thoughts are the ones everywhere. I mean, whether it is the thought as it is, or whether there is a word or an action. Everything has the thoughts in the base.
Actually, when you said that, I just wanted to add this because it might not come again. When you say you know that Arananse's example where he read a book, you know that we don't have to actually read the book, but we get the point, remember? We see a butterfly and a flower, we know like butterfly is going to the flower. Kind of we have that image. That's the mind world. That's actually the form world, because there's always the question about these things. You know, we don't have to think about that. This how do I say this? So you know the Kamal Ambagas Satanagi, we don't have to really say that when we how do we say that in English? Okay, we are reading a novel, then we read Kamal is climbing a tree. Then we read it, you know, we don't read it loudly. We just kind of see the sentence and don't you get the meaning? You get the meaning. You don't have to actually read it. Likewise, the dog can be there, the old shoe can be there, the new shoe can be there, the train can be there, the accident can be there, everything can be there. Still, self-vibration or the self-perception is there too. To get, this is the point I find it difficult to give across. I think it is our kind of problem of communication here, our inability to communicate it properly. But in the context that actually that sound didn't have a sound, that kind of thing, it is very beautiful if you can understand that the dream, even though we don't talk about it, we don't do any action, it is still there, kind of. But then when we understand that even that is not true, can you imagine how light you would feel? And if you actually do this in one stimuli to the point that you don't even get the mind consciousness part and directly feel the tense or the direct feel, then you have to have the practice to understand that it is the function of the sensory organ only. That is where we turn. Actually, we are turning the cards. We play a card game and we are turning it. Actually, that's where the game is completely turned. The river is flowing upwards. The everything is changing. That particular point is because if that happens, then the feel of existence will not be there. Then you definitely know that feel of existence is a product. But now we can't, if we don't know that, we just feel it, that's normal. But if we know something else, we know that it's a product of sensory organs. And chair is a product of sensory organ, but it has those two levels, but still it is a sensory organ. So when you read a book, even though you haven't uttered a word, you haven't uttered inside your brain, not the brain, the kind of inside, the radio that works, even if that is not happened, you still get a perception. And if you feel that as real, the self-perception is there. But if you actually go through that, it is the direct vision you get. If you are looking at a book, it's a direct light perception you might get. So it is very beautiful. We can only discuss in different ways, but sometimes it can be very complicated if we keep talking about that. So we go back to we keep going back and forth, we tell about this a little bit and then go back and forth, talk about the normal stuff, because it is very difficult to take this straight away. So our mind is not ready. But once the mind is ready, or kind of self vibration is low, it will happen, just happen. No one can plan it, no one can do it. If someone is trying to see some, compare and things like that, no, that's not there, because that's not no self vibration, like no self perception, because that is self perception. If there's something wanting, someone wanting, that's self perception. You should at least have that basic understanding that if someone wants something underneath, even subconsciously, it is the self perception. In Sinhala language, we don't have this subconscious part, I think, that much, but in English, we can actually talk about it, because they talk about this, subconsciously needing something, subconsciously wanting something, and actually the subconsciously what you want is to have the next one, have the next one, have the next one. If you can't even get what you want to have the self-perception going, because you are scared that the self-perception, if it is not there, there will be a calamity, like there would be a problem. But if this non-self-perception has happened at least once, you know that there's no problem. It's not a problem. We cling on to the self-perception because we think that is the normal. But we feel that we are clinging on to the son, daughter, my brother, my sister, my family, my money, my lands. We feel like that. But actually what we are clinging to is the self-perception. That's from the self-view. I think maybe today morning, Aaron was trying to explain that how actually this extends, once, I think we have discussed it too, like once the baby to the child level, once the child level after about 7 years of age, how the self-view is the perfect, strongest way. So now everything happens to you, everything happens here, everything is important to me, and me is the boss, me is the Katanayaka. What do you mean? What is the word for that? Like me is the what do you call
role
that?
or something? Can you say
main
main
role.
role?
Yeah, main role. Because you don't know how to become another one. You are the main role. That happens after about, in about 7 years of age, that has happened already. That's why the self-view is already there now. So this self-view is the most difficult thing to break. And that's why Sotapanna is the most difficult thing to happen, because the self-view is so strong, it clouds all the thoughts. It is clouded. All the thoughts are clouded by this one particular vibration. What is one particular vibration? When there is consciousness, there is a kind of a feel that it is a thing, and then it becomes, it is the vibration that actually vibrated or synchronized to the zygote. But what keeps on happening is it is going to get stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger. And once you become like a 20-year-old, or even before that, you are fully into self-view. So the main character, that's the word, I think, main character.
Yes, I think, yes.
Yeah, the main character is here and everything is happening around. And that's the problem. And that's what is going to dissolve. You're going to become everything around. There's no self here. That's what is going to dissolve. the feel of self here. And this is so beautiful to even contemplate. The contemplate word is taken. So even to even think about this, to even think about this, to think deeply about this, that is also beautiful. Let alone feeling it, experiencing it, even thinking about it is so beautiful, so that you feel so relaxed because you keep understanding whatever happens, this separation, this duality, this whatever that we feel, that the main character, like the center, the feel, that is wrong. And that's actually wasn't the case. But due to ignorance, that is the case. Yeah, someone can add on to that?
Yes, actually, this perception now, when we call, we can tell it in Sinhala, the Shabda Rupe Shabda Nae. So in other words, the sound perception doesn't have a real sound in it.
Yeah, that's a
And
vibration.
light perception, yes. Light perception doesn't have a real light in it. And in the same way, self-perception has no self in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So all the perceptions does not have a real thing in
Nothing.
it, but nothing, basically. Yes.
Yeah. Even the self vibration, you keep understanding that there's nothing like that.
Yes. So,
That's
in
what
other words,
we keep understanding.
Yes. So in other words, perception means some past occurring vibrations which look like a perception, which looks like a
It's the
sound
manifestation.
perception.
That's the beauty of these sensory
Manifestation,
organs.
yeah.
It's the beauty of the sensory organs. But if you think about Opapathika, or I don't know what that word is, but the birds where there is no kind of big
physical body.
Physical body, then we can't even talk about these things. But then still there is
just a
vibration
there, isn't it?
just there. So the consciousness is there. There is always, but that organism or whatever that the body that has that problem can't solve it. Only humans can understand this. That's the beauty of being humans. And that's the beauty of listening to Dhamma. And that's the beauty of actually feeling this for a moment. And that's all the beauties that Lord Buddha has explained. I don't know what he used the word there. These are the human pratilabho. The word pratilabho. Isn't it the word pratilabho?
Yes, pratilabha, yes. Pratilabha means, you can't say an achievement, isn't it?
Yeah, all the words are biased, so, but kind of something which, in simple words, that's the beauty of being human, beauty of being able to listen to Dhamma, and beauty of being, beauty of having an experience of non-vibration. Those are the three things, I think. Is there more or just three? I can't remember.
You mean the types of birds?
No. Those are Lord Buddha's words. Manushya, can't remember the words. In Sinhala it is ධර්මය ඇසීම ප්‍රතිලාභයක්, මනුෂ්‍ය ජීවිතය ප්‍රතිලාභයක්.
Yes, being able to listen to the true Dhamma is one of the things. Being a human being is one of the things.
Those are the things I was telling.
Yeah.
And being able to experience this for a moment, the non-vibration is the other thing. Is there any more? That was the question I asked.
I think there is another one. There's another one. Yes. I don't exactly remember.
Yeah.
The Sudharma, Surangika, I don't know whether
I think it is.
Pratirupa Desavasot, isn't it?
Even that Lord Buddha, the Aran Mahansa actually told that is the same
Gives a
thing
different
as,
meaning, isn't it?
yeah,
It
he
gives a
gives,
different,
Pratirupa
yeah.
Desa is to
he,
turn
he,
against the stream rather than
Yeah.
yeah,
go along with the
Being,
stream, isn't it? That
yeah,
itself is so rare.
yeah. And
actually,
yeah,
what we heard was being born in a
no, yeah,
land
that's
where the Dhamma can be
the,
heard, but
we
Aryan
can
Mahansa gave a
understand.
different, yes.
We can understand that it can't be that simple, because even
Yes.
Brahmas can understand this Dhamma. So being born, or like this, yeah, it's okay to give a broader, I think, idea for everything. Anyway, the most important factor is being able to feel this, but we have kind of everything, because we have the chance. The main thing is to practice. It is difficult because we are addicted to our mind, and we feel that the mind is our power. Actually, it's vice versa, because mind is the power, but at the same time, mind is the trick where we are tricked into this Vijnana Maya. Do you have a word for Vijnana Maya? It's a consciousness.
It's illusory consciousness, Dr. Kokila.
Illusory consciousness. So it is there everywhere in any consciousness. It is a light, it is a sound, it is the tactile sensations, whether it's the nose, with the smell, whether it's the taste, whether it's the mind. But apart from this tactile stuff, and the feel stuff, every other thing has mind consciousness directly related to that. But the skin and stuff, the fluidity, the solidity and stuff, they don't necessarily need mind consciousness for manifestation. That's why it is easy for you to get these experiences with the walking meditation. But it doesn't necessarily mean you need only. No, that's not the point. Anything else? I don't know whether we are deviating, but we don't have a book today, so we can talk freely.
So enlightening and insightful. When you mentioned main characters, at once I was like thinking, now in this family, now I have this, if we use words, now main character, so a self-vibration, and I have my own world. So there I am the main character. But we never ever thought the son or husband or my mother or other one has, the others had their own different worlds. We used to make decisions and do everything from our perspective, because we ignorantly thought everyone is thinking like me. It's the same world. So it's very interesting and enlightening, Dr. Kokila. That made me think of a simple activity we do in school also. I don't know whether it's relevant. If we take a simple story like Red Riding Hood, it is revealed to the world. The story is narrated from Red Riding Hood's perspective. So we get the children to narrate it from the world's perspective or granny's perspective. So that this, I don't know, when we understand this little by little, it can be applicable to any situation. And I think that is how the wisdom emerges, isn't it, naturally? Theruvan Saranai, and thank you so much. It's so beautiful. I mean, then and there, while listening, we make some realizations that That's what I wanted to share. Thank you so much for these beautiful discussions.
Anyone else to add anything? Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Yesterday's yesterday's question, I think, was trying to ask you if you could explain about the fish example, because I know we talk about it a lot in the Sinhala Zoom, but for the benefit of our English listeners, I thought that example was actually quite good, because there are not many people who actually ask questions on the English Zoom. It's good to illustrate to them by giving some practical day-to-day examples, if you can.
Well, the best way I can, I mean, there are several ways to tell this, but best way which comes now is, the best way is to go back to, again, this, go back in the sense actually become the vibratory sense in the zygote, and how this, the vibrations got manifestations slowly. And after the mind consciousness is formed, this new way of perception, kind of, it is like a dreamy, illusory kind of thing, where that the feel is not the way. No, it is the dream. Because if you turn up, you see the sky, and you if you turn around, you feel so many things. And that's what I was trying to say about reading the book also, because you don't have to even name them. You still feel them as real. This has to be actually experienced. It's beautiful to know how this has happened. And then slowly this perception, because as soon as there is a perception, even the Tarzan has the perception of the savior monkey mom. So like that, there's so many which keeps coming up. Then now he knows trees. He doesn't have to be told. He doesn't even know that it's a tree. That's the beauty of it. He has a perception. But then when he gets to know all these things, the main character thing forms, the self-view. That is the main important thing, actually. The self-view is formed. The fish, actually, I usually use it. I mean, Aranwansi might tell some different explanation, because we can tell it in different ways. I usually use it to the thing that happened to that child in kindergarten, where the slowly, the mind started to form, in the sense thoughts started to form, and now there's meanings to what you see. There's always meanings to what you see. There was never a meaning before. Before it was just eye vibration, ear vibration, touch vibration, or tongue vibration, or nose vibration. But now there's a meaning to what you see. So that is from there onwards, this bubble of meanings. It's a bubble of meanings. So the child gets up in the morning. There's so much bubble of meanings. He's running around. He knows that it's the house. He doesn't have to be told or reminded, maybe in the beginning. But later, he knows he's going to the garden to play. He knows this is the brother, this is the sister, like that. So this meaningful, illusory world is the fish in the water we talk about. In the sense, when I describe that, that's what I'm trying to say. The fish in the water. The fish in the water has to jump up at least once to feel the vibratory nature of the feel. And that has nothing to do with ignorance. But if actually someone has heard Dhamma and they understand that in that particular moment there's no self, if that has been planted, the no self Dhamma has been planted, that idea has been planted in this system, that particular moment will actually extend to the non-vibration. Because just extending it to the vibratory nature has just only one meaning. It has the meaning that, yes, there is a vibratory nature. But that's, again, useless, because vibratory nature is also the consciousness level, which gives you an idea that you're still there. But if you actually has heard Dhamma properly, and you turn it around so much that it is only the one particular, whatever the sensory organ which started that thought, then you might go on to feel the non-self vibration or non-self absence of self vibration. That was the one I was trying to say. I don't know whether it came out, Suranjika, nicely, because these things never come up nicely sometimes. I don't know whether it's relatable. Because
sometimes I suppose it depends also on the listener, isn't it?
And also the teller, because we may because what Lord Buddha explained, what Aryan Vanse explained, sometimes we might not get it fully, and we might get our own version of it. But finally, whatever happens, what is the importance is to feel the non-self vibration. But always we talk about this. You're thinking, because we talked about that it is a problem to us all the time. That's what I was trying to say. The meaning, even though there's no value, the meaning is all still in the water, still in that mind bubble. So if you have pierced that, only in the sense that fish has come out of that, you might get that. This is just for a moment only, and feel the actual self vibration or the tense, because that is the start of this problem. But now we turn it so much that definitely it will end up in an absence of self vibration. To turn that, there's always need of this Dhamma. Yeah.
Yeah, Terun Dr. Kokila, once I remember it was mentioned that being on the fish and being the fish, there was a difference in that also.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask. But
yes.
my recollection of that was being
that context was different. That context was different again, because now, pardon me if you can't get this because of my inability to tell this properly, but inside the mind also inside the mind bubble also, there is a kind of a possibility that we can think about these things and think about Dhamma. We get a stimuli and then think about Dhamma again, and we get another stimuli, we think about Dhamma again. But once we come to the understanding that's only the Montessori part in this Dhamma, that Savitaka Savichara, and then the next one, it will keep happening, but then you slowly understand that Savitaka Savichara, or keep thinking about Dhamma, is just the initial part. And there would be one point that you actually stop doing that, and in the sense it will stop on its own. Not you are stopping that because you are so sure about that. You might, it won't be necessary for you to keep thinking about Dhamma anymore. But then it might come randomly. But at the end, what is important is what you feel without thinking. That's where the feel part coming out, because that's actually, when you talk about path, we have path and the result. The path and the result. So the path and the result is often where the result kind of thing is where it's happening without thinking at all. So, but to come to that stage, that is the problem. To come to that stage, we can tell, don't get onto the fish. We can tell, but I don't know whether it's practical way, because we don't know what fish is. We don't know what, we don't know what fish is until we actually feel the difference of these things. So that's where the initial pitfall is, not knowing, or in the sense not having an experience. So experience makes the way for you to actually automatically the system will stop thinking too much about it. Once you stop thinking too much about Dhamma, because the system is already aware about that, it's very easy for you to feel the vibration as well as the non-vibration. The system is fully aware, kind of, it's a super awareness though. Now, it's a kind of the super awareness. So that's what I'm saying. So that's the fruit, kind of the result of all these things. To have a kind of understanding whether this is the vibration or the non-vibration. But how can one know? That is where the initial experience importance is, isn't it? That's where Ananda Thero, Venerable Ananda knew whatever he has been trying to, he tried his best to keep watching thoughts and all this stuff, he tried his best because he had a hurry. Now, tomorrow he has to become an Arahant. I think he's the only one that had this problem, I think, of forcefully becoming an Arahant just to participate into a Sanghayana. So, didn't he know all these things? He knew. But still he was trying to concentrate on that. So, but because he is already aware, if it happens, he knows it. If it doesn't happen also, he knows it. So the vibration he knows. He knows the non-vibration too. That's how he knows that he hasn't attained it, isn't it? So when you say about on the fish or the being the fish, I think it is told in different contexts. That's what I'm trying to say. So someone can tell that example in a different aspect and mean something else. But this fish thing, I think initially what has to happen is to understand that the super awareness will not come just by itself. Super awareness comes if that system is fully aware about the being the fish and not being the fish, isn't it? One has to have a slightest idea of that, being the fish or the not being the fish, isn't it? What do you think, Suranka? Can you put a better version of it?
No, I think that was quite nicely put, Dr. Gopila. I mean, I suppose it's the way I was recollecting what the conversation in the Zoom discussion was. I think probably that's what Dr. Sakuntala was trying to say, that being the fish is the general Pruthakjana or lay person, where all the perceptions arising from the senses have become real to the extent that they are not even perceived as or thought of as perceptions, but real objects, meaning the external world is real and I am real and everything is tickety-boo kind of thing. So there's a world and I am here and I have my parents, my mother, father, house, everything. So they are living in this world and everything is true. So that whole external world and me or I or me living in it, everything is so I is the fish and the external world is the world around me. And I am very much part of that external world kind of scenario.
Kind of the main character.
Yes, and yes, I suppose. And then through the true Dhamma, just the first stage of it, understanding that the external world is not what we conceive it to be, and then liberating from that first stage of thinking the external world as a reality, is the fish who is now on, who is being on the fish. Meaning your external world is no longer a reality, but there is still the perception that is still true, or that one can't get out of. So that is why the on the fish kind of thing is, because you haven't really got rid of it. The external world, yes, but not from the perception, the form world. And I think the third stage was you have liberated, or, that there is liberation. Not you have, there is liberation also from the mind, the form thing. And then, as Aryan says, one is on the path, which is the feel experience. And at that stage, thoughts can come and everything happens as normal, but one can be on the riverbank observing these happening without actually being immersed in it and producing any kind of volitional formations and then going in the stream of samsaric cycle. Rather, on the contrary, as we talked about the Patilupadesa Vasoja thing, the Dhamma is well understood. Where the vibration and the self-perception is occurring is also well understood, and that this is a system is also well understood. So it is actually the system operating, which is why the thoughts are not considered my thoughts. Within the thought, the vibration and the power is not considered to be the I functioning here and the I operating, and everything is not connected to the I. And that is why that being at the riverbank and then watching is quite different. It's almost a clinical observing kind of thing, an objective element of it, I would have thought, which was the 3 stages. Dr. Sakuntala, was there anything additional to put or anything that needs to be corrected in what I said?
No, I think what you mentioned is sort of complete. As you said, if I tell some other example other than the fish, something that I thought of, the person is seeing dreams. So he thinks that the dream world is real, and all of a sudden he wakes up and then just see the real, so-called real world. That means that momentary experience of the no self perception, or I mean the nature of how it is that no self feeling is. And then he goes back to sleep again and then continue to watch his dream. So that momentary experience is something like for a very short period, he wakes up and see the real appearance. Anyway, basically what it means is that fish jumping out of water means experiencing something, that there is something different to what the fish has been experiencing and taking as real, isn't it?
Yes, I think it was.
Actually, the feel of existence is our normal.
Yes.
It is the normal. That's where we can talk about the fish like this. It's all thoughts, but then the feeling this has no whatsoever thoughts in there. That is the difficult part, because when we tell a story, we can relate to that. We can relate so beautifully, even this child thing. When we say zygote, when we say a baby, when we say a kindergarten child, then when we say year 5, year 2, year 3 child, and then someone who is doing exams, so we can relate to that. But actually becoming that is the difficult part. Kind of if you become that, kind of go back on that, only you get that feel how it was actually. That is where the experience is important. So the storyline is beautifully can be beautifully said, but and understood, but that would be just in our mind. But if you experience it, it will be like concrete. It is going to be. And if one feels the no self-perception, that is absence of this existence, feel of existence, that is going to be forever. And slowly, Lord Buddha says, even if you do nothing, I mean, we are not saying to do nothing, but he reassures you that definitely this will keep happening again, and the self-perception will be defeated, in the sense the self-perception will no longer there, because the non-self-perception is going to win over, and the full even the super awareness we talk about, it is the no self-perception. You look at the same water though, if you can't forget that, still inside water. I hope that is clear. I mean, it's still in water.
Yeah, the experience is the same, isn't it? Experiencing the same
No,
thing in the same way.
An arahant will be in the normal same world as an person who has not understood this Dhamma. Likewise, what actually happens is still the fish is in the water, but he doesn't have that self-perception as strong as the other fish. Because now there is a non-self perception as well. And that is going to keep manifesting again and again. It becomes the normal. That's where an arahant is. But just because he is an arahant, he still, until the last breath, he's going to be in the water, in the sense, according to the story we were talking. Otherwise, people will think, what are they talking about? Water. We are talking about the fish still. In that example, do you get the point that an arahant is living in the same world as everyone else, and
Yes.
without any problem? So no one can actually identify him, because it's a change of a change. Change is only in the perception level, the vibration level. Actually, it has nothing to do with outside.
Yeah,
Yes.
he will see, he will see, hear, and feel the things in the same way,
Same
but
way,
knows that it's not real, isn't it?
in the sense, through the experiences, that power is not there, because that power, the change is going to go down, because because what actually happened was to that baby, because of the view, or in the sense the perception, and then with the view, this got so powerful. But now the view is changed. This is going to go die down, and it doesn't die because the chair has all these levels. It is going to die with all these levels. So the tense will also be gone. That's where the mellowing midila, elonut midila, in the sense, mellowing is this world that we are talking about, with the chair, the world, the river, mother, father, and all that family. Actual eloa is the actual tense. Then both will be gone. So no one can actually feel the tense, keeping the mellower. That's where the Aranhans is trying to say, come to the field, come to the field. You can't really come to the field. It just has to be understood first that this world is not real. And that's why we keep reiterating this again and again and again and again and again. And one day, it will actually, click into our system, because it's so difficult.
We connect that to the asrava. So the asavakya jnana is that the continued fading away of the asrava will then come to the point of getting to zero, and then touching the zygote level taint, or the self vibration, which Sharon once has given an example of the tea leaves at the bottom of a teacup, the residue or remnants of tea leaves in the teacup, isn't it? The sasvi or zygote level. So, but to get to the zygote level, the asrava, which is a spin-off, a projection of the mind consciousness as a result of the mind consciousness forming, has to be first eroded completely before the zygote, or that sasviya vibration, or the self vibration, can be eaten into, can be eroded, isn't it? Because that's where the arahathood emerges, because once all asrava is gone, the sheenasrava point, the arahathood is at the point of anasrava, and anasrava would be the zygote level vibration also becoming non-vibration.
Yeah, when we talk about this becomes like another story. but this can be felt in one stimuli. That's the beauty of it. That's where all the doubts about a stimuli or the what is what is the word for that?
Law of cause and effect.
Dependent
Dependent.
dependent.
Yeah,
The dependent origination is all about this the stimuli. How the stimuli is doing this damage. So the dependent origination, the doubts about dependent origination, doubts about Dhamma, doubts about everything is gone if someone can actually feel this. The storyline is this, but the storyline helps you to relax to the point that the mind consciousness will not become a thing at one point. And you will feel this Dhamma for a moment. That's again feeling the non-vibration for a moment in contrast to feeling the non-vibration forever is the Arahant. But to come to that, there's a long way. But what we usually discuss is the first point. Because the first point is the main important point where you will at least know the difference between mind, the taints, non-vibration. These are the three, the sensual world, form world, and non-form world has to be passed to feel the non-vibration or no self-perception. Then again, nothing happens, but the whole view is changed. That's the beauty.
Dr. Kokila, when I shared that experience of dog biting the shoe, you said that I was in the dream film. I was unable to get it at that point. So the burning was zero, yet this now you again explained this formless world. So in relation to that, Dr. Kokila, can you explain it again that I was in the dream means that story I have like I believed in that
That
story.
was the form world. That's the form
Yes.
world.
Because I opened the door, went out, saw the gate, walked down. Though the burning was not there, but there was a story. Is
Yes.
it?
Yes.
So, very difficult to get things actually. You have explained so many times, even in that police officer story. Although I was not embarrassed, entire story was there in the form of mental images, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Right.
it is okay, but the thing is to know that it is not the no self-perception. That's the main important thing. Because you can have all these experiences until you feel the no self-perception. It is the main thing is to have the wisdom to understand that it is not the no self-perception. Because you are still in the dream.
Yes.
But if you don't know, you give more power to whatever the dream. Because you're thinking, wow, this is so good because I didn't feel any burning. Wow. But then you forget that it is the dream state. And even if you come to the tense, if you forget that part, then again still the self-perception is there in the tense level also. Even the worm has that. The zygote has that. I has that before having the ability to think. So it is okay for you to be in whatever the stage. That's not the problem. It is good to know, though, like to have the feeling that this is the dream world. Yes, that's okay. But if you don't know, then it becomes a thing again. But you feel no burning. At one particular moment, if you actually pierce that dream world, you will definitely feel it because it's a very novel experience. And then that vibration also is the vibration of the organ only. And then you will have the non-vibration or the no self-perception. If we have had that before, probably we won't be talking like this in this Zoom discussion. So anyway, I think we are coming to the end of our discussion today as well. The actual discussion gets interesting towards the latter part, isn't it? Always.
Yes.
Yeah. But anyway, we'll stop it today and we'll worship Aran Hanse for trying to give his insight to everyone. And we invite everyone to come and listen to this Dhamma. There is so many Zoom discussions throughout the day. 5 a.m. from Sri Lankan time, 5 a.m., 9:30 a.m., 1 a.m., and then this one at 2:45 a.m., and then next one is at 4 a.m., and next one, the children one, is at 5:30, I think, and there's another one at 7 a.m., the groundbreaking revelations, and there's another one at 9:30 p.m. Isn't it beautiful? And you have the ability to discuss this. You don't have to understand this. Try and listen to this and see. You don't have to have a fear that something is going to happen to you. If you listen to this Dhamma, this is all kind of suitable for everyone. Kind of for a child, kind of for a scientist, kind of for a psychiatrist, kind of for a mother in the village, or a laborer, or anyone. So this Dhamma has different ways of explanation. We try to explain it in English, so we kind of limit ourselves to the stuff that we know. So, but even with problems of communication, we try our hard to give this in different modalities so that everyone in the world, if there is any one with vibration closer to non-vibration, may hear this and may become the non-vibration. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming for the discussion every day. And it's such a good thing, and we'll continue the discussion tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
Therewal
Parama.
Saranai.
Thank you, Dr. Francis.
Saranai.
Therewal Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Dr. Kokila, I think Shani is busy probably, so there was no reading from the book. We can start on some topic which may be related to what we were discussing yesterday. Therewal Saranai.
Yeah, we can do that. We always have something to discuss. I mean, this will never end.
Yes.
The discussion never ends because this is a vast kind of very subtle things we talk, which we sometimes take ages to even understand and then take ages for us to feel.
Yes.
Yeah. I think is it possible for you to like kind of bring up a point where we can build up on that?
Yes, okay, maybe something simple to start with.
Mm-hmm.
We were actually from the book, what we read was basically how the sensor function occurs, and then how the sensors combine to form the thoughts. And then when the thoughts are formed, the feel level, which is basically the sensor level in the small baby, is not becoming obvious. It gets kind of covered with the thoughts. So thereafter, it's a continuous stream of thoughts which are coming, and every possible thing, every possible stimulus, every stimulus is a thought. So whatever the activities done, or whatever the words used, or whatever the thoughts, everything is a thought at the end. Thought means it's kind of naming of the sensor function. In other words, a kind of description, or as I said, naming, which we call actually nama rupa. Those two, we use that word. That means the what was vibrated is given a name, and this naming is the result of resonance or synchronizing of a previous experience. So always, if there is an identification, say for example, to identify a picture vibrated in the eye as a coconut tree, there should have been a previous.
Actually, can I add that to
Yes.
add something?
Yes.
So if we think about this, actually resonance happens in the field level too. So imagine you know, the piano and the violin vibrating together. We can't really separate it from separate the new one from each other, but because as Lord Buddha said, the butter, the milk has turned into butter already now, but the sense, the you know, the vibration level has never vanished. It is there, and the vibration level only that is the that is where this you know, the I don't know whether this will come out properly. I'll try to say. Now, when we say milk toffee, the milk toffee has that the picture, the photo of that, or the the mental picture we have about that, and it has that thickness. It has that kind of temperature. We don't feel like the piece of ice, because when we say ice cream, we kind of sense the cold, something cold. We don't know anything burning ice cream. We have never experienced anything like when you put ice cream into your mouth, it's not burning hot like a chip. But so what I'm trying to say is, when we say milk toffee, that particular stimuli, the vibration, the telepathization or synchronization happens in different ways. It depends on it depends on what sensory organ was vibrated. So your mother gives a call or your sister gives a call and say, I made milk toffee today. Just imagine, it's just a story I'm trying to say. So someone gave you a call and said, I made milk toffees today. So it's just a sound. So it is the vibration of the ear which happened, basically, if you think about it. But, so the basic milk toffee started from a vibration of the ear. In this case, when someone gave a call. But
Yes.
in that particular moment, all the features, 8 features of that mental picture has come into place without our knowledge. I mean, there's no doer here. There's
Yes.
no doer here. There's nothing at all. It's just a phenomena or just a mechanism. What happens is, so the vibration of the ear brings, so that's the only synchronization that happened, only the sound part. But what it brings out is the whole milk toffee thing. So that is the beauty of how this mind is formed and how mind works, because it's not actually milk toffee is bringing milk toffee. That's not how it works. So we have to kind of understand how this happens. So now forget about the telephone call which told you about the I'm making milk toffee today. Just forget about that, because that was vibration of the ear. I think we talked about this last time. But when you walked into the kitchen, someone is making it, you didn't even see it. You just open the door and you get the smell of some smell. You get vibration of the nose. But then what is coming? It's a milk toffee. That's what actually this milk toffee there starts with the vibration of the nose. So what telepathization starts from the vibration of the nose. Actually, but it comes with the whole package now. It never comes alone. The butter, never comes with the milk though, because it's already butter now. So the whole butter comes that's the example from Lord Buddha's time. So the vibration of the ear, but what came out was milk toffee. Vibration of the nose, what came out was the milk toffee. Vibration of the tongue, if someone actually tasted it, or your sister asks, oh, you're here, can you taste whether my milk toffee is good? And you're tasting it. And at that particular point, then you can compare also. You can say, oh, it's not good as mother's one, but yeah, it's okay. It's really good. Something like that. So hold the comparison thing. So what else can happen? There are so many memories also,
Yeah, just it can happen as a thought, isn't it? I mean, just you remember suddenly about milk toffee and all the components are there in that. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So that's how this happens, and this beautiful phenomena, how actually our kind of so-called life is full of this stuff. But the problem is, as soon as this happens, we feel that there is someone, because there's the it's already, due to the ignorance, we already feel as milk toffee is existing.
Yes.
This is very evident. I mean, we don't have any argument about this. We felt as milk toffee is existing, didn't we? We fight for that. We might throw it to the other person if we are playing with that. We might hide one to eat later. What else can we do? Oh yeah, we can eat about 10 of them and collapse. What else can we do? I don't know. You can offer them. We can do so many stuff. Or we can think about them and you might think, oh, that friend's milk toffee is so good. I have to learn how to make it, you know. So this scenario, how these sensory organs, vibrations bring about the whole film is the beauty. That's the beauty. But the problem is why it is suffering is because that actually it is beauty, but the suffering is, what is the suffering part? Suffering part is that feeling that this is existing or feeling that it is real brings about the feeling of existence, a life feel into this place, like this system, whatever, wherever the experience is. That is the problem, nothing else actually, isn't it? I just wanted to add that. You can continue now.
Yes. That and for that to happen, that spark should have created at some stage, isn't it? I mean, the milk toffee, the thought of
Yes,
milk
yeah.
toffee should have created at some point for that to be resonant to this moment, isn't it? I mean, for a
Yeah,
person
but
who has never experienced milk toffee will not have a milk toffee as a thought at this moment.
yes, but that is this film, whatever the this film we talk about, but the feel can extend into extend more than that, and you might feel without even knowing anything, that the feel can extend. That's not the topic here, but feel can extend, you know, like because we feel that feel is only milk toffee because we know milk toffee this time, but the feel actually can extend to stuff that we don't even know. Then you know it is not from this time.
Yes.
Yeah. So but it's very important to understand that the sensory faculties are the beginning of the world we perceive, and that world we feel or we see or we hear or we think is actually a construct. So when it comes to the mental constructs, that is the milk toffee, mother, sister, everything is the mental constructs. But even before that, there can be, you know, sensory constructs where, you know, the light, the sound, yeah, that vibration is, it's the only thing is the vibration that system is aware. But when you say that system is aware, there's always that, even in subtle level, there's that duality. But if we have done the practice really good to understand that there's no milk toffee here, it's just a function of the sensory organ, there's a chance that in particular any one stimulus you might feel the non-vibration. It's the absence of the duality or absence of the feel of existence. Yeah, anything else to add?
Yes, actually now again talking about the milk toffee, the same thing. Now, as you said, when somebody gives a call and say that I have made milk toffee, so it was only the vibration of the ear, but the rest of the things actually, all the other forms like the picture of it, that and maybe the smell of it and the taste of it and the texture, as you said, all are created in the mind, but actually those sensor faculties never function. Like the eye faculty didn't function, but there is a picture created. And the nose faculty, smell faculty didn't have any function, but there was, you can even feel the smell. And almost the taste is also there, like the tongue or the taste faculty didn't have anything to do, but you feel the taste, and sometimes even your mouth is wet with saliva about thinking about the taste, and also the texture. You didn't touch it, your skin never had anything to do with it at that moment, but you get a feeling of the texture, the hard texture. So it's actually a dream, isn't it? I mean, only the ear faculty functioned, and the rest of it is like seeing a dream. There was no vibration in those appropriate faculties, but those components were completed in the mind, like completing a jigsaw puzzle, the parts being completed and completing the picture of milk toffee in the mind. When it comes to the thought, now if you just suddenly remembered about milk toffee, 100%, all the other faculties, there was no function or no vibration in the other faculties, but all the components were completed. And this is exactly what we experience in the dreams, because dreams also, we hear the things, we see various things, including colors, we smell, we remember the taste of some food, we feel something hard. I mean, if somebody hits you in the dream, you feel that you were hit and you feel that hardness on the skin. So all those components, without without those relevant faculties being active, the complete picture is created in the mind. So, so like milk toffees, like anything, any other thought, is a creation of the mind, and they are. That is why it's called that. It's an illusion or a creation, and it's not really existing. But uh, in the mundane world, the person who doesn't know anything about these Lord Buddha's disclosures tend to give life to those creations of the sense of faculties, and that is where all the defilements arise, because for something which is not really existing, there is clinging or aversion. Basically, those are the two, but there are so many other aspects of the defilements. Now, all those things are the result of this upadana, or taking it as real, and then the process will go on. So this whole thing is a spontaneous sequence of events, and there is no owner, but there is automatically an ownership is attached, saying, I am doing and I experienced it. I ate milk toffees and I got the smell. But there's no one, there's no doer, and it's a spontaneous process. A system is functioning, but it's actually like we are swimming in the river downstream. this is what is happening in the normal way, where every event, every thought is given the tag of myself or me. But in Dhamma path, what we try is to understand this process as a normal thing, and there's no person doing it. There is no owner who can control this system, no author for this system. And by learning this, we try to understand, and then what we try to do is, what the system try to do is to swim upstream. Anything else to add?
Yeah, actually, in that sense, it is so beautiful to understand that mind is, what we call mind is actually just occurrence of stimuli, very fast. But in that sense, it is also beautiful to understand that it is kind of like another vibration. Now it acts as another vibration. So we talked about that, all the 8 features, all the 5 senses, when they vibrate together, the milk toffee, the actual that thought has all the features. In Pali they call Suddhashtaka, but it has all the features of these, from the sensory organs. But it's beautiful to understand that mind is actually vibration. Why it is important to understand is we take this mind for so granted. We can't even, Lord Buddha once said, if someone wants to take something for granted, at least take the body, because body lasts only few years. But then if you take the mind as something, like for something to be taken for granted, then that is the end. That is kind of the biggest trap in the world, if you think the mind is me. So mind is actually fast occurrence of stimuli, yes, but at the same time it is it is the same vibration kind of thing that the human, specifically human, I'm talking about humans, so the vibration of the ear making the ability to think, because this ability to think is magnificent ability that humans have, and they feel so proud about that. It's okay. They feel so unique about it. I mean, the mind is actually, the mind is the most unique power that humans have, because if not for the mind, this ability of thinking, this species will never kind of survive. But because there is the ability to think, or in the a process, like new things, process, all things, keep processing. This is the incredible, powerful organ. It acts as organ, but it is like the thing that we feel that it is mine. Kind of, the ability to think is mine. It's here. It's unique, but it's only another vibration. It's very important that, because that is the vibration that we kind of get the essence of self-vibration. Because even in Buddothpado discussions, Saranand say, kind of listen and say, you have to be careful. And then we are puzzled. Why? Then it is mainly the self vibration or the tense actually is manifested in every other way, but it's the most catching part is this vibration. And when we talk, it is the same thing, because the talking, Vachi Sankara, the talking actually has this inside vibration as the cause, root. It's Vitakka Vichara. So Vitakka Vichara is the inside radio that goes on and on and on and on. And we only talk few things from that. If you actually put a broadcasting apparatus to actual inside radio, people will even not, will be really upset at one time, annoyed at one time, angry with you one time, because the inside talking can be sorry, I had to mute it because of the intervention. So this I lost it also, the track, but the vibration of the mind is really beautiful to understand how this talking, and about the actions also is the same thing, but it's about the breathing that is bringing up the actions, but the actions are actually fed by the thoughts. So the thoughts actually bring about the words and the actions. So that is the actual outcome, and by the words and the actions, that's your self vibration, which is giving you but once just imagine an arahant who the self vibration has has become low and then has come to the non-vibration. Still the actions will be the way they are, but without that power, without that essence of it, that which gave the kind of like the alive kind of thing. But people, when people hear this, they might think, oh, then that must be very sad not to have some power. No, that's the utmost tranquility and absence of suffering, which brings about the super happiness, I would say. I don't know how to say that. Yeah. Anything to add to that? So Suranika is also here. Yes, Suranika.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm quite new to this session. Do I have permission to speak?
Yeah. May I know?
Yeah. I'm Saman Kotikala. I just got to know this link and about this sermon and these discussions very recently. So
Have you ever heard Aranwanse's sermons in Sinhala?
Yes. Actually, I listened to a couple of hours ago. I just got that from one of my friends, through one of my friends. So pretty much I'm practicing this path and Dhamma for a long time. So it was very interesting to know that this discussion, now this is actually happening every Wednesday, is it?
No, kind of this happens every day.
Every day. Okay. Right.
Every day, but we have so many single Zoom discussions as well. So if you get the Zoom link, I think it is the same link.
Right. Only the time, right? Time slot is different, right?
Yeah, 7 o'clock is the one which Aranwanse joins most. But
so that means every day it's happening in Sinhala medium. Is it Sinhala discussion with the
yeah,
Thero?
we have multiple. So at 5 o'clock there is a Zoom discussion. There is one at 9:30 a.m. in the morning, and there is one at 1 o'clock in the noon. Then there is this one, and then after this there is another Zoom discussion at 4, and then there is another one for children at 5:30, and then there's 7 o'clock one.
This schedule by any chance?
9:30 at night.
This schedule is available where? Can I, if I get to the schedule of these discussions and all?
Do you know, Dr. Sakuntala, do you know where the schedule is? Actually, I get it in the WhatsApp thing.
We get it in our WhatsApp group. Can Indrani hear me, Indu? Can you hear me? If there is a way of getting you included into the WhatsApp group, I think you will be able to get the.
But the friend who gave you the link.
Oh yes.
Might know a bit better.
I think she's also quite new. Just randomly, she was surfing through the YouTube and just got to hear this kind of sermons from that Thero. Because myself, I'm actually a lecturer, and I'm into a lot of quantum physics and molecular biology research and all whatnot. I'm just practicing this part.
Are you from Sri Lanka or are you from another country?
I'm from Sri Lanka.
Yeah. Okay.
So pretty much I have even a question regarding this mind, pretty much this vibration. If I ask this question, is it okay? If I
Yes.
Yeah, this mind itself, what I feel like this mind itself is a kind of error, isn't it? Because this mind itself is minding, or like separating these common vibrational patterns, or rather this energy fluctuations is what we have around, including ourselves and our mind itself. So isn't this mind is basically like separating this uniform energy fluctuations or vibrations into unique sets, or rather fixed entities? So isn't that a mind? So I just asking a question, can we interpret like that this uniform vibrations is all we have around us, which we perceive through our senses, and this uniform vibrations which are equanimous, there is no less or more, it's pretty much equal vibrations if you think of a wave. But what happens is that when the ignorance strikes, lack of wisdom tells us in a certain way that these are not uniform vibrations, it's just something you can separate, you can isolate one from another. When you moment you separate, or rather when you mind
I might have to disturb you there.
Yes.
So what Lord Buddha was trying to say, are you a Buddhist?
Yes, I'm a
okay.
Buddhist.
So what Lord Buddha was trying to say was about non-vibration. He didn't actually, he explained all about the vibration, but he actually gave everyone the ability to synchronize to the non-vibration. That is the absence of vibration. So the absence of vibration is actually there, but we can't synchronize to that because it is difficult and never thought about because of the ignorance. So the vibration you talk about, even the worm has a vibration. Worm has very minimal tactile sensations only. But the worm also has a life field or kind of self, like an existence field, even though the worm doesn't have a big mind. But if you're specifically talking about only humans, which we can't, because the being, the word being, B-E-I-N-G, is there where anywhere where consciousness is. So the consciousness actually kind of gives you that feel of existence. So we can't forget that. When we talk about something, we can't forget that, because there are so much consciousnesses around. We can't forget that it is again the form of vibration. But the actual basis, what Lord Buddha tried to teach you, was not about the vibration, but about the non-vibration, how to synchronize to the non-vibration, which is permanent. But the vibration, when you try to interpret in self-anger, it becomes a bit complicated, because then you look at it in a view that someone is doing something. But actually what happens is the vibration itself is just manifestations of the sensory organs. It could be even the worm, which is the only tactile sensation, but the tactile sensation is felt as happening here. That is why the feel of existence is there. But in the human mind, we kind of have a complex mechanism, because we have 5 senses which can vibrate at the same time. But if you go to the zygote level, the vibration, if there wasn't a synchronicity which happened to that zygote, wasn't there's never going to be like a fetus which is going to come out as a kind of a somewhat grown baby. So that zygote level, we know that even even 5 babies are born as like triplets or whatever. They are different, and their abilities are different, even though they are not even kind of, they have the features of parents, but they are different. So everyone is different. So that particular vibration is the only vibration that happens. And when that is actually forming into the sensory organs in the fetus, then slowly they go, and the vibration is still the same. But once it is having a manifestation as light, sound, because the baby doesn't know anything about the outside, the dream you talked about, the separation, but it is a feel. The baby also has that feel. The small baby who is born, even though that baby doesn't know anything about the world, that baby also has that separation kind of thing that you are talking about, because of the consciousness, because the consciousness itself is felt as it's happening here. That is the feel of existence. That is the feel of existence that a worm can't die. Why worm is also like wanting something, like would like to creep into the watery mud. So in that sense, any being has that need to feel, need to have the next feel. That is the kind of thing that happens with the ignorance. Any being with ignorance, because it is felt as happening here, it is going to be that anyway. But when these vibrations, so the humans, specifically humans, when these 5 sensory organs are vibrating at the same time, that small baby actually will start putting things together. There's only perception though, because the baby has no understanding it is kind of the mother, but there is a similar perception coming all the time, the kind of a picture, like a photo, like a light margin, but that similar one is coming at the same time. The mother's voice is also, the baby is sensing the difference and also matching them together, because that photo comes, the sound comes, and also the smell, mother's smell, mother's warmth, the milk, everything. It's all kind of getting combined slowly and slowly and slowly. And the mother would be telling every day, by the use of the ear consciousness is just the ear, and will be giving the sound of the mother. Mother will try to tell the word amma, 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 and then child actually doesn't know what it means, but the baby actually might come out with the word amma, and the mother is jumping up and down because it's the first word the baby said. So that's the first kind of thought that arise properly, because before that there was a perception about that particular, even if it is Tarzan who is inside a jungle with a monkey mom, even that monkey mom will never teach you about say amma like that. That monkey mom will never teach, but still that even that human baby, the Tarzan baby, we take it as an example, will have the idea of actually the perception, actually the sanya, the perception of that monkey mom, even though the words are not there, that is the savior, that is the safety mechanism, that is the one who is looking after you, and everything. It will come to one kind of perception, one thought. So that's how the thoughts are forming. But that is not the actual fault. This mechanism is not the fault. The consciousness is not the fault. But the fault is actually not knowing that is just this mechanism only. Because
may I interrupt for a while?
Yeah.
What's your good name?
Kokila.
Kokila.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Kokila, just that what you are implying is, correct me if I'm wrong, like even for a worm or a even newborn baby, what do you mean by that? Just the consciousness. If I were to say this way, is that okay? Or is there anything wrong with this statement? If I make the statement like this, like even the newborn baby, or even for that matter, even little tiny living being with a simple structure, even without having these sensory organs, maybe microorganisms perhaps, don't they, if they have any being with a consciousness, if the ignorance is there, doesn't that consciousness have some idea of separation, like separating things from one another?
That's what I'm trying to say. So
yes.
That is what I said when I say it in different words. I say,
yeah.
Therwan Saranai, my dear listeners. As usual, at 9 p.m. in Sri Lankan time, so we are gathering like this way to listen another episode of Buddothpado sermons. First of all, I would like to pay my humble worship to Buddothpado Maharse, for to show my gratitude towards him, because he's the one who uh, brought back the absolute truth into the today's world. So that truth is the same thing, that the exactly similar thing that was revealed by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. So that gratitude is there with us always. That's why we keep on paying respect towards our spiritual guide, Buddothpado at very outset. So we have been discussing about the way how we developed a notion of the self over the time. In previous explanations. So by now, most of you who have been listening to these sermons, they know the way the soul gets created. So most of the people who doesn't listen to this Dhamma, they don't know the mechanism of which how this soul gets created. So anyway, it is not, though we tell it as a kind of a knowledge, so it should not be a knowledge for you. So it should be seen, or it should be realized by you. So the realization might be differ from one person to another. So the ability to understand the things, or the capacity of their way of contemplating these things, and also and also the amount of interest they pay on it. So all these things will affect for the final outcome. So that's why Lord Buddha kept on saying there are three things which mainly affect for this particular realization. So in Pali, it is said like this. So Chanda, Chitta, Virya, Vimasa. Basically, there are four things. So they are known as four Irdipada. I don't know the English word for that. There are four things for Irdipada. So Chanda, what does mean? What is meant by Chanda? Chanda means certain the liking or their interest to see, or interest of getting this realization, or acquiring this realization, that should be there. That is known as Chanda, or the interest. And Chitta. Chitta is the it's another kind of it's somewhat similar to the interest, but it differs. He or she must have some kind of a need to see the truth. So it should come from the bottom of his heart or her heart. That means he has to have a certain kind of a desire to see the truth. So that is the Chitta. So first one is the interest. So most of people have some kind of an curious mind to see whether what the truth is. And also the genuine, some people need that to know genuinely. That's why I told it should be come from the heart, from the bottom of the heart. So that means genuine willingness to see the truth. That is known as chitta. And the third one is the virya. Virya means the courage or the skill or the courage that they have to see the truth. So we know if there is a will, there is a way. There is certain saying. The will mean the courage. So same thing can be applied to here, to as virya. So you have to have certain kind of a desire and special interest to it is, and also there should be a some kind of a courage or the again anyhow I will realize it. Likewise, these people have to have certain kind of a courage to see the truth. That is the third one. And the fourth one is one of the most important thing is vimansa. Vimansa is the inquisitive mind, or they have to have such a thing called inquiring themselves or inquiring the Dhamma. So inquiring the Dhamma means they have to have certain kind of a thing that comes internally to question the system. That is the vimansa. So that brings about that all the four things will contribute for the quick realization of this entire Dhamma. Those things were preached. Those things were revealed by Lord Buddha by himself. So in order to understand this truth, there should be four things. Chanda, Chitta, Virya, Vimansa. So they are known as four Irdhipada. I don't know the word for the Irdhipada. So that's why I'm telling it in Pali. So first one is the Chanda. There should be some kind of a wanting nature to see the truth. And also Chitta. Chitta means the desire and the intention, desire, the wanting nature, the will. All these things refer to the same thing. And the third one is the virya. Virya means you have to have some sort of courage to see. So by any means, I'm going to realize this Dhamma. So likewise, you have to have certain, even though I have a lot of work, even though I have to perform, I have a lot of responsibilities. So even though I have some kind of an ailment, so I just ignore them all. But my priority is to seeing the truth. So that sort of courage and desire and the intention also be there with him. And the final thing is an inquisitive mind. That means so as we told you earlier, so Buddha's message is not to be learned by heart, not to be taken as it is, So Lord Buddha, he himself said, don't believe because I said so. Just come and have a look. So you will realize it by yourself. So otherwise don't believe until then. That was said by Buddha. So this is not something to be believed. So that's why that is why we are not telling this Buddhism is as a dogma. It should become as a sort of a self-realization. So this self-realization will convince yourself that this is the truth. Until then, you have to have some kind of an open mind. So until you experience the truth, you should not believe what Lord Buddha said even though you know this is said by Lord Buddha, he himself said don't believe it until you feel it. So in order to achieve that level, you have to have some kind of a special inquiry or the nature of questioning this system. So whenever that you are unclear about a thing, just question. So maybe a noble friend might come and help you. So if it is sorted out 100% or completely, so it can be taken without any doubt. Otherwise, there would be certain doubt whether it is true or not. So with some kind of a doubt, you can't proceed further. So all the doubts should be vanished, should be realized. So how these doubts could be realized? Only by feeling the truth. So as you feel this is as the truth, so all the doubts would be gone. So until then, don't believe. In order to have such kind of a realization, you have to have a certain vimamsa. Vimamsa means a certain inquiry. So for that, Lord Buddha said you have to conduct a noble research, a noble kind of experiment, a noble kind of investigation. So that is known as in Sinhala, Are Parishani. So if you have put your first step into the noble realm or noble path, you will, from the very first day onwards, you tend to feel that. You will feel that. The difference. So that gives us some kind of a self that is more self-convincing, and that will subside or reduce the amount of doubts that you had. And this is the way how you move forward, how you should move forward. So you have to have always some kind of inquiry. So this inquiry should be sorted out then and there. So once it is sorted down, it should be felt. So if you feel that thing, when you start to feel that thing, the doubts will be gone, and also it will be very self-convincing. That again proves that you are moving forward to the path. So it is a kind of very beautiful Dhamma, and it is very clearly explained. And also there are certain pitfalls as well. So you will feel that you have been that you are struggling in certain places. For in that places you can consult your noble friend and ask, I'm having this kind of a problem, so please help me out. So he will or she will guide you to get away from that particular obstacle. So that will again clear up your path, and that will help to clear a certain doubt. So that will again bring you back to the correct path, and it will also give you a certain evidence that you are moving further. So all these things are interlinked. All these happen, all these things are interlinked. So that's why we are telling that you have to have these four Irdipada in order to see the truth, in order to get the full realization. What are those? There should be some kind of a clinging that it means that a wanting nature to see the truth, and also there should be a certain a desire, genuine desire, and also courage to see the truth, and have to have some kind of an inquisitive mind, questioning kind of mind. Don't believe in as it is said by a noble friend or Lord Buddha. So unless you feel it as absolute truth, you should not believe. Until then, you have to do your research, own experiment. So as we know, so we have been talking about these things. As we know, the message that has been delivered by Lord Buddha is the state of Nisatto Nijjiva Sunyo state. So the rest of almost all of the animals in the animal kingdom, including the human beings, are thinking that there's a living being within us. There are living beings within us. So, but Lord Buddha said, even though you think as that, as such, you are wrong. There is no living being as you think within you. The problem here is that we are unable to take the message as it is because of our ignorance. So we have been feeling a self within ourselves from our childhood. So we can't deny that there is no person within us. So that is why we can't take the Buddha's message as it is. Even though he tells like that, we can't take it as it is because we have been experiencing self for such a long period. So what to do? So that's why Lord Buddha said you have to have some sort of a courage to see, some sort of an inquisitive mind to explore whether the Buddha's words are true or not. So if you don't want to do that kind of inquiry or that kind of investigation, you just forget everything and do whatever you do. You can lead your own life as you wish. But being a human being is an utter waste if you couldn't see the truth for even for a little shorter period of your life. So that was said by Lord Buddha. So being a human being is a very rare chance to see the truth. It is like a gift from the nature. Being a human, consider it as a gift from the nature. Why this has been gifted? Because you are eligible to see the truth. So as Lord Buddha said, so living 100,000 years is not worthy if you couldn't see the truth even for a little while. So being human is an utter waste. So make use of it. It is a very rare chance. So why we say it is why people say that, why Lord Buddha said that it is a rare chance. So you don't know, you don't know how far that you have come. So you have been traveling in this samsaric journey for millions and trillions of years. You don't know. But who has a noble kind of eye, who has abhignana jnana, or who have a certain ability to see through everything, can see the samsaric journey that you have traveled, the number of years that you have traveled so far. So anyhow, you have been chosen, you have been elected to get a human life. Now it is the chance, now it is the opportunity to take that opportunity to see the truth. It is actually blessing that is given by, or gift that is given by nature to see the truth. So don't waste the time. So it is so rare, and you are hearing the Dhamma. And the other important thing is being human in an era where the pure truth is heard. It is also a very rare instance. Being a human is a rare opportunity, and being a human in an era where the pure truth could be heard, it is another kind of rare opportunity. So those rare instances, those two instances getting together is a source rare. And But anyhow, you are listening the truth right at this moment. So this is your opportunity. Don't waste it. Take it, that opportunity, and try to understand what actually Lord Buddha said. So, as I said earlier, so what Lord Buddha said is, there is no so-called self as you think within you. So we have to have declare, or we have to have carry out a certain investigation to say whether actually is there a person, is there a living being within myself. So that is the noble research that we should conduct. So in order to do so, to make that easy, the Buddha revealed, Buddha came up with a concept. That concept is known as the dependent origination. So Lord Buddha asked the people, that is difficult for you to see straight away because you have been feeling a self for such a long period. You don't know how far you have been traveling in this samsaric journey. Throughout this samsaric journey, you had this feeling, the I-ness or self-centeredness or the notion of the self. But after hearing this message, you can't easily get away from that because that is the practice. So you have been experiencing a self for such a long period, not during your birth as you think, from the birth as you think. You have been feeling this, the self, for millions and trillions of years. You don't know. That's why you can't take this message as it is. In order to do so, I am explaining, I'm giving you a certain set of instructions to follow. So if you follow these instructions very carefully, attentively, you will be able to realize what I am saying. That is the message that was given by Lord Buddha. Then you will understand, you will realize that there is no so-called self within you. From that, on that particular day, you can keep the full stop to your entire samsaric journey. So it is not easy either. Even though I said like this, even though I say like this, it is not that much easy. Because you were traveling in this samsaric journey for such a long period with the self. So now you have born as a human being for a very limited period. For within that short period, it is not very easy to see this, to understand this, to realize this. But if you have Chanda Chitta Virya Vimamsa, you can do it. So don't waste it. And it will be easy if you follow the instructions that I give. what are those instructions? It is clearly said in dependent origination Dhamma. It is there. The chronologically, it is there. Everything is explained. Please come and have a look according to that. Then you will be able to understand or realize the truth of this saying, of this truth. Truth, whether this message is true or not. So it would be self-convincing. So all this has been revealed by Lord Buddha. Now again, in this modern day also, we hear the same thing. That's why we have to be very thankful to our noble friend Buddothpado and Mahase for revealing this Dhamma back into this world. So now you have born as so everything is there. If you happen to listen this Dhamma, that means you are a human. One requirement is there. So you are listening this Dhamma. So you are one of the most luckiest persons in the world that you hear this sermon, these Buddothpado sermons. The second one is also there. So there is only one left. What is that? You have to have the courage, inquisitive mind, and desire to see the truth. So that should be developed on your own. The rest of the things have been fulfilled by now. You are hearing, you have been born in the Buddha era, you have born as a human, and you are also hearing the pure truth. Only one thing has to be fulfilled. What is that? The inquiry, or the so that part is up to you. How much you want to see the truth, understand the truth, that much you will be able to see this, realize it. So what is this dependent origination? It clearly explains how you should start, the place where you should start. Actually, everything has been, according to Lord Buddha, everything is starting with a vibration. In Sinhala, it is known as Kampaneta Mevena Loke. Uppantiko also Rupa. That means if there are two different endings with different polarities, in between there would be some kind of a collation happen. So if you rub two sticks together, you know there will be a generation of heat will happen. So due to that kind, actions, some kind of a result had been there. Likewise, the different endings, when different endings come together, it is a spontaneous reaction would occur, would triggered up. So an energy will get created. Some amount of energy will be get created. So that energy is able to give some kind of a feel. It may be for a transient time. That's okay. So, but anyway, it is able to generate some kind of energy. Yobante vijitmana. That means whenever there are two different endings with different polarities, in between there would be some kind of energy creation, generation. So that energy is capable of generating more and more energy. So if it gives more energy, if it is able to generate more and more energy, that the field that comes along with that, it will be higher. So once it comes to a threshold, it will project certain kind of a perception. That perception may be in the form of light, or that perception may be in the form of sound, or that perception may be in the form of contact. So that may be in the form of some other thing. We don't know. As for the human beings, so these are the types of perceptions that are captured, that are generated. So if the light is produced as a result of this initial energy that got generated within these different polarities, we call the eye or the vision. Vision has been taken place. Whenever there is a light get produced, this is the very exact moment where the vision is taken place. So then comes a question, how this initial vibration took place, initial energy in different polarities got created. It is because as a result of the telepathization. Due to the taints we have from the beginning, even at the zygote level, it tends to telepathize. Whatever the similar vibration takes place anywhere. So telepathization would create different polarities that will create a certain that would lead to generation of energy in between. That energy will keep on coming again and again to build more energy within it. So that energy is capable of giving some kind of internal feel. That feel is represented as different perceptions. That perceptions might be in different forms. Either it can be in the form of light, either it can be in the form of sound, either it can be in the form of contact. So in contact means it may be come, it may be coming as the taste, it may be coming as the smell, it may be coming as the pain. So what will happen next? So as I said, when this initial perception, when the initial collision or the initial telepathization creates the light kind of perception, that is the place where the vision takes place. As such, if it is capable of creating the sound perception, that is the place where the hearing takes place. Likewise, the smell, the taste, the pain, and the tactile stimulation, pressure, all these things get created then and there along with the initial energy that has been generated as a result of the initial duality. So the beginning of the vibration, we say, due to this duality. The vibration will keep on happening again and again due to this initial energy that was developed as a result of developing the two different endings. So what we are trying, so we are, if you try to, so what we are trying to explain in this, how this, the formation of the self took place. So our ultimate objective is to see the way the self has been formed. But we are starting from another kind of the different from a different end. So we are starting from an unconscious or non-self angle. That's why Lord Buddha said, just whenever there are two different endings, there will be a certain kind of energy get developed or generated. So it is an unconscious thing. But ultimate result is the self. So we are trying to see how this has happened, starting from non-conscious thing. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Iti Rupang Samudaya. The Iti Rupang means, Iti means the existing. Existing thing has been created, but the process, the initial process is has been started as a non-conscious thing or non-living thing. That non-living thing is the energy, the initial energy. The initial energy was capable of producing different perceptions, but they are only perceptions. They are not real. So The perception of the light is the process of vision. So we call it, that is our eye. The eye gets created due to that perception. What is that perception? Perception is the light. But light has been created as a result of the initial collision. That initial collision is resulted in creating certain energy. So that energy is not a permanent thing. It gets created or it gets generated then and there. So the energy, the light that was generated, that was created as a result of that initial energy is not true as we think. It is not a real thing. It is just a projection of the field that carries along with that energy. The projection of that particular field is the light. The entire process is known as the vision. Actually, there is no such a thing called vision here. Only a perception. A perception only. What is the perception? Perception is the light. The same thing can be applied to the hearing process. Whenever there is sound gets created, perception of sound gets created, that is the point where your hearing takes place. The entire thing is known as your auditory perception. So with these auditory perceptions, perception and the light perception and the contact perception, all these things combine then get combined each other. They come together because it has been started with an initial duality, different endings. So different ending is one unique thing. So the different perceptions got created with that initial kind of vibration. So, but all the things has been came with one duality. So again, all these different perceptions combine each other. That means the paticca. So in the Pali it is known as paticca. So then it will create another kind of perception. The energy will be the amount of energy it contains. Now it become more higher and higher. The impact it carries about, or the field that it carries along with it, is very much higher than previous instance. So the perception that is created after combining each perception would be a very different thing. So that perception would be a book, a tree, a chair. So if you analyze the perception of the chair, it contains all the other individual perceptions. It has a certain color that represents the light perception. So we know it is known as the chair. It comes as auditory perception. And we know it is a solid thing. It comes with the contact. So So now we can understand this perception of the chair has all the other the initial perceptions, but we can't separate each other. So that's why Lord Buddha said, when you process cheese out of milk, you can't reconvert in cheese back to the milk. That process is impossible. But forward process is possible. Once you made cheese, you can't revert it back to milk. So that's why once the perception of the chair has been formed, you can't separate different perceptions which help to create the perception of the chair. But it is not difficult to understand all the other perceptions are there in the chair, but you can't separate them. As I said, the energy that individual perceptions carried along with them is stored in the perception of the chair. The impact that can do to you is greater than the individual perceptions. So that impact is now give you a certain feel of its own existence. So when the chair is formed, as soon as you see the chair, there is a certain notion underlying that this object is really existing. So this feeling is coming automatically along with the perception of the chair. How does this kind of a feeling come along with that perception? Because as I said earlier, the aggregation takes place. The aggregation of what? Aggregation of different energies that those were there in different perceptions. So every perception has been occurred due to certain kind of energy. So these energies get combined each other, aggregate each other. So that aggregation would lead to form the chair perception. So the energy, the amount of energy that is there in the perception is very much higher than the individual perceptions. So that will make a certain kind of a feel, that will bring about a certain kind of feel of the chair's existence. So we feel the chair is as a real object. In order to see chair as a real object, another thing has to be there. A living kind of a feel should be there to feel the existence of the chair. So unknowingly, the same energy will contribute to formation of a living being to perceive the existence of the chair. So that from where that kind of a feeling came, from the same amount of energy that contributed to creation of the uh, perception of chair. So that is the place where the self got formed. Your self got originated. For that, to that particular field of self, what happens next? Unknowingly, it will give rise to another kind of a perception. What is that? That feeling has that feeling gives rise to another kind of a perception of a self. So that the perception that you had, that you saw when you look at yourself through the mirror, then it comes and getting tied up to that particular field. From that moment onwards, you get a certain kind of an false realization that you are the one who is seeing this chair. You are the one who is sitting on this chair. That is the mechanism of formation of self. Actually, what has happened here? A creation of a living being with a non-living certain energy kind of thing. Formation of living field, a live field with a not live thing. So this is explained well in the dependent origination Dhamma. This has to be seen. This has to be understood. So once you will be able to understand this Dhamma, what will happen next? Then you get a certain realization that there is no so-called self here. Due to the ignorance that I am having, I thought of that there was a self within me. But actually, if you understand this process, once you understand this process of creation of the self, then you will realize that there is no such a self here. And I have not been born as I think. So I am not a living being anymore. So if I have not been born yet, will there be a death for me? Then you realize it is also another kind of a concept that was there, that has been established within me due to my same ignorance. So there won't be a self that you could find once you have fully understood this Dhamma. Dhamma is simply a term of realization of the system. System is the way how the nature behaves. Understanding the nature of establishing a self within you is the understanding of this Dhamma. Is known as the understanding this Dhamma. So it is somewhat very simple and straightforward. It is very understandable. But taking this into the knowledge is required. It is an essential component of this realization. So at least for the knowledge, you have to know that there is no definitely there is no so-called living being within me. It should be our initial step. So it should be very logical. And uh, so even though people come and say, no, you are wrong, the understanding there with you is not true. So you can just explain it to them as well. Because very clearly you know that there is no self here. There shouldn't be any room for creation of a self, because you know the way it has been formed due to the senses that are there. The perceptions get created. These different perceptions amalgamate or combine each other or aggregate each other to form a brand new kind of perception. So that perception carries us a certain feel of its existence. That existence implicitly gives you a certain feel of your existence. Actually, there is no kind of a so-called living being here, only just a feel of existence. Due to my level of due to I'm having because of my ignorance, I'm taking the my figure. I'm combining my figure to that particular feeling. So from due to my misunderstanding, I'm thinking I'm the one who is feeling everything, but it is a false kind of a belief, because I didn't know the truth until now. So I was thinking that I am the one who is perceiving these worldly perceptions. So due to my ignorance, I was thinking that I am the one who is integrating or interacting with these worldly perceptions. But now I am understanding that there is no such a person within me. But still, even though you know these things, you still tend to feel that everything is real. But it is okay. At least for the knowledge, you know that there shouldn't be a person here. So that is well enough as for the initial step. Because whatever the things happen then after, it won't be taken as things that are happened to you, because you, with your understanding, you know there shouldn't be a self here. Then whatever the things then happening then after, you won't take them as things that are happened to you, because you know there's no way of uh, staying a person like me. So that understanding will lead you towards the absolute field of the non-existence. That means that you will be able to feel the absolute non-vibration state. That is known as the state of Nibbana. So we can talk tomorrow as well about these things. So until then, please try to contemplate these things again and again, and try to get some understanding through these explanations. So you can, if you have questions, you can ask directly from our noble friends. Usually they come live 2 to 3 p.m. in Sri Lankan time. So you can join this Zoom session at that time, and you can ask whatever the question you have regarding these things directly from them. Then you can get them sorted out. Then the path would be clear for you. So that sort of interest should be there within you in order to see this truth. So wishing you the success. I'm winding up today's explanation. So good night, everyone, and Teruvan Saranai to all of you.